Secretary Quinn's team is developing, and be able to reference that as we need to and put together our own set. That's what other state judiciaries have done successfully, where we're not reinventing the whole wheel, but we're just doing what we need to do to be unique. I believe there's only a draft of that in place. I'm not sure when the final one will be done from the executive branch, but we're looking forward to be able to incorporate that with our staff as we need it. On training, similarly, we have leveraged what the executive branch has to offer, and we had judiciary folks this spring go through Securing the Human. We had, I think, 83% attended that class, so we're happy to be able to move forward that way. Then as we get into the cybersecurity spot, I think I mentioned during our last meeting that we do partner with ADS in some areas on this, and they are unique in other areas. And I tried to lay this out as to who does what. Our work with ADS, they're providing us sort of network and perimeter security through their firewalls, virtual private network certificates, and internet border intrusion security. So they're able to do that. We also went through an effort last year where we took our desktop environment and migrated it all into a managed environment that we work with ADS on. So as part of that, they're providing desktop and laptop security through the local operating system with BitLocker, Windows Defender, and security patches. Judiciary also utilizes OneDrive and Outlook, which both have built-in encryption, and we have implemented multi-factor authentication. We had an old version of that before. We've gone with a new version with ADS that essentially lets us secure people as they're off of the state network. And we utilize that both for Microsoft Office and OpenVPN to get to our network drives remotely. It's been a very successful implementation working with ADS. Then on the RIS side, we're responsible for our server operating systems and making sure they're updated with antivirus and security patching. We have 115 servers we host with ADS at their Tech Vault site. But they do the hosting, we do the operating system management. And we're working to improve some of our management tools on that. We also have 60 servers out of that 115 that are just running this NGCMS, Tyler's Odyssey. And we're working with Tyler a lot to make sure that's secure. One of the interesting parts about going with a tried and true vendor is their architecture is tried and true, but somewhat archaic in some spots. So we've really had to push on them to make sure we're implementing the right security items. And we've worked with the ADS information security team to make sure we're doing the right things there. That's going to be a continuing effort to make sure Tyler is providing us the right configurations to keep it safe. You know, we do have a public portal and website hosted that go through to the Tyler system, so there are special areas we need to focus on.
What, you read in the news lately about particularly cities, small cities that have had their data ransomed, and I guess I'm curious, if something like that happened, does Tyler hold liability, or do we hold it? How does that develop for the courts?
Our data is held by the state of Vermont, so Tyler would not have liability for that data. So we need to make sure that any tools they provide are secured through the firewalls.
But we have like a 1,000-page contract with Tyler, and they do have certain responsibilities in that contract relating to security issues that do relate back to Vermont laws regarding consumers and the web. And one other thing I might add, and I might have said this the last time, because so many states use Tyler, my counterparts in other states and I are in a special user group, and we have been, in the last year, become much more active in trying to improve Tyler's performance, asking them to, continue to improve. And I think we hope that will help balance the fact that they're kind of a monopoly in, for state judiciaries in the country. So these kinds of things, as you know, those attacks will get more sophisticated. our responses will get more sophisticated. It's likely, we'll be attacked all the time, and you'd like not to be attacked, but if you are attacked, then what's your response? And we realize that that's just gonna be an ongoing and growing aspect of the work that we've gotta do.
Yeah, as Secretary Quinn has talked in earlier sessions, we do, like the other parts of state government, get attacks. And we've had both phishing attacks and spear phishing attacks that have gone after specific people in the Supreme Court. So,
Do you have any notification protocols or procedures that you follow in those types of events that are established and set up?
we work with the ADS security department. Are you talking about notifications external?
So if there's a phishing or spear, are there people, like, who would you notify? How would you notify them? I see Secretary Quinn
Yeah.
has his hand up. Do you want me to defer to him?
Let me start and then throw it over to John. So what has happened in practice is we are notified by ADS that they have noticed, and we then work tightly with their team to make sure it's resolved. We have not had any resulting loss of data, so we have been fortunate to have caught things quickly.
Okay.
We have a system set up where when we see emails come in, if there's a particular spear phishing type of email that gets delivered to us, we alert everyone on our email servers that, we saw this, please don't click on the link. If there is a breach or if there is some kind of attempt on our network or some kind of data loss, we follow Vermont state statutes and then notify the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
So they have statutes pertaining to notification of the public.
I'm reflecting back, I think Secretary Quinn referenced, we have a few servers that are not part of the ADS network in the state. And you say you have 115 servers within the ADS network. Do you have anything out free floating
Yes,
that's not part of the
I'm actually
ADS
gonna talk about
network
that in the next slide.
poses risk? Oh, you're gonna talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so,
Are you okay, Tom?
I'd just like a question back on the notification system, because we have a similar system in the legislative branch where we get an email that says, please don't look at that email that you just got. And I guess my question maybe is for Secretary Quinn. That always strikes me, I sort of look at my email in a crudely chronologically. So I would have approached the scary email and
Before the notice.
maybe acted, maybe not, and then looked at the, and I guess I don't, why wouldn't we, and is there not a way to suck that email back into the server? Is that a safety and a privacy issue, or it just always seems sort of weak to me. Hey, we really hope you didn't open that email. It's you know what I mean? So are we just not,
Yeah, I
we
think
don't
it's
want to be set
twofold.
up that way, or
Yeah,
what?
I think it's twofold. In some cases, we do pull the email back. In other cases, people have already clicked on it. We want to notify them and alert them, hey, don't. And if you did, here's the number to call. You're not in trouble, just let us know.
Yeah,
Don't open the attachment.
yeah.
So,
If you already did.
Jeff and Pat, will it be possible for you to finish your presentation within the next 5 to 6 minutes? Okay, great.
yes. Okay, so Senator, your question about other servers. We have 5 servers that aren't hosted at Tech Vault by ADS. And they're legacy servers that mainly run, we have a system called FTR, for the record, that does courtroom reporting that we've always supported. And they're running that. We have 2 servers that our developers use. Those right now are in Wright River Junction. We have an effort underway to move those to Costello Courthouse to a better environment. We've been working with ADS to look at that move. They've done some security scans, helped us with improving those servers, and we want to spend the time to re-architect those to be more secure. So there are a few outliers as well.
I should have just read ahead.
Quickly focus, I know this committee has talked in the past about websites. The VermontJudiciary.org website is hosted on Amazon Web Services Government Cloud. It's running Drupal. We have a vendor in Maine, Portland WebWorks. We had gone through an RFP process for that hosting that does all the work to keep that up to date and secure. It's notable that that is really an informational website. It's not holding any private data, so the risk is minimal. It also doesn't have any direct connections back into our network, but nonetheless, it is we do the work to make sure it's secure. We also utilize VIC for some legacy solutions. VIC is largely being replaced by our NGCMS project. The Judicial Bureau part of VIC has already been replaced by NGCMS, but we've got Vermont Courts Online, some criminal division payments, and attorney licensing still on VIC. And just to real quickly talk about next steps, it's become clear to us that judiciary staff alone and our partnership with ADS isn't enough here. So we're working to establish a relationship with an external cybersecurity partner. The first step of that will be an assessment, a risk assessment that we're going to do to see how we're doing and what gaps we have, and really come up with essentially the next 10 steps to improve our security posture.
So is this partner one that specializes
Yes,
in judiciary?
we're not naming them because the contract's not done, but we're now talking to a partner who's worked with the state. They've worked with Secretary of State's office, they've worked with the Department of Tax, and Health Connect, as well as a lot of other states. So, there would be someone specifically bringing this to the table here. We're also working, and Pat can talk more about an MOU between the judiciary and ADS, so we can smooth our collaboration in this area.
Yes, and all I would say, because I know you're so short of time, is that Secretary Quinn and I met with our respective counsel, and we're working on an MOU that will supplement existing service level agreement to account for the fact we're a separate branch of government, but we're part of an enterprise technology solution, and so how we would work with them.
And so, Pat, you and I spoke briefly about that, and I think in the future, when that agreement is worked out, we would love to have a presentation. I'm really interested in how the branches of government are collaborating around these issues, so when you all have that.
Yeah, we're
it'd
happy
be
to
great to talk about that.
I also am working closely with Maine and New Hampshire judiciary CIOs, and we're actually going to have a meeting early fall to talk about not only what we're doing in our branches, but how they work with their executive branch, because Maine especially has a similar relationship and working a little bit differently, so we want to learn from each other. We also see that as an opportunity to share resources, to scan and do some risk assessment across these 3 states.
Are they Tyler
Yes.
states as
Yeah.
well?
Great.
So that's what we had. Thank you for the time. Do you have questions?
So the takeaway is that it's moving well. You just want more time, not because of technology, but for training and to make a more reasonable implementation timeframe.
For NGCMS, correct?
And the money, except for some little things that you talked about, is pretty on target. So we
Mhm.
should leave here saying things are going satisfactory.
Things are in our view, satisfactory. NGCMS. Cybersecurity will always be a work in
Oh, sure.
progress. So I will never pretend that we're on track or done in that topic. We're always going to have to be getting better.
Is it important that the systems that contain sensitive information are publicly accessible, internet connected, or would it make sense to have a private WAN for the court system that's air-gapped from the public, just for that additional layer?
Sort of yes to both those. The public portal that's part of our NGCMS has limited information about cases. It follows our court rules, and we'll have a gap between it and the core case management data.
Okay.
And maybe one parting thought I would leave with you. We've always been, along with the rest of government, really part of open, accessible, accountable, and transparent. recent trends with the weaponization of personal information and data has really had me pause about that and think about, policies we've always taken for granted. So I don't have anything more to put on the table, except it feels like that's not just a little glitch or a bump in the road. It feels like that there may be the need to sort of step back and maybe have a little quiet group that takes a look at how we're doing that right now and thinks about information and data slightly differently. It's really important that we report data that it shows accountability and transparency, and in the judiciary that people understand why cases are decided. People have to have enough information. At the same time, we don't want the experience of exposing people's personal information to be so broad now that they stop coming to the judiciary to have their cases decided.
Right.
So that's, just a thought.
One of the things that I notice a lot in doing record searches for information across states, is that the states are very, very different in terms of the court information that's available. If you go to Florida, for example, and you pick a particular county, you can do a search for a name of any individual who's been involved in any kind of litigation, and in effect bring up that case and the case results, and indeed the documents that go to that case. In Vermont, it's virtually impossible to find anything, and in fact, it's even difficult when you go to the courthouse and ask for records, to be able to get records. How do we, as you look particularly working with other states and how they do things, on the one hand, I get the sense that Vermont almost treats record information from the courts as if it was the court's information rather than the public's information. Other states deal with it very, very differently, in which it's considered a public record that the public has a right to deal with.
So our records laws, our rules, because we have court rules on
Right.
that, actually are, with the exception of legislative policy, are very open. And so legislative policy has certain divisions that cannot be online. But our public records laws and rules are pretty similar to other states. Florida is known as a huge outlier. There are a couple of, like maybe one or two other states like
California,
Florida.
for example, is very similar.
Right, where personal information is not protected at all. Other states are much more conservative than Vermont and really protect personal information, which I want to distinguish from data, but things where you can actually look in people's personal lives, and they restrict it more. And so Vermont just went through a rewrite of the access to public records laws, because we now that we're online and not on paper, it's changed quite dramatically in terms of people's ability to access. So one of the issues you would find in trying to get court records is we're not online right now. But as court records go online, it will become easier technically to access them. And then the question is, what is the state's policy and what is the court's policy about what should and shouldn't be accessed? And we're actually, in the Conference of State Court Administrators, we're actually looking at those issues right now. Do the states overall want to have a policy, or is it so unique to states that we can't do that? So we'll be able to report more about that in the coming
Well, that's
year.
really what I was getting at with the comment, is that once we go to what essentially is an online system in which the information is there, as to whether or not it will be available to the public. Will the public, for example, be able to go into the court record system and say, give me all the cases in which John Smith has been involved, and show me where they are, and then indeed go to the extent of being able to provide documents associated with that case. The same kind of information that might be present if you were to go to the courtroom and sit there and listen to the record.
So right now, the legislature has adopted policies that mean data mining companies could not just do that. And so the real pressure that's on states right now is that data mining companies who take this public information and they turn it into money.
Right.
And we do not make information available that way right now. And so there will be certain things that one could do. Well, let's use civil, because the legislature has not protected the civil docket for electronic access. So there will be access to certain information on civil cases. But even in other kinds of cases, people can go to the courthouse and get on a portal and get that information. What we don't do is we are not designed either, unlike some states who make money by selling to data mining companies, up to this point, we have not considered ourselves in, yes, they do. That's a revenue source for them.
The courts do that?
Yes.
But in
We-
other states, that information is publicly available without charge.
Yes, so you've got it's all over the map, is what I would
So,
say.
I'm gonna
Can I
try
give
and-
a quick example too, though, Senator? So we talk with the people in Maryland often. And Maryland, for a long time, has had criminal case information openly available on the internet. We, as Pat said, it's only available by going to the courthouse purposely. In Maryland, many data aggregators have taken that information and created their own databases of criminal cases. Maryland, like Vermont, is very active in expungements, right? What should be expunged, what shouldn't. So their challenge right now in that as they're expunging cases in the courts, other people have copies of this. The courts have no authority to have them get rid of it. So it's created a real challenge for them, and they're talking about backing down on all of that public access to criminal records because of this. So it's a very active topic amongst the courts and very important.
And so all that to say, if the legislature decides to have a little thought group about that, I'd love to be part of it.
Okay, and I think we would like to
Yeah.
just continue this conversation with you all as you're thinking about it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility and your report. Tanya, thank you for your flexibility as well, and I'm hoping that we can get you to
I can get it
go to
quick.
about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's
We
not
had
a
given you about
problem.
an hour.
Okay, great. I'm Tanya Marshall. I'm the Chief Records Officer and the State Archivist for the State of Vermont and the Director of the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. I'm probably the only person in statute that has 3 titles. I'm going to talk to more on information and governance, and I just do a little overlap on cybersecurity because all the conversation that actually just ended with the judiciary is really about the larger picture, and that's the role that the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration plays. Just for background, there is in statute the statewide Records and Information Management Program, and that is done by the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. We are in the Secretary of State's office. We're charged with administering it for all public agencies, so it goes across all different branches, it goes out local government as well, to really espouse the industry standards in terms of generally accepted record-keeping principles. So if you're familiar with general accepted accounting principles, there are some for record-keeping as well. Industry standards across the board, and best practices, and our citation is in Title III, 117. The specifics within that mandate that we have is to provide assistance to public agencies in creating the Records and Information Management Program, and we're format independent. So all the policies that come out of that, which I'll talk in terms of governance, are format independent. It breaks down everything from the people involved to the processes involved, and then the infrastructure that supports the management of information. Our other charge is related to having and ensuring that there is repositories across the state that can effectively manage each public agency's records and information, regardless of format, and that they're operating in compliance with the law, the standards, as well as the Public Records Act. So the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration actually administers 3 enterprise-wide repositories right now. We operate the Record Center, which is used by all 3 branches of state government. We operate the State Archives, physical state archives, which is used by all 3 branches of state government. And we also do a digital archives, and that is currently government and then parts of local government. When an agency's day-to-day operations around a record that has continuing value or a piece of information that has continuing value subsides so they can continue with their regular work, they can transfer legal custody of those documents and that record and information to the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. The Secretary of State's office becomes the legal custodian.
Are there any agencies, branches, entities of state government that you are not the receiver of their records or?
That we're working, no. We have, so within the state archives, we have all 3 branches, including the legislature, for each biennium. all committee records, legislative audio, everything comes into the State Archives and Records Administration. We're the custodian after that point, and the legislature is able to move on to the next session. We are sessioning different records from the courts, and there's a process that happens, and it's about 2 or 3% of all records created across the board are archival and would meet this criteria of being legally transferred. We also are the holder, which means we're not the legal custodian, but when we have a state record center, that's in terms of paper records, agencies and departments will transfer into the state record center. We manage them in accordance with the records management processes and procedures that have been uniformly developed. And then the records are disposed when they're legally required to go. And so in terms of the 3 that we operate, the other ones would be operated by Agency of Digital Services, or they could be within their own branches. Like your case management system, legislative systems would be, it's not necessarily enterprise-wide, but it's still within your own branch. And then our last charge, and there's a couple more related to this, but for this context, is information management standards. We have done a number of those over the years, have been in collaboration with Department of Information Innovation when they existed, and then information governance frameworks, which is what we're really going to talk about today within the context of what we look at when we're looking at protection of records and information across the state and how well agencies and departments and branches are able to do that. So what is information governance? There's a number of different definitions, but the end is really about managing your records and information, and that's inclusive of data, so it's regardless of format, in a disciplined and coordinated and a measurable manner. So do we know, are we being effective with it? And it's a combination of people, processes, and infrastructure, which is nothing new. I know the focus was cybersecurity, so I always like to go back to what the definition is. So cybersecurity is really focused on electronic and internet and computer, so to speak. At the end of the day, though, we want all our public records to be effectively protected. So when it comes to the statewide records and information management program, we are not format specific. We cover all formats. So that's just the big difference between cybersecurity and what we would say as protection as a whole. Of course, we're looking at electronic records and wanting to ensure that those are protected, but paper records have the same kind of risk. Other kind of formats, whether it's logs or other forms of data that even are something that someone can read, are at equal risk too. So we really cover the whole part of it in terms of scope. When we look at people, processes, and infrastructure, these probably look like the classic service domains or the business domains of business architecture, information data architecture, application technology, strategy. When we put on the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration hat and looking at it in terms of legal requirements, the strategy is really what the legislature enacts. Your goal is to try to provide services to citizens through legislation, and then it's the public agencies that are responsible for figuring out how to apply that and what is the most critical needs that they have. And that comes into why we receive or create information. And then we're looking for applications to really service that, and we're looking for the technology to support it. So that's really the goal within that program. So what we've implemented over the last couple of years is there's a standard to say maturity model, like where are we? And we can do this at a small level with a particular office or division. We can do this with the agencies. We've worked with the Agency of Human Services that actually is working through a large scale kind of overhaul of their records and information management right now based on the information governance maturity model. So it's 3 levels. Very basic. It's used at the corporate sector as well as the public and private sector. Level 1 is basically saying that things are kind of ad hoc across the board. When you're talking about business, when you're talking about people understanding the information and records that they receive, if there are policies, procedures, infrastructure, technology, ad hoc, kind of working in some areas, not always. Level 1 is really substandard. Development, more awareness. Level 3 is basically the essentials are being met at all levels. Level 4 is really being able to integrate into operations, so we're maximizing our information, because the reason we create and receive all this is to make good decisions, right? And provide the services that we need to provide. So our goal as a state and any entity is always to be at transformational, that we're really having the right information at the right time, given to the right people, which is at the same time as making sure the information that we don't want to the wrong people is occurring, but we also want accurate and reliable information. So each of these can be measured at different levels, and it can be done at a technology level, it can be done as a business process level, it can be done as a record keeping level. And so we have been working with the agencies and departments on having them walk through an assessment of what that looks like.
So I want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
So how does an agency experience you working with them on information governance and ADS? Like, how do those things kind of?
How do they work together?
Yeah.
I mean, the Agency of Human Services is probably the best example. When we work with an agency, we require 4 disciplines to be around the table at all times. And that includes information technology, business operations, the records and information management, which tends to be our staff mentoring an individual within the staff of the agency, because most agencies don't have records and information managers as a full-time position, or, and then the last is legal. So in terms of like ADS collaboration, those agencies already have representation from whoever has been assigned to be the liaison for the technology piece.
Okay.
Yeah. Success rate, just to let you know, if those 4 disciplines aren't around the same table and working together, it's the same as that architecture model they just said here. If you don't have those together, you're not gonna see success, because you're gonna end up with more risks. So I'm just gonna walk through these. These are the generally accepted record keeping principles, and I actually like what Pat had just said, because she said transparency, accountability, you know, all those buzzwords. That's actually what record keeping requirements are. So they walk through it. It's independent in terms of format. Each principle, though, is as important as the other. So if you're picturing building something like a platform, if you have one pillar that's much higher than the other, it's an unstable environment. Or if something's shorter but looks, you know that's gonna start falling apart at some point because it's not stable. These equally have to be there for a functioning governance component and to be very successful in terms of managing records and information across the board. Accountability.
So,
Yep.
so, you know, where we ended, are you getting to the place where we ended with Pat?
Yeah, it's kind of, it was a nice segue.
Yeah, okay. I'm just interested if if you would have, said, oh, here's what we
Yeah.
could do, or here's what we're thinking of.
And
so.
yeah, and we actually have an active collaboration with the judiciary as well,
Okay.
and one of our staff members. So yeah, accountability is the biggest thing, is having, ironically, most agencies and departments actually fall at a sub-level on this one, which means that there isn't one particular person who is familiar with the records and information of that agency or department across the board and is at a high enough level to really motivate change. So that's kind of a key thing, and it can't sit with somebody who's just there to move, but really having that background. My background, just for context, is information science, so I disciplined in all 4 areas, had extensive kind of education and training. That's the ideal, because you do want someone who understands the technology piece of it, as well as the business operations, as well as the information management needs, and the legal, because that's where a compliance level comes through. So when we do an assessment and walk through with the agencies, we really ask them where are you on this? And this is the one that is the most highly recognized of not having that particular, even an FTE.
I'm just trying to see how technology is influencing. I'm back years ago, for example, with child welfare cases
Mhm.
or public assistance
Yep.
cases. After 3 years, they'd
Yeah.
be sent to public records. And of course, they were confidential.
Right, back in-
Now, we have a kind of a combination of paper and
Yes.
a lot of it is online
Right.
in a database.
Mhm.
How do you reconcile and then there was obviously you had after a period of X number of years, those records were disposed.
Right.
How do you reconcile if you've got both paper and you've got digital, or are you making everything digital now?
No, so it's not so much on the format. What we're really starting with, the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration, just to back up a little bit, was created in 2008 by the legislature, and part of it was to dissolve what was the Public Records Division underneath Buildings and General Services. So up until that point, records management was really just about assigning retention period and then
Mhm.
disposing it, and very
Right.
paper-based. There was a Public Records Advisory Board that was appointees. None of the individuals on the board had a background in records and information management, and so when we took
Well, the less
over-
you know, the easier it is.
But it also meant that we were making a lot of decisions on records that were not great. So sometimes holding records too long, which I'll show here, is a risk. So all the policies now, they have to run through a record schedule, which is the life cycle management.
Mhm.
And then whether it's paper or, electronic, the life cycle is still the same responsibilities. Accountability is still there. The management controls are still there. They're just a little bit different if they're paper-based versus electronic. But you'd expect these things to execute because if you have a retention for 3 years of something, does it matter if it's electronic or paper? It doesn't. You just have to be in the right repository to make sure that that can execute correctly. So we don't do anything format. When we write the policies, and we do it in collaboration with the agency's department that set the management plan, also set the retention and disposition, which are two of the principles here. That's the high-level policy of accountability of what's expected in terms of lifecycle management of that information. The next layer down is, okay, from an operations standpoint, how is this going to
Can you
occur?
actually delete or dispose of digital information? With a paper record, you
Right.
can shred it.
Yeah, there's
But
electronic
it seems
records
like
you can-
Ollie North discovered that in fact, that record's out there somewhere.
Well,
And so,
when we get into.
so I'm just wondering how you deal with.
There is, and that's where our collaboration is with, ADS on if they stand up the systems. The digital archives, obviously, we don't wanna destroy anything out of that, because those are records that are expected to come in and be
Right.
permanently preserved. But electronic records management systems exist, and they do, they run through a purge cycle, and then there's a different, depending on the system and how the infrastructure's been set up. I always worry, because we do know this within the state of Vermont, it can look and feel like it's been destroyed, but the agency is not aware that it's still sitting on another server, maybe as a backup or some other thing in the past.
Mhm.
And now responding to public records requests and stating, because from the business operation, they believe that it has been deleted, or discovery requests, that happens more often than not. But if we are in a good state, and at least being at, say, level 3, which is essential in terms of governance, that likelihood should be less, because everyone knows where their information is actually stored and happening. They don't need to know the details of how it's working behind the scenes, but at a very high level, we need to know where our information is stored. Because that becomes a risk on the cybersecurity part. If we don't know where to protect, and we don't know what we're protecting at a certain level, and it's a little ad hoc, that's where we end up not only risk on having information get out that we do not want to be accessible to other individuals, but we also end up with risk from a management perspective of, falling into a quagmire with legal discovery, public records requests. We also end up paying a whole lot of money to store things that maybe we didn't need to do.
Mhm.
So that is a collaboration component, but it is based on the statewide records and information management program. And so if we really just walk through the agency, starting from a policy to an implementation, then to a decision-making of what those applications really need to be, and then what kind of platform, and then they work with their partners, which include Agency of Digital Services, as well as any other vendor, to really execute that. Transparency, this is really getting into the documentation. We always use transparency in government but it's transparency of also knowing what we're managing and why we're doing that, and which level everyone is in terms of business processes being documented, as well as the records and information management processes. It's a key part. Obviously, we want our software and our applications to match the requirements that we're trying to meet. So having that transparency is where an agency feels confident to be able to say, I feel that we're effective in managing these child welfare cases, and here's the system documentation about where those records go in the life cycle and what happens to them. So it's not just, someone's own memory or it's kind of we don't want the ad hoc approach to that. So system documentation as well as process documentation. Integrity, the key part is we want good information. We want things that are reliable and authentic. Best example of this where we have that is like when you have an electronic version too, of not knowing which version it is, and we have, just from a business process standpoint, when you have an agency that might be scrambling to figure out if they have the latest copy or the individual, that's where we end up finding the integrity is pretty low. So there may be one that is the final draft that everyone wants to share, but the way that's being managed or whatever the business process is, we have to expend some more time to try to find that. That's when we get concerned about integrity. So when we look at that maturity model and we ask agencies, give us an example or an office, this is where we're able to rate where they are. Does that help?
Yeah, thinking about the video that the Secretary of State posted a couple of days ago, the deepfake video, and thinking about this integrity, and if you are doing any thinking about
With
the integrity of records and deepfakes and that sort of thing.
Right, so in terms of, I'm not really sure what video they posted the other day.
It's,
It was on their Twitter account.
Yeah, it was one showing this, I can't remember his name.
Related
actor,
to the elections component.
turning into Tom Cruise. I mean, it was a deep fake.
Oh.
Right.
My goal
It's
as an,
creepy.
information professional is, when that life cycle's not working the way that it is, in terms of either business process operations or, even electronic, and the applications aren't supporting, integrity ends up being, very difficult for an agency to say, I have the best information, I have the right information, and I have that, so.
So, I actually am noticing the time, but I am actually pretty curious about this. And Secretary Quinn, maybe I will ask you as well. Who is responsible for, who would we turn to that could confirm that this is an actual record? This is, do you know what I'm talking about in terms of the deep fake?
I can
see our guest is,
Well-
maybe it's something we can talk about later, but it's something I'm definitely interested in the future. How do we?
Well, so are you looking at that someone has falsified, basically has corrupted information?
Yeah.
So the integrity piece, there's two different checks, even in one of the things that we've been watching, Secretary of State's office authenticates documents.
Okay.
Which means we're responsible for authenticating that something is what it purports to be. In an actual technical world, that's easier and better to do than it is in the paper world. It's ironic, but paper processes for that. So I think what, if I was looking at, what from a technical standpoint, we can say, oh, that was there and it hasn't changed, depending on the system and what's capable. But it's still, when this comes to integrity, it also talks about, we get to protection after this, but it
Okay.
talks about the fact that we may not have the best information,
And
or might be.
We may need to have you come back on all of that. I'm taking up some of your time, which we've already.
No, ask as
limited.
many questions. I mean, I live and breathe this every day. Protection. So this is really where you get into your area of security on that. For the principle here, it's about what's reasonable and suitable. So the sense is that, if there's something that an agency is publishing out and wants to be there, obviously we don't want people to be able to change the content. That's the integrity issue of it. But we're not as worried about it getting into the hand, because we do want that publicly out there. So it's about suitable and reasonable guarantee. And there's a number of different things. And when you think about people and processes and infrastructure, one of the greatest risks on the protection standpoint isn't always just the technology, it's about the people. We all, we're in Vermont, we want to be friendly, we want to help people out. Oftentimes, it's the security issue ends up being more on an individual per se than necessarily always the technology. But this is really about having an agency assess. So where are they? Do they feel like there's a lot of emphasis on information security, that they feel that it's across the board no matter what the format of the record is? Do they know that? Can they audit it? Is it continuously looked at and improved on at all levels? Or is it kind of, maybe it's really good here but not so good there? Maybe we have the best kind of network for that electronic information, but the paper information is going out the door. We look at it holistically, but that's the protection category.
Do you have a schedule, like if we mandated that you go in and work with agencies and entities, or are they inviting you in on this? Like, how is that happening?
So Title I, in the Public Records Act, it does require all 8 public agencies to manage their records in accordance with standards that are provided by the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration. It also states that they cannot destroy a record without authority, which is a throwback from a 1937 law, but we've continued it. There was more emphasis in the past session with a revision to the law to try to make sure that there's collaboration. We work with everyone. I can't force an entity to.
So it's at their invitation?
Yeah, I mean, not that I want to, because it's supposed to be a collaborative thing, so we wouldn't be very successful for forcing somebody who didn't want to be there. But this to me is just good government, and it's about having all the right people at the right time and really working together as a team to move forward. Compliance, This is not only just with legal requirements across the board, and this can be related to exemptions, obviously, of information, we want to have those protected at a different level, but also the agency's own policies and procedures, and how is that actually working when it comes to records and information management. So are the things identified, and do the employees actually know what their responsibilities are within the particular sets of information they're working with? Is it really kind of emphasized in having different kind of auditing, different controls is being reviewed? Compliance is a really big one. The legal community obviously likes this one, but do they always know when the process isn't working very well, or do they know where the loopholes are? So having that that as being part of the governance component is required. Availability, accurate and retrieval information. We're running out of time.
So you're running out of time.
No, you've like.
I'm almost done.
We'll give you 5 more minutes, we'll shorten our break,
This is a challenge.
Yes.
Hours
Yes.
are spent going through
Yes.
Wildcat.
Yes.
But these are records that aren't necessarily archived.
Right.
These,
I mean, we live the legacy of, I always say even the State Record Center, which was, just to digress a little bit, it wasn't managed as well. And so it ended up being a place where agencies just would kind of offload paper that they didn't know what to do with and offload it, and it's become a huge liability. So walking through availability, right now we actually have someone from DCF, scouring old, records that are sitting in the record center in response to lawsuits. So availability is really a key part. We're doing all this, and we're supposed to be managing our records and information in a way that not only do we have accurate and reliable information, but it's available to the right people at the right time. It's not a struggle to find. Of course, we all have the legacy of what we're trying to do, and so does Secretary Quinn. I always say we're the original server, where it's like you don't know until you open up the box. I mean, it's supposed to be something, and you open it up and it's office supplies. That wasn't what it was reported to be. The same thing happens on the electronic environment as well. From a library science and information science background, it's about recall and precision. If someone's doing a search, they should be able to recall everything, get everything that's available for that search, and it should be precise of what they're looking for. That's the goal for this availability, but it needs to be equally balanced with all the other pillars for that. And the last was retention and disposition, so they go hand in hand. How long do we have to keep this information, and why? And that's what the Vermont State Archives and Records Administration is actually charged with, making sure that we set the retention requirement, and we do that in collaboration with all the public agencies that we work with. So it's not something that I just send out, because we really have to understand the bigger picture. We collect every single legal requirement around all that information. It's encoded in part of the schedule. We do metadata classification so that they can manage them inside a repository that's going to be reading that information, make sure the records are managed. So retention, and last, disposition. So they're actually disposed when they're required. We have the business processes and the infrastructure in place to actually do that. And disposal, it means 2 different things. One, if it's a retention and it's appraised as being something that should be destroyed, that is effectively destroyed at all levels, right? And it's effectively destroyed everywhere. If the goal is to not have it there, we need to know where everything is. And that's the availability factor, right? We don't always know where everything is. Disposition in the state of Vermont also can mean disposing for permanent records, that they actually get disposed into the state archives. And so that's where we become the legal custodian, and we continue them because they have continuing value. Vital records, great example, continuing value. So those come into the state archives, and we administer them depending on the age and so forth. When the Department of Health feels there will be no corrections or amendments anymore in those. And we do electronic and paper. And so, just last part, unified governance is really all these disciplines together, including security and risk, which is kind of a newer factor in here. Associated costs, just kind of in closing, this is one that came out of the electronic discovery, because they're expending so much time, and attorneys trying to find stuff that they can't find, is walking through the information governance. So this is actually a really good model to figure out, like, when you hear, oh, we had unexpected costs, and they're really surprised, we didn't know this was gonna happen. It's not just on, certain IT fronts. It could be, well, we didn't know we're gonna expend, for attorneys to go look for this, or we didn't know that we're gonna have this other human capital cost. when things are surprising and people are reacting to something, that tends to lead to what we usually see as a very low information governance. And then, overruns and some unexpected costs because it's ill-fitting. Oh, we bought this, technology and it turned out not to really work very well. That tends to be a lot. There's awareness, but not really quite where we want to be. And when you get to essential, what we're seeing is there's a lot of control costs. There's a lot of reuse of information, so we don't need 20 agencies compiling the same kind of data. They should be able to leverage the data that we have as a state and go across these. So information exchange gets much stronger. And then proactive is when you see these integrations, and it can be in a business process as well as technology, and you're seeing more targeted reductions, like how can we actually streamline this and get it more efficient? And then transformations were really shared across the board, and we're really using technology as we want to be using it. So those are direct correlations that have come out in terms of the information governance model. Sorry I talked so fast, but I wanted to.
No, I really appreciate it, and we have time for a couple of weeks, so we have 10 minutes before our guests, and I want to make sure we have a 5-minute break, so.
Yeah, that would be sad.
Yeah.
Quick question, do you have different levels of disposition based on the sensitivity of the information?
Yeah, so in terms of, so for disposition, there's 2 different levels that, when we code the record schedules, we do it at a high level that goes kind of across. So we'll do a shred versus a recycle. And there's electronic shredding as well as paper shredding. If it's disposed into the archives, there's a whole nother security code that we use on the information. So whether or not we do 4 different levels. One is that if, based on all the legal requirements, we wouldn't expect something to be in that particular set of information. Like someone throws in a social security number on a record, but there's no reason why they should have done that. We mark those as general, which means like the agency should not expect to have anything that's sensitive or secure in that. Review is a default that we use when there's kind of a mix, but it's not really clear. Redact is another security level that we have when we know that the records themselves or the data related to the registers or databases have information that is exempt from public access, and all the different reasons why, all the legal requirements, and then we have outright exempt. So those things used together, if it says exempt, it's automatically a shred. If it's redact, it's automatically a shred. If it's review, we really default to shred, and then it's really, if it's general, then the agency can use a normal recycling component, and they can use the tools that are available to them from a paper electronic perspective.
Thank you.
Forgive me if you covered this at the beginning, but I feel like you've sort of outlined your grading system, and I'm curious if you have the results for us. I mean, or if you have it measured that way.
We do publish them on our website.
Okay.
I'm happy to send that afterwards. We haven't updated them. When we first launched it, we did across the board, and really the first 2 we started with the first 2 pillars, yeah, we do. We publish it on our website for the executive branch. And so the first thing that we look at, especially the accountability, just to let you know, so under statute for the executive branch for agencies and departments, specifically underneath the governor, there is a whole separate statute that requires them to have agency records and information management programs and to assign a member of his or her staff as a records officer. We've been monitoring the appointments of those and then monitoring how well the agency can actually succeed in information governance. So if the appointee has always been at a level that's not a senior level of that, then that got a lower score. I'm happy to show you where it is on the website before, but I know that you have it.
Or just a link with
Work with
Mike.
Mike,
and-
Yeah,
that'd be
so I'll
great.
send that to
Yeah.
Mike afterwards, and then you're able to see that. We haven't updated it. This new version of the law that has a little bit more teeth in it came into effect last July, and so what we've been doing is more, I have a really tiny, I have 17 people for all our operations. So I have 4 people who are records and information management specialists who are like spread across every single agency
Wow,
right now
okay.
and local government. So what we're really doing is we actually put a physical person into the Agency of Human Services, which is my staff member in there. And we're really focusing on looking at that modeling that works really well and seeing where we can get the most kind of opportunities that not only the Agency of Human Services can be successful, but the next agency.
But that's half of state government. If
I
you-
know,
if
well,
you
that's
crack
my
that nut.
philosophy
That
too.
we might as well start on the big one.
We actually
Yeah.
have another staff member too because we actually do take a lot of court records as well. We're the only state that's a statewide court in the nation, right? We don't have, everyone else has county government and county archives, and we have a person that's dedicated directly to collaborating with the court administrator's office on that. But those are, limited resources. So what we haven't done is really try to push this because we recognize we're limited resources, so are the agencies, but let's continue to collaborate together. Yeah.
Last question?
That was my question,
Okay,
the
great.
evaluation of the various
Yeah,
agencies.
so we do publish it and I will,
Okay.
yeah. And that was something that having the agencies do some self-reporting as well and, yeah.
And so you obviously have an ongoing program?
This is continuous. The Agency of Human Services is the best example right now of having a very active, strategy to do this, very good collaboration within there. DEVA in particular has been really, they have been way low, but really having come up, and it's about that team and that collaboration. When we don't have that, we just know it won't be successful in any area.
Right.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Julia.
thank you for the
Thank you for your
opportunity.
flexibility.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate it. Okay, let's break till, you were kind enough to bring us what you hoped was a resource. I've been asking you really about.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Oh man, I can't believe this is where we are. But Donald Trump has been caught on a recording during a private event yesterday, implying that the Ukraine whistleblower should be killed, should be executed. It's not just the media that Donald Trump has no respect for. It's also whistleblowers. It's really anyone who doesn't pray at the altar of Trump. And this apparently includes killing people. Donald Trump spoke yesterday to a group of U.S. diplomatic staff in New York City, and it was recorded. The LA Times got their hands on the recording, and Trump implies that whistleblowers should be killed like we used to do with treasonous people. Take a listen to this.
But basically, that person never saw the report, never saw the call, meaning never saw the call, heard something, and decided that he or she, whoever the hell it is, sort of like almost a spy. I want to know who's the person that gave the whistleblower, who's the person that gave the whistleblower the information? Because that's close to a spy. You know what we used to do in the old days when we were smart, right? With spies and treason. We used to handle it a little differently than we do now.
You know what we used to do in the old days to people who commit treason? Donald Trump is talking about killing whistleblowers, and then people in the room laugh. And, I don't know if those are nervous laughs or laughs of agreement. But the president is effectively saying here, I wish I could have Americans who are inconvenient to me politically executed. And there are reports of this recording summarizing it as Trump slams the whistleblower. It's not that Trump is slamming the whistleblower. Donald Trump is suggesting that the whistleblower should be executed. And that is obviously much, much worse. And it's not a surprise. Look at which relationships have failed under Donald Trump and which brutal dictators he is absolutely enamored with. France, Canada, Germany, the UK. Our relationships with those countries, those Western diplomatic, democratic historical allies, our relationships with them are worse than they've been in a very, very long time under Donald Trump. And then on the other hand, Donald Trump is just smitten with Putin and Duterte and Kim Jong-un and Erdogan and, I can't even remember the full list offhand. We've since found out over the last day or so that the whistleblower, by the way, the first whistleblower, there's now news of another whistleblower, an IRS whistleblower, and we'll talk about that on Monday. We've now found out that the Ukraine whistleblower is believed to be a CIA officer who was working at the White House. And as you can imagine, the whistleblower would be at immediate risk if information about them were published. Now, before we even knew that this was a CIA officer, I said, if the whistleblower's identity becomes public, I would be extremely scared to be anywhere in public that Trumpists might be, because that person's life is immediately at risk. But even beyond that, now we know, or it's being reported by the New York Times, that this is a CIA officer. Their identity needs to be protected. Hopefully it will be. The CIA is saying that protecting the identity of the whistleblower is their, quote, highest priority. And I hope that that's the case. I would not be surprised. I hate to even dabble in this, but if by Monday we find out that Donald Trump has tweeted the name or some other information about the whistleblower, if it becomes known to him, it would be disgusting. It would be deplorable. It would be one of the worst things that I can imagine. But it would not be altogether surprising. And we will follow up on this on Monday. We will tell you about the second whistleblower on Monday. And there's so much more going on. I do want to talk, before we move on, about just a sort of addendum story to the entire Ukraine impeachment fiasco, Joe Biden scandal. This is sort of an ancillary story, but it is part of the continuing comedy of errors that the Trump White House continues to be. The Trump White House accidentally sent their talking points on the Ukraine fiasco directly to House Democrats and Nancy Pelosi. And every time that I see a new headline about the entire Ukraine fiasco, I think this one has to be wrong. This one must be from a satirical news website or something. But the headlines are real. There were talking points that the Republicans put together, the Trump White House and with Republicans put together, to fight against House Democrats, who, of course, have since launched an impeachment inquiry against Donald Trump. And they put those documents together, they put those talking points together, and then they sent them directly to Democrats. And this is the funniest thing, but after we do this, I want to talk about the content of the talking points themselves. So they send out the talking points, and it contains a defense of the phone call between Trump and the Ukrainian president, why it was all great, how the real scandal is the leak about the content of the phone call, not the content of the phone call itself. And then shortly thereafter, the White House, realizing its mistake, tries to recall the message through their email system, which of course it was too late to do as the ship had sailed and the talking points had been published or were to be published soon thereafter. So more incompetence at the Trump White House, but the content of the talking points is actually the most important thing here. You can tell how weak the hand of Republicans is by their talking points. For example, their defense of the allegation that there's a quid pro quo between Donald Trump's military aid and Ukraine smearing Biden. Their talking point is that the aid package wasn't specifically mentioned in the call. And as we've since found out, the phone call had as a precondition this desire to talk about Joe Biden and the investigation and the eventual smear that they hoped would come. Anyone who knows anything about politics knows that this is not how things work. Trump doesn't personally, on the same call, ask for an investigation into Biden and say, until you do it, I'm not giving you the money. This is not how politics works. This is not how quid pro quo works. This is not how ultimatums work and holding hostage of military aid. And of course, we've since found out that there was already a discussion in advance, and Rudy Giuliani was involved and other people were involved in setting the preconditions for this phone call between Trump and the Ukrainian president to even take place. These talking points that they sent out, as boneheaded as it is to send it directly to Democrats, are talking points that would only even possibly work on the most naive and uninformed follower of politics. You can tell how weak their talking points are because they mention the deep state in their talking points. They say, as a suggested talking point, that this case just shows another example of the deep state, the media, and Democrats in Congress damaging our national security. They're suggesting that Republicans defend Trump. This is a talking point they workshopped, presumably, suggesting that they defend Donald Trump by blaming the deep state. You know your talking points are really weak when you have to raise the deep state conspiracy to show that everything Donald Trump did is okay. And then, of course, maybe just as importantly in all of this is that we've since learned the full scope of the cover-up attempt that existed. Donald Trump ultimately releasing what was initially called a transcript, later actually said, well, this is actually a memo. And really what it was is an extraordinarily small percentage piece of the transcript. And we know that when you have a 30-minute phone call and you put out a 4-page double-spaced memo, you are cutting out a whole bunch of stuff. They made the calculation that was actually going to paint the conversation in a better light than what the full transcript would do, which should make us question what is in the actual full transcript here. Every single element of this is a combination of complete and utter incompetence, like sending your talking points to House Democrats, and the obviously short-sighted decisions that are being made haphazardly. This will help us more than that other thing happening, not even realizing that they are actually being further damaged, even by, for example, the partial transcript or memorandum that they put out. So look at what has developed in the last 72 hours, and then think for a second, what is going to happen in the next 72? My prediction for the next 72 hours is more details about whistleblower number 2, which involves the IRS. I'm guessing by Monday we will know a lot more about that. I predict another one of these completely erratic, unhinged tweet storms over the weekend by Donald Trump. My prediction is that by Monday morning, we will be able to report to you that Donald Trump has gotten even more involved in everything up to and including obstruction and witness tampering related to this whistleblower or whistleblower number 2. And who knows what else will have happened over the weekend. But certainly by Monday, I predict we will have a lot more to report on here, as well as the increased support for the impeachment of Donald Trump among the American public. I already saw one poll about that this morning, and my prediction is by Monday, we will have even more. So I'm glad you're with us today. We have so much to discuss, so much to talk about. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at dpacman. Make sure you follow The David Pakman Show on Twitter, at David Pakman Show. And of course, do not miss my Twitch live streams at twitch.tv/David Pakman. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can subscribe to me on Twitch Prime for free. It costs you nothing. It counts as a paid subscription for us at twitch.tv/David Pakman. We will take a very quick break and be back with so much more, including more impeachment discussion, whistleblower discussion, 2020 discussion, and so much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Cameron Alm and Paul Abisher. Cameron and Paul, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Membership is our primary funding source and the way to get us the highest percentage of your contributions. We pay only 2.9% to process credit and debit cards when you sign up on our website. 2.9% is way less than what any other donation platform will charge. Also want to say thanks to Meredith Whistler, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Join all of these great people at www.joinpakman.com. Let's take some phone calls at 617-830-4750. A lot of folks wanting to talk about many things, including presumably at least some, the news of the day. Let's start today with our caller from the 301 area code. Who's calling today from 301?
Hi, David. This is LaBelle from Pittsburgh. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing very good. Doing good. I just wanted to ask you about, there's a new batch of polls that were released today. Did you see the Quinnipiac and the YouGov poll?
So I don't remember which poll said what, but I know that over the last couple of days, there's one poll which has Elizabeth Warren ahead nationally. I'm wondering if that's one of the ones you're referring to. There's another poll which has Andrew Yang polling 8%. I think that's the Emerson poll. So yes, I've generally been keeping up with them.
Gotcha. Yeah, like the Quinnipiac, it had Warren at 27, Biden 25, and the YouGov, it was, among the likely voters, it was 25 for both Biden and Warren.
Yeah.
And I mostly highlight, I didn't get to see the breakdown for YouGov, but for the Quinnipiac poll, I saw with Warren in July of this year, she had 4% of the black vote, Biden 53, and then now it says she has 19% of the black vote, Biden about 40. And yeah, so I mean, it just made my eyes pop up because, especially for me, because I'm a black millennial and I would want Warren to win. I don't want Biden to get into the White House. And so I just had just a couple questions with that. Do you see, is there like a floor that you think Warren would need to comfortably win the nomination like among black support? And just assuming that, as a hypothetical, that she didn't catch up with Biden in terms of the black vote or surpassed him, but she won a majority of the early states such as Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada. Could you see an Obama-Hillary type situation where the black support swings her way?
I'd have to look more deeply at the numbers. I think that Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, listen, I think any of these candidates could win the nomination without a majority of the black vote, if that's what you're asking. I don't think they need a majority of the black vote necessarily. But I think certainly we want to be paying attention to, are there certain groups with which a particular candidate is or is not doing well, and what would the reasons for that be? But I don't know what the floor would be of, like, I wouldn't be prepared to say if Elizabeth Warren doesn't get X% of the black vote, she can't win the nomination. That number probably exists. I just don't know what it would be.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, like that definitely makes sense, especially since I didn't totally expect you to have an answer for that, just because again it was just released,
Yes,
today. So
well, we will be looking at it
yeah,
in significant detail, and I appreciate you bringing it up. Lavelle from Pittsburgh, great to hear from you today. I do appreciate the phone call. Let's go next to where do we want to go? Let's go to our caller from the 925 area code. Who's calling today from 925?
Hi, is it me?
Yeah, that's you.
Hi, David. I'm a huge fan of the show. I just wanted to ask you about, again, the impeachment process. Right now, with the release of the transcript, there seems to be clearly enough evidence for impeachment, but the vibe I'm getting from Republicans is they see this as an absolute win. They know that impeachment has horrible approval rating. I think it's around 30%. I'm not sure, and they think it'll help them in 2020.
Yeah.
It seems that both sides are assuming this is a win for them, and it seems that there's going to be one clear winner and loser. I'm just going to ask, based on this, do you see this as hurting the Democrats in 2020 or helping them?
So my commentary this week has been that it depends on what actually happens, and it's basically three different things. Number one, what information that was previously unknown to the general public is revealed through the impeachment inquiry process. That's question number one. Question number two, does Donald Trump successfully turn himself into the victim, martyr, whatever phrase you want to use, because that would absolutely embolden Trump. And then the other thing I think is important, I don't know where you're getting the number that only 30% of Americans are in favor of impeachment. Last I looked, more than half of the country was in favor of an impeachment inquiry. I've not seen any evidence to suggest that's changed.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, that was my question. Thank you for asking.
I'm curious, though, where did you get that 30% of the country supports impeachment?
I got it from The Hill. They just put out a video today about it, I think, and they mentioned it's around 30 to 35%, I think.
Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, the polls I had
accuracy
seen
of
were
that.
above 50%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 631 area code. Who's calling today from 631?
I think that's me. Am I on?
Yes, who's this?
Hi, my name's Art. Wow, I actually didn't think I'd actually have the chance to come on. I've been trying for a while.
Here you are.
I'm a big fan of the show, yeah. All right. So, word this right. My question is, it is sort of a pattern I'm sort of seeing from, not all, but a good number of people from the Republican Party, is that a lot of them are asking the question of doing the right thing, whether do I do what's good for me? And through that, I think they've sort of developed this, or at least forgotten the difference between being tough and being callous towards certain people and certain issues. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Only sort of. Can you explain it to me in another way?
Okay, well, a lot of the whole people, the Trump administration says, we got to be tough on crime. We got to be tough on immigrants. We got to be tough on drugs, tough on all this stuff. But they don't know but they can't separate that toughness from being just completely indifferent from the suffering of others. The reason I am the way I am now is because I was taught to always empathize with people, not maybe to a certain point, but do you think somehow a lot of the people now with him and his base just completely lost all sense of empathy, or at least
this is not a new thing. This is not a new thing. Listen, I'm going to let you go and answer it offline because your connection is not the best right now. You're cutting in and out, but I've been talking about this for a long time. When a Republican has a personal connection to something, they will often come around, like when they have a gay relative, for example. And when that happens, we're happy. But at the same time, it's disappointing and disheartening that only when it personally affects them do they actually reconsider how other people are being affected by the policies that they push. So yeah, you've identified something that is an absolute reality. And I don't believe that it is, unfortunately, new to Donald Trump. Hope to hear from you again, hopefully with a better connection next time. Let's go to our caller from the 912 area code. Who's calling today from 912?
Hello, David. I'm Sebastian from Savannah. I
Hey,
read
Sebastian.
this article on Vox from Zach Beauchamp about his change of mind on impeachment. He stated that his inquiry is about what is happening currently and in the future 2020 election. This impeachment is about what he's doing right now. The previous calls for impeachment were for the Mueller probe were about previous actions and did not merit impeachment. I know your take on this is different, but it is quite compelling for me for the justification of impeachment now. Thank you for taking my call, David.
Sorry, so whose opinion is this? Are you reading someone else's opinion? I didn't hear who it was.
Yeah. This is an opinion from Zach Beauchamp from Vox.
Okay. All right. And he says that this is different than previous calls for impeachment because it's about Trump's current actions rather than previous actions.
Exactly. He says that because this is happening right now and it's right in front of us, and we have the evidence right in front of us that we do have impeachment. And to me, it is a pretty justification for impeachment because of
There's no question. I mean, listen, you need the inquiry to explore whether an impeachment trial is the right next step, and then the Senate needs to vote. So I think you are 100% right, or Mr. Zach Beauchamp is right in pointing out that this relates to something that is now. Like this it's been the last 3 months that this Ukraine stuff has been going on. That doesn't give us the answer as to whether it is something the president should be removed from office for. That's why we're starting this process. But I agree that that's a key difference from the Mueller stuff, which was trying to figure out what took place back in 2015 and 2016.
Yeah, and I understood your take on both your original opinion on this new impeachment, and I knew that this would be a little bit different.
But this is the only impeachment inquiry, right? I mean, there was.
Well, the calls for impeachment, I remember, how Democrats were trying to say, they wanted impeachment because of the Mueller probe, and you were saying that's not going to happen. Yeah, there's no way it's going to happen. But with this is completely different.
All right, Sebastian, point well made. I appreciate you making it, and I hope to hear from you again in the future. Let's go to our caller from the 626 area code. Who's calling today from 626?
Hello?
Yes, that's you.
Hello?
Yes, that's you.
Yeah, hello, Dave. My name is Steve. I'm from Azusa.
Hey, Steve.
California. Yeah, I'm a new listener. My question, I had a couple of them. Basically, with the Senate being the way they are, even with this impeachment going to that point, they're not going to vote for it. So, I mean, isn't this basically just an election type of move?
That's exactly right.
The Democrats, and why don't the Democrats play a little bit tougher? I mean, I was just watching on MSNBC and CNN how Trump has just got so much bad stuff in his past.
But hold on a second. Let's
go
through this. Let's think this through, Steve. When you say, why can't Democrats be tougher, what do you mean? What do you want them to do?
Oh, no, I don't want him to do anything. I'm just saying he is so just outright dirty about everything, lying and everything. And why don't the Democrats, they don't have to lie, but they need to expose these lies and play on them more instead of just giving a little bit of airtime and then letting it go.
Listen, I don't agree with you in the sense that just pointing out that Donald Trump lies has not been very effective, because Donald Trump has emptied a lot of that by saying, hey, it's all fake news. He's done a really good job of that. So whenever we say, hey, look, here's 5 things Trump lied about, his supporters don't care. So my hope is that the impeachment inquiry, if it's carried out correctly, will expose the country not to Trump lied, because he lies all the time and that's not moving the needle. But this is a person who is a systemic danger to the country, and you should vote for someone else in November of 2020. That's the hope. I don't know that it will happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm hoping, Dave. It just seems that they're just so blind to people on the right that this is so ridiculous. I couldn't believe another 4 years if it does happen.
Yep, and it may well. Sadly, Steve.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, the other thing, David, what do you think about climate change and the way that we're racing toward extinction? And it's almost as if, once again, fossil fuels, I mean, they kill so many people, just all these different things that are bad, and yet they're getting pushed forward. And the things, they're just saying, oh, it costs too much to do this. It costs too much. So
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different
basically
questions in there, but, this is obviously one of the foremost, this is one of the top 3 issues of our time. And, we've talked a lot about it, and it's extraordinarily disheartening what's going on. Steve, great to hear from you. I hope to hear from you again. Let me take a quick break, but if you're holding on to talk to me, don't hang up, because I will go right back to the phones after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Let me know what's on your mind on Twitter. I'm at @DPakman, and the show is at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
All right, let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750. We will talk to our caller from the 215 area code. 215, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Jeray from Philadelphia.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So my question isn't about impeachment, but it's a little bit more about education.
All right.
So a few weeks ago, I think you had a caller call in about, how he thinks prereqs and humanitarian classes maybe should be eliminated. And I agree that I think we do need them as a society to better understand each other and be more empathetic, as the previous caller had alluded. My question is, what are your thoughts on the fact that everything is becoming like doctoral prepared? So I think that that's like contributing to the loan crisis. So like a physical therapist, an occupational therapist has to now go back and be a doctorate. Like, do you think that that is something that we should be striving towards? Like, I don't think
I'm not aware of that. So hold on. Let me see
major.
if you're saying that occupational therapists have to be doctors now. I'm just not familiar enough with what you're saying.
Yes. So in the medical field, so I'm a nurse and I'm currently in my final year. I'm going to be a nurse practitioner next year. And I'm getting my master's. But the big push is that they want me to get my DNP instead of my MSN. So it would be that I would be a doctorate of nursing practice versus just having my master's, which my scope of practice does not change regardless of me having either credential. It's the same for occupational therapy, physical therapists, speech therapists. They all now have to get doctorate of practice in their respective fields.
So let me ask you this. I
I
hate to be this cynical, but does that allow a higher reimbursement rate from insurance? Like, where my mind goes is this about money more than anything else?
That is a great question, and I do not know the question in terms of reimbursement. From a nursing standpoint, it's state driven. So like in Pennsylvania, I can practice independently, but I still need a doctor to oversee, my practice.
Yeah.
But but nurse practitioners as a whole are reimbursed at, say, 87%. I don't know the exact numbers, 87% versus a doctor, 95% based on insurance companies. And I'm almost certain that it doesn't matter if you have your DMP versus your MSN.
Okay, because listen, I don't know enough about it to say too much more, but when I hear about a push for a more involved degree in order to see patients. Where my mind goes is that probably is more profitable for the place you're working at.
Gotcha. Yes, that is true. And do you think that it's also related to colleges wanting to make more money by forcing us to always get more and more degrees?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the incentive is certainly there. I don't want to, it sounds reasonable. I just don't want to say for sure because I'm just not familiar enough with the specifics of what you're asking about. But it certainly would not surprise me that that's the case.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go to Nathan. It's been a little while since we heard from Nathan in 717. What's going on, Nathan?
Thank you for taking my call, David.
Yes.
I was wondering if you well, I'm sure you definitely heard about Greta Thunberg is her name, I believe.
Yes.
Let me close that door real fast.
Hold on. Are you playing music in the background?
My sister is playing her violin.
Oh, okay.
So did you see the segment that was on Fox News where the Daily Wire host Michael Knowles talked about Greta and he called her mentally ill?
Yes, I did, and I guess he's kicked off of Fox News now.
Yeah, which I think was a good move by them. But it just made me think, like, why then did they decide to kick someone off? Like, if you, like, Laura Ingraham still has a show. A lot of these people still have shows.
Right. Laura Ingraham could have been kicked out years ago for any number of things that she did. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I think it's
so
when you call a kid.
Why was that the catalyst?
When you call a kid who's autistic mentally ill, that does even. There's a line no matter where you are. The line is different on Fox News than elsewhere, and it crossed Fox's line. But you're completely right. I mean, arguably, when Tucker Carlson said immigrants make us dirtier and poorer or whatever, like he could have been kicked off for that. The other thing is Michael Knowles is not an employee, or I mean, maybe he was a contributor, which I don't know if that's an employee or an independent contractor, but he's not like a host. So it's also probably a lower bar. Like you get rid of them. If he was a host, maybe he just gets sent on a mandatory 2-week vacation or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't understand why. I think it'd be interesting if they brought you on the show sometime, if it was you and Michael sometime. That'd just be really funny to see.
Yeah, it's
like,
funny. It was recently brought
situation?
to me. I recently received a proposal from my agent about doing something with Michael Knowles, and we both were like, yeah, there's no upside to this, interestingly enough.
You sure? I mean,
I don't know.
I mean,
maybe you're making a point.
I used to be a fan of him when I was like on the right wing. So, I mean, I definitely back then I would have liked to hear your opinion. So,
yeah.
I mean, I for one would love to see you talk to Michael.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll take that under advisement. How long has your sister been playing violin, Nathan?
All my brothers and sisters play violin. We've been playing probably for like 10 years.
Wow.
At
Okay.
different times.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. I will let you get back to her practice. I appreciate the call. Okay. I guess Nathan's already gone. Thank you. All right. Let's go next. So many people holding. It's hard to know where to go. Let's try the 506 area code. Who's calling today from 506?
Hello. Is this me?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Oh, nice. My name is Julian from Costa Rica. I had a question related to your conversation with Sam Harris that you had recently.
Sure.
I was wondering if you were convinced by what Sam claims is a distinction between jihadists and white supremacists acting based on their beliefs. For instance, him claiming that white supremacists emerge from a more alienating psychopathological conditions. Instead of being warranted by, just average day Joes falling to an attachment to these kinds of ideological beliefs. And Sam claiming that one important factor that makes this discrepancy non-hypocritical is the otherworldly, you'll get everything you want after you die factor. And him claiming that there is some unknown chasm in the trolling, posting, propagandistic narrative that white supremacists try to get the media spinning or something like that. But it seems that the same argument could be made for the kind of propaganda that jihadists engage in.
Yeah, I was
So I'm
not
not sure what you
convinced.
think about
I
that.
think I got it. I was not convinced by his argument. Listen, when I hear a jihadist explain what motivates them and I hear a white supremacist explain what motivates them, I presume the same amount of a genuine statement from both of them, barring some particular reason to think otherwise, and no reason to think otherwise has been presented. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have, in a plurality of cases, different circumstances that push someone over the edge to the point at which they commit real world violence. But no, I did not find what Sam Harris said. It didn't change my mind, so to speak.
Right, because it seemed to me that him saying, listen, it's not very known why these white supremacists do what they do, and then they're connected to sites like 4chan, and it's just all a troll in his mind in some cases. But I've never seen him make that claim for jihadists. I've never seen him claim that jihadists are potentially trolling and they're just trying to get, U.S. media crazy because they hate Western powers so much or anything
and
like
I called
that.
it, I called that as I saw it. I said to him that I don't see that. I think the other thing is that's being ignored. Imagine that it was proven that when a white supremacist, let me back up. Imagine that it was proven that when we hear a claim that someone who committed a mass violence action was a white supremacist, and we figured out, you know what, they weren't really motivated by white supremacy. It was just convenient. It would, or a troll. It would still be important to answer the question, why are so many people who aren't really white supremacists going out there and committing violence and then claiming that white supremacy was the explanation? Like, that would still be an incredibly relevant and important thing to answer in society.
Right, I agree, and I would really appreciate it if you had another conversation with Sam and try to clear the air on this topic.
I don't know that we need to clear the air. I mean,
because
it was made clear during our conversation that we didn't agree. I don't know how soon he's going to want to do another interview with me, but I'm glad to have him back on in the future.
All right. Thank you very much, David. You have a very capacious mind. Love the show. And I was surprised to hear your Argentinian accent. I didn't discern it at all from you speaking English. It's pretty cool, man. I have a bunch of Argentinian friends down here, so you should come visit one day.
Yeah, I would love to go to Costa Rica. I heard that the place to go is, you'll know the geography better than I would. There is a peninsula on the Pacific side. What's the name of that peninsula?
I'm not sure. I can list some that could potentially be it. Have you heard maybe of Tamarindo, Guanacaste?
Exactly.
Jaco,
It's the area that has Tamarindo, and also I think Punta Arenas might be it. And that entire area, I have friends who go there regularly. The thing is, they've got to take 2 flights to get there. Like from Boston, you've got to go somewhere and then to the capital, and then you've got to get an additional small plane. So it's like all day,
Right. I would just caution you when you come, just be on the, actually, you won't really have this problem because you speak Spanish, but foreigners are oftentimes overcharged for the same services, which is not really unusual in foreign countries, but or in any country for that matter.
Right. Well, certainly I will be negotiating in
much,
Spanish
David.
with everybody. Okay. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Great to hear from you. First call we've gotten from Costa Rica. I love it. All right. Let's go to our caller from the 519 area code. Who's calling today from 519?
Hi, David. This is Jesse.
Hey, Jesse. What's going on?
Not too much. I'm a huge fan of your show, and I really appreciate you having me on.
Thank you.
I just have 2 questions for you. The one is, do you think the left is giving their power away by not giving enough empathy to people on the right, maybe even Donald Trump, kind of dehumanizing him and being sort of vicious and losing sight of, the fact that he's just a person? And B,
I don't know. Well, hold on.
Left...
Let's take it one at a time. How is the left dehumanizing Trump? I see a lot more dehumanization coming from Trump than to Trump.
Oh, absolutely. So what I'm saying, I'm a progressive, and that's one of the reasons why I've watched your show, because you're very balanced in your judgments, but you also are kind of a lefty like myself, it seems like. So what I'm saying is, even though we have people who do terrible things, at the end of the day, when we stop treating them like people and start treating them like monsters, it almost gives them more power in a sense. Would you agree with that?
I think that there are circumstances in which that's true, yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of leads into my second question is, do you think the left and some of the public speakers on the left, like even talk show hosts and what have you, like Stephen Colbert, evangelize Trump's brand more than they take him down in a sense?
You mean inadvertently?
Yeah. So I noticed that ever since Donald Trump started running for presidency, Stephen Colbert can't help but discuss Trump, and this seems like a widespread thing on the left.
Yeah.
And my concern, I live in Canada, by the way, so I'm just kind of watching everything unfold. My concern is that by always focusing on him, making him a monster, not kind of bringing him down to a human level, and if they don't stop talking about him, they're actually evangelizing.
I don't know. I mean, listen,
that?
you can make the case that if media literally pays no attention to someone, that person becomes no one because they go away. Trump is the president of the United States. He would still be doing things even if people didn't pay attention and people wouldn't be aware of the things that he is doing, which are objectively bad. So I understand the point you're trying to make. I think it's more about finding a balance. But no, I have no particular reason to think that someone like Stephen Colbert is actually evangelizing for Trumpism.
Okay. Well, Dave, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
All right, Jesse, appreciate the phone call. Thank you so much. Let's pick up on our caller from the 425 area code. Who's calling today from 425?
Hey, David. This is Herb Kidder from Everett, Washington.
How are you?
Hello. I'm well, thank you.
Good.
Well, my main question is, everybody's been paying attention to the fact that he withheld the $400 million before he called the Ukrainian president to demand some investigations into Joe Biden and his son. But at the end of this supposed transcript, which is just a memorandum of notes of the phone call, was released, he issued a not so veiled threat, which said, "You have many assets." He said, "You have many assets. I have many friends in Ukraine." I mean, it's like basically coming out and saying, if you don't comply, we'll freeze your assets. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed that the press has been completely ignoring
Listen, it's still early and we're still going through it. But listen, there is no question that phone call was the culmination of something that had started long before. So you have, as I said, you have to go into it understanding that it's not going to be one phone call. Even if we had a word for word transcript, it would not tell the entire picture, number one. And there would be all sorts of references to things that we would not fully understand because there is so much lead up to it. So of course, listen, it's exactly what we predicted. Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Okay. I guess we lost him. All right. That does it for phone calls for today. I do apologize to everybody I didn't get to, but I will be streaming on Twitch tonight if you want another opportunity to call in, twitch.tv/David Pakman. We will take a quick break and be back with more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, let's get into audience questions for the week. Here's the first one. Hey, David, why do you keep saying you're Hispanic? It seems like obvious BS. Please stop saying that. So this is an ongoing thing. According to the United States Census, as an immigrant from Argentina who came to the United States and learned English when I got here, the U.S. Census Bureau says that I am indeed Hispanic or Latino. Hispanic or Latino is a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Central or South American descent, or other Spanish culture or origin, regardless of race. Okay, so a Hispanic or Latino person can be of any race, of any ancestry, any ethnicity that speaks Spanish or Portuguese from these countries that are listed. That is me, okay? Now, there's no question that because my ethnicity is Ashkenazi Jewish, and I moved to the United States young enough to be speaking English mostly without an accent, except for some random words that some in the audience are acquainted with, I am not ignorant to the reality that my experience as an adult in the United States, once I learned English in the United States, is effectively that of a white American with whatever degree of privilege that affords me. And whatever your belief is about white privilege, that's not what the argument is about. Whatever degree you believe exists, and it would be a little weird to think that there is no degree of white privilege. I understand that I have that. It is conferred to me by virtue of having come to the United States early enough to speak English without an accent. And because of the way I look, I'm not identified as Hispanic. But as far as the census is concerned, I am Hispanic. And of course, I was raised in Hispanic culture. And I still, of course, have family in Argentina and spend time there and identify with all of the things that are implicit in that. So, you know, when I talk about on the show in the context of the immigration debate or whatever, and I talk about being Hispanic, it's sort of tongue in cheek in the sense that, I mean, listen, my view is primarily informed by being, an educated person in the United States who has empathy and cares about economics and national security and treating people with dignity. And the reality is that, according to the census, being Hispanic is not the primary lens through which I am seeing these issues, at least not in a conscious way. But it's not BS. And it's funny. There's people in the audience who think that the idea of me being Hispanic is BS. And there's a contingent of patriots in the audience that regularly attack me in anti-Hispanic ways with the slurs that you often hear about Central and South Americans and with go back to, Argentina type of stuff. In any case, yeah, I am Hispanic according to the census. My culture is a mix of South American, Argentinian, and cultural Judaism, and just growing up in the Northeast. And interestingly enough, a lot of my culture is more a metropolitan city culture than anything else, which is often much more similar between countries than the culture often is between rural and urban areas within the United States. But that's probably a conversation for a different day. Tony wrote in. Tony says, hey, David, which drugs do you think should be legalized or decriminalized? So number one, it's good that you're making the distinction between legalized and decriminalized, because legalization and decriminalization are very different things. And also it's important to distinguish between trafficking and personal use. Okay, so let's go in order. All drug use and drug possession for personal amounts should be decriminalized, period. Legalization, absolutely, for marijuana. And for other drugs, I'm open to discussion. I believe it's Denver that's testing legalizing mushrooms, as an example. I have less of a fixed opinion about the legalization of some drugs. I've not seen good reasons to legalize recreational cocaine or heroin, for example. I'm very clear that possessing cocaine or heroin for personal use should not be a crime. Using cocaine or heroin should not be a crime. But the recreational legalization of cocaine and heroin, I've not seen a good argument for that, and I'm willing to have my mind changed. Now, this gets us to a really important element of this debate that a lot of people miss. A lot of people seem not to understand that when you talk about legalization or decriminalization of any drug, you're not talking about it being legal to be trafficking in those drugs. 10 pounds of marijuana or a kilo of coke or whatever, whether you decriminalize or legalize, that is likely still going to be criminal. And when you think about it, alcohol is legal recreationally. Cigarettes are legal recreationally. It is still against the law to traffic in alcohol or cigarettes without doing it, on the record as a business in the way that the guidelines say that you should. You can have that debate, and I'm glad to have it. But it's important to understand, and I think that there are a lot of bad faith actors on the anti-decriminalization, anti-legalization, tends to be the political right in the United States, who either are misunderstanding or they are deliberately conflating the decriminalization or legalization of the trafficking of drugs versus legalization and decriminalization of amounts for personal use. And these are very, very different conversations. So my question to you today is, what is the strongest argument for recreational legalization of drugs like cocaine and heroin? I am 110% on board with marijuana. I would sooner make cigarettes illegal than say that marijuana should remain criminal for use and possession. But I simply have not seen a good case made for why there should be recreationally legal cocaine or heroin. But if you've got a good argument to make along those lines, by all means, get in touch and then we can talk about it. Last question today. Hey, David, do you believe that Medicare for all should cover elective cosmetic and plastic surgery? So I'm going to answer the question as asked, but then I'm going to tell you that there's a major problem with this question. So during the debates, I often implore the Democratic candidates to immediately call out questions as problematic when they are, rather than answering them as asked. This is my show, so I'll do it in the opposite way. I'm telling you the question is a problem, but first I'll answer it as asked. The term elective is the complicating factor here. It's pretty widely accepted that cheek implants or breast implants for medically unnecessary elective cosmetic reasons would not be covered by Medicare for all. That you find very little disagreement with that. Now, the counter argument would be, some of these things are medically unnecessary, but someone's appearance is causing them emotional distress. Their nose is causing them emotional distress, and they're in therapy because of their nose, and it should be covered for that reason. It's not the most convincing argument to me, but that is an argument that is sometimes made. Then you get to, well, what about cosmetic surgery that's the result of injury or illness? And most people say that that should be covered by Medicare for all, and I completely agree. When you get to elective, it can get pretty complicated. There can be lots of things that are not medically necessary as typically defined, but they're not mere vanity. And the question then becomes, where do we draw the line at elective? If you need breast reconstruction from breast cancer, that's a definitive yes. If you want breast implants for vanity, typically that's a definitive no. But what about something like breast lift surgery for a post-pregnancy condition that is not life-threatening, and it's a mix of medically suggested and for physical appearance? I don't know. I mean, I lean to it should be covered, but these are the sort of middle-of-the-road cases that end up becoming a debate. But now, okay, put all of that aside. Here's the real analysis. This is a complete red herring used to distract from the reality that people already now are foregoing tons of medically necessary and preventive maintenance type procedures. getting things looked at before they become serious because of the system that we have. And we already have private insurers making decisions about what is and isn't covered. So the problem I have with this question about whether or not elective cosmetic surgery would be covered under Medicare for All is that it's an attempt to attack Medicare for All by saying either, wow, you would cover cosmetic surgery? That's crazy. My taxes shouldn't pay for your nose job. Or, oh, you won't cover it? Well, it's not really universal coverage, is it? And this is the game we shouldn't be drawn into. It's a complete distraction. I'm more than glad to have the conversation here on the show because I'm answering your questions and telling you what I think. But this is a complete and total distraction from the fact that even if these questions about cosmetic surgery remain, countless other issues are resolved by Medicare for All, and we already have the same type of issues that people are describing about edge case, middle of the road, elective cosmetic surgery. So don't allow yourself to fall for what is, quite frankly, a distraction from the real debate as to what kind of healthcare system we should have in the United States. That does it for questions today. Send yours in. Tweet them to me at dpacman. Send them to me with the subject line audience questions by using the contact form at davidpacman.com. I'll answer 3 more next week. And make sure to join me on the bonus show today. Become a member at joinpacman.com or a patron at patreon.com/davidpacmanshow to get instant access to the bonus show, which is coming up right after this.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey. That's me and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. There's Tom. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to do our commercial.
Why not?
Thing.
Get it over with.
Yeah, BCTV needs to get money from people because it's been personally attacked by Donald Trump.
all of the local community TV
all
stations.
All of them need
not
it.
Not just BCTV.
Yeah, but our studio is a BCTV studio.
Yes.
So in order to do Energy Week, we have to have
a studio.
A studio, yeah, absolutely. And so we're asking for donations just to keep this show going. And what you could do is go to brattleboro.tv.org and click on the support local television thing at the bottom of the page. And when you make a donation, please say that it's supporting Energy Week, so it'll be credited
to us. So it'll be credited properly. Yeah.
But we're not quite there on our fundraising for the show, but we're going to continue even when we are there to keep fundraising going for BCTV, because BCTV needs the funding. And the other thing that I want to say, the Brattleboro Select Board has had a declaration that we're in a climate emergency brought to them.
And they've turned it down.
And they've turned it down. Now, their reasons for turning it down may be valid. I don't know. I don't want to judge them for that, but I want to point out the climate emergency is a very real thing, and it does. All right, let me back up a bit. The IPCC report that came out almost a year ago said we had until 2030 to reduce 45% of our emissions, or we would not be able to stop climate change at 1.5 degrees Celsius. Right?
Doesn't sound good.
Doesn't sound good. Now, we've already done about 1 degree Celsius and a little less, and basically what that means is the city of Houston has had 2 1,000-year floods in a 2-year period. There have been 5 500-year floods in southeastern Texas in 5 years.
Happen.
It's not supposed to happen. The Gulf Stream has slowed down by 15%. The melt of the Greenland ice has gone as far as scientists expected it to go only 5 years ago, by 2070. I mean, the situation is getting worse. And, you know, I went through this thing a couple of years ago where I tracked flood insurance premiums, and I based on inflation and increase in the population, the increase in land value relative to the dollar, and so forth. I figured that the premiums should have gone up between 1977 and 2015 by a factor of 5.5. They should have been 5.5 times as high as they had been. They didn't. They went up by a factor of 47.
Wow.
And what has happened since then, since Donald Trump became president, that particular department of the federal government has overspent its budget by $22 billion supporting flood insurance. That's going to have to be made up from somewhere. It's supposed to be made up from premiums, but the premiums
aren't there.
The premiums are not being raised to cover that. Basically, what I'm saying is we're in trouble. Scientists have been saying, if you think about addressing this in 2 parts, we have to change the laws, and then we have to have the changes work out in the field. So you do one, and then you do the other.
We got to stop burning things.
Yeah, scientists are saying it's going to take about 9 or 10 years once the laws are changed to get the work done to get to that. So basically, we've got until maybe the middle of next year to
change the laws.
change the laws. With Donald Trump in office, with the Republicans in control of the Senate.
And he's saying it's a hoax.
And he's saying it's a hoax. He wants to go the other way. We've got a problem.
Oh, boy.
We've got a problem. And now the scientists are saying, well, if we don't deal with this, our civilization could collapse by 2050.
As we know it. So we're
All
back
right.
to the caveman days.
We are in trouble.
You got a club?
Huh? Got a club. All right. There's two ways we can approach this.
Yeah.
We can approach it by letting the federal government do it. Which
If they
means
will.
Well, they're going to have to at some point. There's going to have to be, the climate is changing. There's no question about that. Some president is going to have to say, yes, we're going to deal with this now. And the longer we put it off, the more pain there is in that statement.
Mhm.
The more disruptive it's going to be. We may be in a situation where we have to deal with this the way the United States dealt with the Second World War, where the federal government
We're
went to the auto industry and said, you can't sell cars anymore. I don't think people would like that, to be told you can't buy a car. In those days, 3 gallons of gasoline per week was the rationed amount.
3?
3. So if you've got a
That's
car...
just enough to conform to alternate side of the street parking.
Yeah. Well, if you have a car that burns a gallon in 20 miles, that means you would have a range for the full week of 60 miles, which means those low-range electric vehicles look pretty attractive. Basically, we have a choice of allowing the federal government to do really disruptive work addressing this problem, because the problem is too disruptive. I mean, 2,000-year floods in 2 years means anybody who has filed flood insurance on both occasions can't get insurance anymore on your house. That means you may lose your mortgage.
Mhm.
I mean, this is serious.
Mhm.
There's another possibility, and that is if everybody who is concerned about climate change said, I'm going to restrict my purchases of fossil fuels as much as I possibly can.
Not likely.
Well, if they did it, just the people who are concerned, it would be a matter of not very many months before the oil industry would be saying, yes, I think we better do something about climate change. Because they've got their backs against the wall now.
And they've known about it for a long, long time.
Well, that's another thing. Who was the first president whose advisors said to him, Mr. President, we got a problem. Carbon emissions are causing climate change.
I think it was Truman.
The earliest one I've been able to find was Johnson. That was on the 5th of November, 1965. And on the 8th of June, 1968, his science advisor went to the Edison Electric Institute and said, we are facing a situation of CO2 emissions causing climate change, and it's going to be catastrophic if we don't deal with it. And the federal government has been kicking this can down the road ever since. With the exception of Barack Obama. Well, if you don't like Barack Obama, now you've got a reason to like him. He was the only person who did anything about it. And I want to tell you, I voted for Nixon. I voted for Ford. I voted for Reagan. Basically Republican straight down the line. But these people who are in Washington today are not Republicans, and they are not conservatives. And I've had my say. Sorry about that. Okay, you want to start dealing with our issues here?
Well, I wish I had a good rant to follow yours.
Well, I'm just saying, I think if people start doing this on their own, we won't have to have disruption a couple of years from now.
Not likely.
Well, people are doing it on their own.
Some of them are.
Yes. And now I've lost my little thing here.
Well, we'll start right off from the beginning, so it's easy to find it. Got a picture coming up.
We have a picture coming up.
Is.
Oh, sorry about that. The
Just
picture
about to
is that.
Put the picture up.
And what I've
And
got to
there it
do is it's going to take
Good to start the show off with a nice picture. That's Rose Rock Solar in Texas.
Rose Rock Solar in Texas.
And that's 2 square miles. That's a big,
This is a big array.
Array.
And I'm still getting this thing together because it wasn't together when I started the show. And, there it is.
Well, we'll look at the Texas array for a while.
Let's look at the Texas array. It'll just take me
That's
a second.
200
There we go.
megawatts, by the way. That's
So
nothing
you've
to
got
sneeze at.
you've got a title for this?
Yes, I do. U.S. utility-scale solar pipeline tops 37.9 gigawatts. That's the pipeline. That's what's in process of being built.
The U.S. solar industry now boasts the largest pipeline of utility-scale solar projects in history, with a record 37.9 gigawatts of contracted solar, according to the latest figures. In the U.S. Solar Market Insight Report from Wood Mackenzie Power and Renewables and the Sun Solar Energy Industries Association.
I'm going to bring the picture up again.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I can, yeah.
That amount, 37.9 gigawatts, I'm going to guess is probably about, it's the equivalent of 5 small nuclear power plants at
All right,
least.
I'll go for that.
Maybe more. But there's, this is a lot of energy that's being put online.
Well, right now, according to this article, solar is the lowest cost option for utilities, corporations, and families.
We've seen that.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming, boys.
Now, we're going to have to kind of move because of my rant, and I'm sorry about that. That item, by the way, is from Clean Technica. This appeared on September 19th, and the way you get to it is go to my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the calendar, September 19th, and you'll find that story, and the next one, and the one after. What's the next one, Tom?
California vows to fight Trump administration to keep higher car emission standards.
There you go. Sacramento has vowed to fight Washington's attempt to remove the state's higher car emissions.
This is
Quote,
crazy.
It's about the oil industry, period, full stop. It's not about the car manufacturers. It's not about our economy, end quote, Governor Gavin Newsom said. And we're gonna get back to this.
We will be touching base on it. There's a nice 3-minute video in this particular one. It's worth looking at.
We're looking at. I want to talk about this at greater length when we get to that. But that particular item came from KGO-TV.
Wherever that is.
Wherever
it's
that
on the
is.
West Coast with a K in it. But
I didn't know that was related to locations.
About 95%. There's
Really?
a few exceptions. Yeah.
Wow. There you
W's
go.
and K's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a picture of Greta. And I want to point out...
That looks like her.
Yeah, it does. I want to point out neither Tom nor I has a crush on Greta. That's not why we're putting her up. The reason we're putting her up is because she's in the news a lot.
Well, we got, later on in the program, you'll see a very angry picture.
A very different picture than this one.
If you listen, if you click on the article,
yeah,
you can hear her talking, and she is mad. She's
oh
angry.
boy, oh boy! And that rant that she went through makes mine look like a love song, Well,
let's move along here.
Okay, this
California. Well, we did
California. We did California.
Yeah.
Greta Thunberg. Go ahead.
Greta Thunberg. I'll call her Thunberg.
Okay.
Greta Thunberg has a suggestion for Congress on how to take real action on the climate crisis.
16-year-old Greta Thunberg appeared in front of the Congress before a hearing on climate change just days after she met former President Barack Obama. She said, quote, "I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to the scientists," end quote. This is from CNN.
Well, there's a nice video on this article, on this website.
Yes.
And she's basically saying, don't listen to the scientists. Don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen to the scientists.
And she had a thing there where she said, I don't have a prepared statement. I'm going to give you the IPCC report.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. Well, we'll be talking about her several times before we leave you today.
Yeah.
Well, this is just what she said, just what you said. She doesn't have any prepared remarks.
Yeah.
Instead, she referred to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's special report.
And how many of the people who were listening do you suppose actually went out and read it after she said that? That's not a trivial report.
Well, this is a quote from what she said. "I want you to unite behind the science, and then I want you to take real action."
Yes.
And by the way, later on we'll be talking about her again, and you'll get a chance to see her.
Yes.
She's angry. She is really, this is a different Thunberry.
Okay, we're up to Friday, September 20th, and we have an item from The Guardian.
U.S. to stage the largest ever climate strike. Now, this has happened before they staged it, because they've staged it already.
Oh, yeah, they have indeed.
Okay. Somebody must sound the alarm.
Climate strikes will take place all over. I'm sorry. Climate strikes will take place in more than 1,000 locations in the U.S. on Friday.
That was last Friday.
Last Friday. It's already happened, with major rallies in New York, Washington, D.C., Boston, Chicago, San Francisco, Miami, and Brattleboro. Globally, more than 4,500 strikes are planned across 150 countries.
Well, there's a takeaway from the article here. When your house is on fire, somebody needs to sound the alarm.
That's
That
right.
was a joint statement by the mayors of New York, Paris, and Los Angeles.
Right. And by the way, there was a climate strike in Brattleboro, and there were.
Yeah, I was there.
I've been told that there were about 1,000 people there.
Well, certainly there was several hundred. I couldn't tell you there was 1,000, but we met at Plenty Park and walked up to the Commons.
I was at Plenty Park. Unfortunately, I wasn't feeling very good, so I went home. But at the time I left, I would guess there were 300 people there.
Oh, easily, yeah.
And then there were about 200 people I could see approaching the park at that time.
Well,
so,
a bunch of them gathered at the food co-op and marched
yes,
up
they
Main
did.
Street.
They did. That's right.
And then they gathered around Plenty Park for a while, and eventually everybody moved up to the Common.
Okay. Now we've got another
item
here. It's
Yeah.
already up. You don't have to click
Bingo.
on it. These are disused cooling towers at 3 Mile Island. Those were the cooling towers that were there for the unit there that melted down back
Right.
in the 1970s.
Yeah, so this is what it's saying. 3 Mile Island is closing.
Yeah, this is on CNN. It did close. The famous 3 Mile Island nuclear plant is officially shutting down on September 20th. A plant spokesman confirmed to CNN. Exelon Generation announced in May that it would officially close the plant by September 30th, citing a lack of state action in subsidizing clean energy. Citing a lack in state action. That's a different way of saying, by the way, we're losing money.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what's going on. From the article, the plant had not been profitable for 5 years.
Yeah, so why run it?
It will take decades for the plant to be completely cleaned up and will cost around $1.2 billion.
So you're going to put $1.2 billion. What they have to do is they have to take the account that they've been putting money into that is there for
exactly this purpose.
And they have to bank on the idea that that account is going to increase in value through whatever economic downturns might happen in the meantime. And, you know, it reminds me...
Well, this could be a long time because they're estimating it could take up to 60 years before they remove all the radioactive waste.
Yeah, and it
Wow.
reminds me of a headline that I saw when I was in college a long time ago, and it said that I think it was DuPont fortune. The DuPont family had built up a huge trust to make sure that nobody in their family would ever be poor.
Okay.
And so they decided they were finally going to break that up and give the money to everybody in the family. And they just gave an equal share to everybody in the family. And it
was a significant share.
And it came out to $1,700.
Is that all?
Yeah, because of the basically it was beat by the Depression. That was set up before the Depression started. Well, you know, it could have been destroyed completely in the Depression. It wasn't, and so there it was. Anyway, should we move on?
Yeah, we got an interesting one coming up here.
This is the one about
Ørsted.
Okay.
Ørsted to pioneer deployment of GE's next generation offshore wind turbines.
This is from Intercom Inc. Subject to required approvals and final contract signing, Ørsted will deploy Haliade X 12-megawatt wind turbines.
They're big.
They're
big.
Are huge. On the 2 offshore wind farms in Ørsted's Mid-Atlantic cluster.
That's our
Mid-Atlantic. This is
the coastline, basically.
Our coastline.
Gulf Virginia, North Carolina.
they would put 120 megawatts off the coast of Maryland and 1,100 megawatts off the coast of New Jersey.
There's 110 turbines they're talking about.
Yes, and these things are utterly gigantic. I mean, the nacelles. If you took the nacelle and plopped it on somebody's yard, and then somebody went by,
the house would be going.
Cut windows out of it and put a door in, it'd be 2 stories tall.
Well, the older wind turbines, the nacelle is big enough to hold about 4 buses. This one will handle about 6 or 8.
Yeah.
These things are huge.
These are huge. Okay, we are.
They're going to put 110 turbines in, by the way.
Yeah.
And the Heliod, this Heliod that we're talking about, biggest turbine in the world. It's about half again as big as anything else anybody's making.
Only one of them has ever been put up, and that was a test turbine.
Test turbine, yeah. But they're making them.
They're making them, absolutely.
It's got a rotor diameter of 700 feet. Each blade is 350 feet, half
which
of that
means
700.
each blade is longer than a football field with its end zones.
Yep. It's sweeping a total area of 400,000 square feet. And 7 eastern states have committed to building a total of 20 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2035.
This is big news.
They're getting serious.
Yeah, they're getting serious.
It's about time.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, September
we got a picture coming
21st,
up
and
here.
we have a picture of flooding.
And that picture is
following.
here, and that picture is here.
Imelda was not a hurricane. Imelda was a tropical storm for 6.5 hours. As it approached,
hadn't become a hurricane yet.
It had never. Never did become a hurricane. It was
it just rained a lot.
When it got to Houston, it was just a tropical depression. It wasn't even a tropical storm anymore.
But it was a wet one.
Oh, was it wet? Okay. This is from the Texas Observer.
Yeah, it is that. Tropical storm Imelda will likely be, it says.
Southeast.
Oh, okay. I got to read the whole damn thing.
Okay.
Tropical storm Imelda will likely be southeast Texas's 5th 500-year flood in 5 years.
You got that, gang? This is the 5th 500-year flood in 5 years.
You're supposed to have one 500-year flood in 500 years.
That's right. Tropical storm Imelda was incredible. Though it might be too soon to tell how climate change shaped the intensity and speed with which Imelda struck Texas, Imelda will likely be southeast Texas' 5th 500-year flood event in as many years. And by the way, it has been Houston's second 1,000-year flood. Second 1,000-year flood in 2 years.
Some parts of the Houston-Galveston area recorded more than 40 inches of rain.
Right.
2 years ago, Harvey dropped 50 inches of rain.
I mean, and what's happening here is the warmer water is allowing more water to evaporate from the Gulf of Mexico or wherever. That air above is warmer, so it'll hold more water.
Yep.
And then on top of this, the storms are starting to stall. And this is what happened in Imelda, which was a tropical depression.
And it happened real quick.
It happened really fast. They didn't know this was going to be coming. They knew
Right.
that they were going to get
weren't
rain.
ready for it.
They were not ready for this. And I want to point out also, there are people in that area who have been flooded year after year. If you own a house and you have flood insurance, that flood insurance is guaranteed by the federal government. That's what I was talking about earlier. But the federal government only insures houses that have had no more than 2 claims in a 10-year period.
So after that,
there are
can't get
people.
insurance.
There are people in the Houston area who have got to choose: are they going to file an insurance claim because they've already filed one, or are they not? And the reason is because if they file that insurance claim, they can't have insurance. If they can't have insurance, the banks are going to say, we want that mortgage paid now. They're probably not going to be able to do that. And
so they're going to foreclose.
They're going to have to move out.
Yeah.
That's
the way it works.
That's the way it works. And there are hundreds of thousands of people who are affected by this storm, and it remains to be seen what's going to happen to land values in the Houston area? Because they could go.
If everybody's getting foreclosed on, the land value is going to drop, going to plummet.
You can't sell these
You can't
houses.
sell it because you can't use it.
Yeah,
You
a
could
friend
grow
of mine
trees
was,
on it. That's about it.
A friend of mine was told me about driving along the coast of Florida, and the person who was driving the car said, "You see all those mansions over there? Nobody lives in them.
No
And
kidding.
the reason why nobody lives in them is because they
flood
can't get
insurance.
flood insurance.
Wow.
So you got mansions, no flood insurance.
Well, from the article here,
Yeah.
there is little room to doubt that the very fossil fuel companies that built this region's wealth, we're talking about Houston now,
Yes.
polluted its floodwaters and refused to shut down operations in the face of a storm until the last possible moment, are also making storms like Imelda stronger and more frequent.
Yes.
Something's got to change.
Something has to change.
It does.
It does. There's no question about it. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up.
We
here.
have one here from Modern Diplomacy.
After stalling last year, renewable power capacity additions to hit double-digit growth in 2019.
After stalling last year, global capacity additions of renewable power are set to bounce back with double-digit growth in 2019.
Didn't I just say that?
I think you did. driven by solar PV's strong performance, according to the International Energy Agency. PVs are being put on all over the world like crazy, but also wind turbines are going in, and people are just looking for whatever they can do here.
Well, yeah, let's get a sentence from the article.
Do that.
Renewable capacity additions need to grow by more than 300 gigawatts globally each year between 2018 and 2030 to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement.
That's just to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, which between you and me and anybody out there watching, those are moderate goals. Yeah. Those are probably not going to be sufficient for what we want to do. Okay.
Well, we got our girlfriend up here again.
We have our girlfriend up. There she is.
And I'll pull her up
And
there.
I think the woman standing behind her might be her mother.
Uh-huh.
Her mother has, that kind of blonde hair. Her mother is an opera singer, by the way, and is well known in opera groups. She's not, if she had been a pop singer, I think
you probably know her.
Greta would probably have grown up rich. Her father was an actor, but her father has basically given up most of his career to manage her mother's career and her.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've heard, somebody recently was saying, well, she's a child of privilege. I don't think I'd call her a child of privilege.
I don't think so,
No.
Well, from the article, climate protests, marches worldwide against global warming.
We're back to the protests again. This is from the BBC, and of course this was written after the protests started. Millions of people around the world held a global climate strike on Friday, inspired by activist Greta Thunberg. Protesters across continents waved placards and chanted slogans in what could be the biggest ever demonstration over global warming caused by humans.
Well, this is from the BBC.
Yeah.
And if you want to go to the website, there's some nice videos on it.
Yes.
And I'll give you a quick how it starts off. Pacific Island nations like Kiribati, the Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu, all threatened by rising sea levels, kicked off the strike.
Yes.
Okay. From there, demonstrations spread to cities in Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Americas, including Brattleboro.
Including Brattleboro. Isn't that amazing?
Greta said about 4 million people took part in the strike around the world, and we're still counting.
Yeah, I have read that.
This is an emergency.
This is an emergency.
Now, this is a quote from Greta.
Yeah.
Our house is on fire, and it's not just a young people's house. We all live here.
That's
it
right.
affects all of us.
That's right.
This is only the beginning.
That's right.
Climate change is coming whether they like it or not.
Yes, there are people who are my age. I'm 73. There are people my age who are going to be severely challenged by this in the United States. I have absolutely no doubt about this. Okay? All right, that was the last item for September 21st, which was Saturday.
We're shifting gears here.
And our next item is from September 22nd, Sunday, and it is from the Market Oracle.
This is a very long article. How Russia seized control of the uranium market.
Mines in Canada and elsewhere which have supplied uranium for nuclear fuel have been closing as Russia and Kazakhstan put pressure on the market. The U.S. imports 93% of its nuclear reactor fuel. And much
That's
of that,
interesting. 93%.
93%, and much of this is from Russia. But Donald Trump says it's not a problem.
Well, maybe it isn't.
You know, it strikes me as mind-boggling that Donald Trump would see this as not a problem, and yet he wants to make sure that the United States produces more oil than it uses as a matter of security.
Yeah.
It is mind-boggling. Why? Well, Kazakhstan is hanging along there with Russia, but Donald Trump is, I think, maybe hanging along there with Russia too.
He might very well be.
Yeah.
Well, from the article, mines are closing in response to low uranium prices. An estimated 35% of the uranium supply has disappeared. The accidents at 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl caused utilities to become wary of the time and cost needed to build and permit nuclear plants,
Yeah,
which we've talked about.
Absolutely.
That led to fewer of them being built, depressing demand for uranium.
Yes.
This is really complicated.
Well, it is, except that it paints an overall picture which is not all that complicated.
Well, there's more going on.
Yeah.
The advent of fracking slashed the cost of natural gas production.
Yes.
Okay. Utilities flock to the cheaper fuel at the expense of less competitive nuclear power. And Trump does not think cheap uranium imports impair national security.
What can you say?
You can't say much.
I mean, this is totally illogical. We have another picture here, and it's already up, Tom.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it?
It's there.
This could have gone to the one we just talked about, but it goes to the next one.
Yes, that's right. This is from Deutsche Welle, and it's about coal. That's a coal mine.
I hadn't figured it out. It's mines with turbines in the background, and it's a coal mine.
It is a coal mine.
And Germany to join an alliance to phase out coal.
In the wake of the global student climate strike, Environment Minister Svenja Schulze, I can't pronounce German anymore, said Germany would move further in its efforts to phase out coal. Berlin is hoping to shut down all of its coal-fired power plants by 2038. The country will be joining the Power Past Coal Alliance.
And that's from Deutsche Welle, which is a pretty good quality radio station, worldwide shortwave station.
Is it?
Yeah,
well,
I used to listen to it when
also.
I was living in Saudi Arabia.
It's a magazine also.
It probably is now.
I know it as a magazine.
Yeah, well, it was a radio station. I'm sure it still is. Sort of like the Voice of America, but a little bit more truthful.
Yeah, a little bit more truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said truthful, but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a video here that's 2 minutes long that's worth watching.
Well, that's good to know.
Okay, the coal exit is a central pillar of global climate production.
Protection. Yeah.
Germany is officially, quotes, committed to ending its dependency on coal. The PPCA, that's the Powering Past Coal Alliance, okay?
Yes.
The PPCA, founded in 2017, is comprised of 30 national governments whose objective is to halt new construction of coal plants, okay, and international funding for coal, and adhere to the Paris Climate Accords.
Mm-hmm.
So things are happening, guys.
Okay. We're still on Sunday, September 22nd, and we have an item from the National Memo.
The Trump administration suppressed over 1,500 climate change studies. They wouldn't do a thing like that.
And there's a funny little thing going on with numbers here that I was not able to figure out. So I'm just going to read it the way it was in the article. The Trump administration systematically suppressed and minimized the results of more than 1,400 studies related to climate change at the Department of Agriculture. Information released by Senator Debbie Stabenow, Democrat from Michigan, shows farmers are not getting the facts they need. Now, the reason I said the thing about numbers is that the title says 1,500. The article says 1,400, and I don't. I looked.
I wouldn't argue that.
Yeah,
you know.
I would look to find out, but 1,400 is bad enough, regardless of which number is correct.
Well, there's a little bit of a takeaway from the article. The facts show that climate change is likely to drive down yields for some crops,
Yes.
harm milk production,
Yeah.
and lead to a drop in nutrient density for key crops like rice and wheat.
Yes.
But nobody knows that.
Well, a lot of farmers are getting the picture.
Well, they're not getting it from Trump.
They're not getting it from Trump. But I
Attacking
mean,
climate research and hiding it has been one front in a wide-scale war on science under this administration.
yes, and I have to say, Tom, it didn't start with his administration.
No, it didn't.
It started a long time ago. I mentioned earlier that I voted pretty much straight
Yep.
Republican. Well, I stopped because I figured out in 2003 that the Republicans who were in control of these departments in Washington were suppressing climate information. And it was obvious to me that that was the case. And, you know, if you look at agriculture in Vermont, the farmers at that time were already complaining about how it just went from one bad maple syrup year to another.
Yeah.
You know, and
Maple syrup's been migrating northward.
it's been migrating northward, and we've had the I refer to this often. The deer ticks have come into the state carrying Lyme disease with them. We've got new kinds of trees growing. I don't think I'd ever heard of a pawpaw tree growing in this area now, but they're growing on Elliott Street. You know, we're getting into crazy weather, and things are changing. And if the farmers don't update to deal with the crops that they've got, they can't produce what they're supposed to produce. But
well, let's move along here. We got another picture coming
we
up.
are up to Monday, September 23rd, and we have a picture of an offshore wind farm, and it doesn't have a caption because I couldn't find who produced that picture.
It's an interesting picture, though. See that little thing sticking up in the middle?
Yeah.
That's a 5-story building. That's where the crew lives, among other things.
Is this the one where there was a video with it that showed a guy talking about living on that thing, and there were 100 people living on it?
I don't remember seeing that.
No, there was one that we did, and I think it might have been this one, where that's what this guy was saying. This is an interesting place to live. You have 100 people living here.
It's a hotel.
It's a hotel. That's what he called it.
Renewable energy projects approved. And this is a wind farm, of course.
Yes. And this is from a publication called Construction Enquirer. The UK approved electricity supply deals for a dozen major renewable energy projects, including the world's largest wind farm, the £9 billion Digger Bank project off the Yorkshire coast. That's over $10 billion. The projects will provide 6 gigawatts of electricity, enough to power 7 million homes.
Well, this Dogger Bank, we never hear much about it, but it's a large sandbank.
Huge.
In the shallow area of the North Sea, about 60 miles off the east coast of England.
Yeah.
And because it's shallow, it's ideal for turbines, and they're taking advantage of that.
They're taking advantage of it.
There's more than 600 turbines planned, standing 600 feet high. Enough electricity to power 4 million homes. So they're not playing around.
They're not playing around with this one. Our next item comes from The Guardian.
It does that. Countries must triple climate emission to cut targets to global heating to 2 degrees centigrade. That's not 1.5, that's 2.
That's 2.
Wow.
An assessment backed by the world's major climate science bodies has found commitments to cut greenhouse gas emissions must be at least tripled and increased up to 5-fold if the world is to meet the goals of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, which were not 1.5 degrees, they were 2 or less. But this is saying we have to do a whole lot better or we're in deep trouble.
There's a good video on his site, it's about 2 minutes, and it talks about the climate strike traveling around the world. It's interesting.
Right.
Climate is changing faster than forecast, and current plans would lead to catastrophic global temperature rise.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not doing enough.
We're not doing enough.
Global emissions are not likely to peak before 2030 on a current trajectory. And
Okay.
they got to peak.
Yep.
They've got to peak.
They've got to peak soon. We've got an item here
Got a
from the
picture coming.
BBC, and there's a picture of a boat.
Looks like a boat. Looks like a boat to me.
It is a boat. Did I tell you that I finally figured out what the difference between a boat and a ship is?
The ship is bigger than a boat.
Well, we know that, but you know.
You can put a boat on board a ship.
You can put a boat on board a ship. That's right. Ships carry boats on them for
It looks like a
various
tugboat.
purposes. It looks a little like a tugboat, but it's got an awful lot of windows in the back.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you want to read that? The title?
Climate change, quote, or colon, I mean, impacts accelerating as leaders gather for UN talks.
This is from the
This is just before last Monday's talk.
Yes, this is from the BBC. The signs and impacts of global heating are speeding up. The latest science on climate change, published ahead of key UN talks in New York, says, sorry about the way I read that sentence, the data compiled by World Meteorological Organization says the 5-year period of 2014 to 2019 is the warmest on record.
This is interesting. There's 3 good videos attached to this.
Yes.
thing. First one is the effects a warming would have on 2019's extreme weather.
Yes.
The second one, millions of people join the environmental strike led by school children.
Yes.
I think that's the same one that we talked about in the previous ad. And there's another 3-minute video, and this one's well worth seeing, capturing mankind's impact on planet Earth.
Yeah.
This is an important video.
Yes.
If you look at anything we're talking about, this is the one I think you should look at today.
Okay. We are up to Tuesday, September
already.
24th, and this is an item from the Associated Press.
23 states sue Trump to keep California's auto emission rules. This is a fight.
Yeah,
Fight's
this is a
going on.
fight, and it's an interesting one for a couple of reasons. By the way, it's no longer 23 states. At least one other state has joined them. So it's
And
at
3
least-
large cities.
It's at least 24 states. California sued Friday to stop Trump administration from revoking its authority to set greenhouse gas emissions and fuel economy standards for trucks and cars, and enlisting help from 22 other states in a battle that will shape a key component of the nation's climate policy. And this is something that car producers are supporting.
Well, we talked about that exactly
Yeah.
and why, because they want to know where they're heading.
Yeah,
They got a plan.
And frankly, I think that they're looking at this and saying, you know what? We don't want to hit 2021 with a new president who comes down hard on us.
Yeah.
We want to go into 2021 knowing where the market is moving.
A little background here. Federal law sets a standard for how much pollution can come from cars and trucks.
Right.
Okay. And since the 70s, California has been permitted to set tougher rules because it has the most cars and struggles to meet air quality standards. So
Right.
they got a waiver.
Yeah.
Okay. On Thursday, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration withdrew California's waiver. Okay. And California saying can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay? They say the rules were making cars more expensive and impeding safety. This is what the Highway Traffic Safety Administration says. They're making the cars more expensive and impeding safety because consumers are being priced out of newer, safer vehicles.
And
that's double speak.
Consumer,
That's gobbledygook.
Consumer Reports did a study on that and came to the conclusion that the lower emission standards, switching to them, would cost the average car buyer about $3,300 because they use more fuel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering there.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on. We got another picture.
We have
of
another
a
picture
rather
of Greta.
Angry.
A rather angry Greta.
Greta.
And
Let's
you know,
pull it up here
if you
come on, you.
Yeah, do it, Tom. If you want to see anything this week,
she looks mad, and when you hear her, she is mad.
she is very angry. And who is she angry at? She's angry at the world leaders gathered at the UN, and she did not pull any punches.
Not at all.
At all. The only thing that I could say she could have done and didn't do was swear at him.
Well, this is what it says.
Yeah.
Angry Greta Thunberg tells global leaders she will never forgive them for failing on climate change.
Now, you know, that headline made me mad because that isn't what she said. She said she would never forgive them if they chose not to act on climate change, which is a different sort of thing.
It's a different, it's a different timeline.
It's a different thing. She's saying, if you decide that you're going to do nothing about this, we're not going to forgive you. And I think that's a reasonable thing to say.
Well, I got some quotes. I got some quotes of hers. So
yeah, okay. Let me read this, and then you can tell us all about it. Greta Thunberg doesn't mince words. Quote, "We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth," end quote. The Swedish climate activist told the UN General Assembly, "How dare you?"
She does, and you can hear her on that
I tried to intone that properly. I didn't do it as well as she did.
She's mad. She's angry.
mad.
She's really
She is mad.
These are a bunch of quotes of hers. She didn't say them all at once, but I'm running them together.
Yeah, do it, Tom.
"You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. For more than 30 years, the science has been crystal clear. How dare you continue to look away? Adults keep saying we owe it to the young people to give them hope. I don't want your hope. I want you to panic." Her speech was met with stunned silence, then an overwhelming applause.
Well, there was applause that came up during the course of the speech, but you know, this is a thing that is worth watching. It was up on CNN. It's easy to get on my blog.
It's easy to get. It's on a lot of
it's
on a
all
lot
over
of
the
websites.
place. You could go to YouTube and find it there pretty easily. This was on my blog on September 24th. Should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, we got one coming up here. South Australia plans for 100% renewable energy economy.
This is a 100% renewable hydrogen economy. Anyway.
Yeah. I didn't say hydrogen.
You didn't say hydrogen.
Okay, there's a story there.
Renew economy. This is an interesting story. South Australia, which by the way is governed by the Liberal Party,
which is conservative.
Which is conservative. It's the equivalent of conservative Republican, has outlined plans for a 100% renewable hydrogen economy, saying that with its enormous wind and solar resources, there is nowhere else in the world as well positioned to produce, consume, and export 100% green hydrogen.
Well, a little geography. South Australia is their sort of equivalent of Louisiana.
Yeah.
In location.
In location,
okay?
Yeah.
It's about as big as Louisiana, Alabama, and...
I think it's about twice the size of Texas.
I don't think it's quite that big.
Well, it's close. It is big.
It's equal to about 4 of our American states at least.
Okay.
And it's in the south part of Australia, located centered about where New Orleans is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think they have a population of about 2.6 million people.
Well, nowhere in Australia is heavily populated.
That's true, yeah.
So anyhow, they are very well suited to generate electricity, and they don't know what to do with it.
Okay. Oh, you can figure it out.
Well, yeah,
they're
going to make hydrogen.
It out. They're going to make hydrogen, and they're going to do things with those hydrogen. That hydrogen, they don't have to export the hydrogen.
No,
they can make the hydrogen into things that they can then export.
Bingo, and they haven't decided which one they're going to do yet.
Well, they're probably going to do both.
It's a win-win situation for them.
I mean, if you have hydrogen, you can make ammonia.
Oh, yeah.
Ammonia is an extremely valuable material. It's very easy to sell.
And it burns.
And it burns, and it can be used for fertilizer, and it's, all kinds of things that you can do. Okay, if we're done with that, then we're up to Wednesday, September 25th.
Well, let's see. We get 10 minutes left, don't we? So
we do, so we can chat.
I got a little bit more about that.
I got that rant going, and then we've been tearing through this stuff.
Well, let me read a little bit more about this one.
Oh, okay, good.
South Australia is already sourcing 50% of its electricity from wind and solar.
Yes.
Already. It's on track to reach 100% renewables before 2030.
Before 2030.
Before 2030.
Right.
They've closed down coal power several years ago. This is a conservative government, by the way.
This is a conservative government.
And have reduced natural gas generation to a relatively minor role. the cost of wind and solar has fallen dramatically, as we know here, and the cost of electrolysis is falling at the same rate.
That's a big deal.
And that's how they make the hydrogen.
That's how you make the
so
hydrogen.
So that renewable hydrogen will be able to compete on cost with brown or gray hydrogen from coal or other fossil fuel sources.
Absolutely.
So they're sitting on a gold mine here.
They are indeed, and they know it. And they were complaining about the contracts that the previous Labor government had signed, saying we're going to pull out of those contracts until they started seeing what the numbers that the contracts were producing
Is that so?
were having, and then they said,
no,
we
can't afford
we're not
to do this.
we're not going to pull out of these things.
we're making it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're up to Wednesday, September 25th.
Look at the last one of the show coming up. We got a picture.
That's a picture of a GE
let's
wind
see
turbine.
if I can't get that picture. Yeah, that's a GE. Look at the size of the nacelle.
Yeah, well, it's hard to see what the size of the nacelle
well,
is.
There's nothing to gauge it by.
Yeah, that's.
But if that's a 12 megawatt, that's equal to about 9 buses.
Yeah. Okay,
Pretty
this is
big.
from Renews.
From Renews, and it says GE Renewable Energy goes carbon neutral. And by the way, GE Renewable Energy is the name of one of their divisions. Their biggest divisions that makes these things.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
The wind hydropower energy storage and grid operations business of GE has committed to going 100% carbon neutral by the end of 2020. GE Renewable Energy Chief Executive Jerome Pécresse said, quote, "This is a decision that makes business sense," end quote. Natural Capital Partners will advise GE on the move.
Well, the biggest part of GE Renewable Energy is in France.
Okay.
It's not an American firm. They bought a French company. They bought a Dutch company to make turbine blades.
Right.
They're getting into the business big. I mean, they're not wading in the water.
Absolutely.
They're up to their hips.
Well, they're the ones who are making that huge 12 megawatt turbine.
That's big.
Yeah.
That is big. Of energy efficiency, waste reduction, renewable power sources, plus the purchase of carbon offsets makes all of this economical.
Right.
So we got another one coming up here.
This is from CNN.
Trump is weaponizing the EPA against California. We've touched base on this already.
We have indeed. President Donald Trump continues to make political war on California over the environment. Last week, the Trump administration went after the state for doing too much under the Clean Air Act. That is to say, they were having emissions standards that were too tough.
Too much.
This week, it's alleging that California isn't doing enough under the same law.
Now, from the article, it says, only in Trump's world are both things possible.
Well, I'll tell you something. There's a standard legal thing here that is going to be called into play on this, and that is you cannot argue both sides. You've got to pick your side.
Bingo.
This is going to be a problem for the federal government.
Oh yeah.
And California, well, it's not California alone here. Vermont, I believe, is one of the states.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that are behind California.
Every U.S. state we border on is.
I think it's something. They're up in the 20s already.
24.
Yeah.
Was what I read, but it might be more than that.
Well, there's a video here that's interesting, and the caption is, "Don't listen to what he says, look at what he does."
Yeah.
2.5 minutes. And he mentions, I'm an environmentalist. I'm in favor of clean air, crystal clear water. You know, and then he turns around and does the opposite.
Does the opposite. And another thing that's interesting about this is California can set its own standards. Other states are allowed to follow California standards.
Well, that's the way it's been up until now.
Yep, and Vermont is one of those states.
One of those other states.
Now, there are a total of 17 states that follow California standards. But there's a total of 24 states that are taking part in the lawsuit.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? It's an interesting thing here that states that are not taking part in the California standard are siding with California.
Well, I think they're looking ahead.
I think they may be, yes.
And from the article, it's about punishing a state that is currently challenging Trump's agenda. Environmental issues remain at the front of the federal-state standoff.
Yes.
So it's about punishment. I mean,
it is about punishment.
Trump doesn't like what California's doing, and he's challenging them.
Yes, and it's everything that Barack Obama did, he's trying to undo.
Yeah, well,
it doesn't matter what it is. He just wants to undo it.
Good or bad doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, the last one of the last article brings it back to Vermont, and there is a picture.
There is a picture. There it is.
And I'll bring the picture up. And that is the town of Panton, which is up near Middlebury.
Okay.
Okay, and that's apparently is Mount Mansfield in the background.
Yes.
It's about 30 miles northeast of Panton.
Okay.
And in the renewable energy credit market, some are greener than others.
Well, this is from vtdigger.org. Vermont's energy may not seem to be as green as it seems. And you know, this is an interesting fact because I get different estimates of how green our energy is, and this explains why.
Well, part of it is how they define green energy.
It is.
I mean, Green Mountain Power is saying that Hydro-Quebec is green energy.
Yes.
And I think it is.
I think it is too.
But they're saying it isn't, or these guys are saying
well,
it isn't.
There's a controversy here, and I'm not sure. I think it's worthwhile paying attention to the controversy, but let me finish reading this.
Yeah, finish reading it.
Representative Sarah Copeland Hanses, who is a Democrat from Bradford, said the Vermont Climate Solutions Caucus, which she vice chairs, will push to update the state's renewable energy standard to require more in-state generation.
That's certainly possible.
It's an important distinction because from an environmental point of view, you know, even if you accept the idea that Vermont is 90% renewable now in its electric generation, if we have more in-state generation, that means that we're going to be buying less out-of-state energy.
And out of the country.
And out of the country. That means that we would be taking less energy from Hydro-Quebec. But who is Hydro-Quebec going? What are they going to do with that energy if Vermont isn't taking it?
No, they'll sell it to Boston.
They'll sell it to Boston. They'll sell it to Providence, Rhode Island. They'll sell it to Chicago, for crying out loud. We're at a point now where DC power can be transmitted. Well,
pretty far.
Pretty far.
Damn far.
Yeah. I looked this up several years ago, and in 1986 there was I think it was a 9.5% loss in electric power over a 1,000-mile distance.
That must have been AC.
That was AC.
Yeah.
Now, in 1995, the distance with well, in 1985, the maximum range that you could sell electricity and make money was 2,500 miles.
Okay.
In 1995, it was 4,000 miles.
Okay.
But now we've got this new electronic stuff where we can go to DC power and we can move this stuff with DC
without the AC losses.
Without the AC. And this means that you use less copper.
There almost isn't any limit.
Almost none. You could manufacture power in Canada and sell it in Tierra del Fuego.
Yes. Yes.
You know, you could manufacture if you had the electric lines in place. You could make it anywhere else, anywhere on Earth, and sell it anywhere on Earth if you had those lines, DC power lines, in place. And the line loss is really negligible.
Almost none.
Yeah, it's getting to be negligible, and but in state, if we're going to do this in state, Hydro-Quebec is going to sell that power elsewhere. And what's it?
It's not going to hurt Hydro-Quebec any.
No. What are they going to? What are they going to replace? Coal, natural gas, nuclear. That's basically what it comes to. That's what they're going to replace.
And we have a lot of opportunities here in Vermont.
We have a lot of
little rivers where, you know, they could put in small hydro. They've got all these flood control dams up and down the Connecticut River.
That's right.
They have started generating power in Townsend.
In Townsend.
Okay, so
other places.
It's very doable. It doesn't interfere with their function as flood control.
That's right.
Okay.
And we've got lots of opportunities.
And there must be a dozen of them.
Yeah. We have lots of opportunities, but we've got no time left.
Well.
So maybe what we should do is say, have a perfectly lovely week, folks.
Well, we got 6 seconds left, so.
You're not up.
I'm not even up here.
Better
I'm
put
gonna try
both
and
of
put
us up.
so
There
I
we
can
go.
wave.
Yeah. No, we're still not there.
There
you
we go.
See you
Good
next
night,
time.
bye. Good night, guys.
Hey, Emily. All right, so 7 o'clock. I will do it. We can call the meeting to order. Do we have, before we get started, just for the camera and also for our 2 new board members, is it, how do you, it's Trey, right? It is. It was longer on the name tag, and I apologize for not even remembering. Yes, Trey. Trainer? Yes. You go by Trey? Yeah. Okay, and Trey Krieger and Abby Hazelton are our student board members, and we'll talk a little bit about how they got here under, new business probably, or old business. That's an addition and correction, which we'll get to. But let's just introduce ourselves. Go ahead, Leanne, start, and we'll go around the room here for the public and the camera, and the new board members.
Leanne Gilson, I'm from Brookline.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member. Clausen, Townsend.
Trish Scott, at-large member.
Bill Anton, superintendent.
Joe Winrick from Townsend.
Emily Long, Newfane. Lindsay Bertram, Newfane.
Drew Hazelton, Jamaica.
Abby Hazelton,
Craig Rigo, Newfane.
Bob Tebow, Lemonberry Principal.
Lori Garland, Central Office.
Craig Roach, Townsend Elementary Principal. Scotty Zbochnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal.
All right, thank you. So do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda?
No, maybe during correspondence, I'll add something for the next meeting.
Okay.
Under old business, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I want to add student process under old business, just 2 minutes, so that Bob can talk about how this all happened. I mean,
Oh, no, I just wanted to add something.
Yeah.
To the committee assignments, I just wanted to talk about potentially a budget committee, and then also I have a document I just want to talk about with budget development and execution.
do you want the budget development and execution under the committee piece, or under like new business, as we talked about how we're going to do the budget?
Sure, there.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Al?
Winter activities. Like to discuss winter activities?
In what context?
Just kind of heard through the grapevine that we may have a shortfall. Just wanted to explore options.
Okay, so we probably need to task somebody with something there and get a report back. It's not a big discussion. Let's put that under administration assignments for the next meeting. Okay, anything else? Alrighty. So the first, we agreed at our retreat to go through to create board norms and just go through them at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the norms that we agreed at the retreat that we would conduct our meetings on. We're going to maintain our focus, which means we're going to try and stick to the agenda and stay on time. We're going to also, we have at the bottom of the agenda our vision statement, and also at the top of the norms. That's our focus, folks. We need to communicate respectfully, listen, and cultivate opportunity for everyone to participate. We need to be present, and we're doing a good job. We're almost all here, and hopefully prepared. To keep the board productive and effective, once we've made a decision, we agreed to move forward as a board on that decision. And we're going to respect the agenda. We'll try and stay on topic, start and end on time, which I will really try to do. And we'll also be flexible to allow, especially members of the public who want to be on the agenda, time. So that's it. We'll do this at the beginning of every meeting just to keep them fresh. And I think, Leanne, you're the only one who, and they're on the back of your name tag. So they're in front of you at the whole meeting. And if for some reason you feel like those norms aren't being observed, it's the responsibility of everybody here on the board to budget on the norm. I mean, if I'm not, say something. If somebody's not, say something. That's how we're going to get ourselves to ingrain these things. Okay? All right. Members of the public, if you're here for a specific item on the agenda, we'd ask you to wait until then. If there's something else that's on your mind, like you, Rick, now's your time.
Yeah. Two very simple related questions. First one is how many tuition-free students are currently enrolled? And the second one was, now that the school year has begun, will somebody be able to just pick up and change their mind in the middle of the school year and say, I want to move to another school? Well, you have to take them tuition-free. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the first question is for 3 sixth graders and 1 kindergartner.
Let me just double check that. Did that other 6th grade student come?
The other one. There were, I believe we have 1 from Putney and a couple from Wyndham.
So we have 5 total.
Okay, so we have 4 sixth grade students and 1 kindergartner.
Yes.
Okay, that's changed since I got my answer yesterday.
That is correct.
And the second question, the answer is the choice process has run its course. So any new choice, choice into our district or even within the district would be subject to the review of the superintendent and at his discretion.
The language that we have in the procedure is school changes mid-year will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Parents apply through the WCSU central office. Final decision made by superintendent.
But this would apply to students from outside,
yes,
wishing to come tuition free.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Anybody else with a question not on the agenda? Okay. Any correspondence at all, folks?
Emily said she was.
Oh yeah, you have.
I did. I was just, I didn't want to add anything to the agenda, but there was a member of the town of Newfane who got a hold of Ken and I, and he unfortunately didn't get to see his email before, so because it happened just late today, with a person who was interested in coming to the meeting tonight because there was an item on the agenda that wasn't on the agenda that she thought was going to be discussed. I checked in with Joe, found out it wasn't going to be discussed tonight, so that was fine. But the second part of her request was, will there be childcare? And I would like to formally ask, this I'm speaking, paraphrasing what she asked me, us, Ken and I would like to see it at every meeting. So I think that's a great question. I think that's a great request. We've had it before. I think given the fact that we don't always have heavily attended meetings, I don't know how we're going to go about it, but I'd love to ask for it to be on the agenda for the future and see what we can do to make it easier for our residents in these 5 towns to come to our meetings.
Okay.
So if you want to put that under number 8, we can make that into a task.
I was going to say we can put that on a future agenda for sure. Okay. I have a bunch of correspondence, but it's actually down under new business. It's just letters. I have the resignation letter. I have some letters of interest for the position that's being vacated by Christina, but we can handle that under new business. Okay, so old business. You should have the board values, right? You sent those. Okay, there's a staple packet in front of you. There's copies in front of everybody. The top sheet is some additional work that I had asked Jen to do after looking at the board values that we had written down and revised and gone through with, pre-K to 5, middle school and high school, I said there's a lot, like every one of them starts with high quality instruction. Can we take a look at what would happen if we pulled that out and had just board values and then put the separate things that applied only to certain areas? Like, we probably don't, we may not have some things in middle school that we have in high school or high school and middle school. They may not all translate, but there were a lot of them, such as high quality instruction, effective communication, listening and responding to stakeholders, safe environments, access to healthy local food. Those were in every single place. So that top sheet is additional work. That's not necessarily, there's no change in, there's just a change in the organization. And it's really just for you to think about, and we could discuss maybe moving in that direction at some point. The other 3 sheets are the values that we actually came up with and wrote down the revised values. And if those look okay to folks, we'll get these kind of posters that we have behind us revised so that we have those values available to us at all times when we're doing this kind of work. Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's the question. So do these replace these, or are these in addition to these?
These replace those.
Replace those. Okay.
Yeah.
So things that were on this list but are not on this list.
Such as?
Well, there's some specifics at the high school level, AP, Journey East,
yeah,
things like that. Those are not on the, unless you interpret it through another way. New and different experiences. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where those things stand as far as the value goes.
We didn't take anything off of that list. We just sort of consolidated it down. AP fits in sort of the AP fits in a bunch of them. It kind of crosses a bunch of it to, individual growth academically. Some students are ready for AP earlier, later, whatever. Let them go as far as they can possibly go. The opportunities that provide options as well as new and different experiences, that's all the travel, not just Journey East, but
We haven't devalued any of those things.
No.
We just rephrased it and categorized it into broader.
We were trying to rephrase it and make slightly broader buckets, but we're not losing sight of any of the things that we liked up there. Yes.
Sort of following up on that comment, I don't know when we're looking to read through this and give our thumbs up that yes, we're ready to put that on there, but I haven't had time to go through this, and I'm hoping we'll have time. Plus,
go through
these lists, and that just prompted me to think, because I wasn't thinking about, the eliminating the other values and readopting these. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be fine with doing that. I just want to take the time to make sure that we are reflecting what our values are as a board. And I don't know how to do that if we approve these tonight without.
We don't.
And I'll just say one more thing. Yep. You all are going to get tired of hearing me say it, because I've been saying it forever, but play-based and outdoor education. My first focus on that has always been early childhood or pre-K. And it's not listed there, but it is listed on the other ones, or at least on elementary and middle. If we're going to list it there, it should be listed here.
Agreed. Yeah, good.
And there may be others like that, so I just want to take the time to review.
Yeah, well, that top sheet, no one's seen until now. The bottom sheet is just our work again, but you make a good point. There may be things that we want to miss. The other thing that I can do is have these values sent to everyone again, so that you can do that comparison work between what we started with and where we ended up. And I believe we actually even have images of the sheets that we wrote on and all that work that we did. So I can get that all to you. And we don't have to take action tonight and adopt these values. We did this work at the retreat, and we want to continue with this work so that we can actually publish them. So if we send out the handwritten images as well as the old values and put it on next month's agenda to take a look at it again, does that give you the time does that give the board the time it needs?
Can I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
The process for changing, if I don't know whether the board's going to agree with that or not, but if the board wants to adopt these tonight, which is fine, what's the process for adding or taking away from values down the road if we feel like we've left something out? Did we have that? I don't remember whether we talked about that.
No.
So I think it's a good idea for us to wait.
We set these and we never talked about changing them until the retreat again, where we said, let's look at them. We've worked with them for a year and we tried to update, consolidate. So, you know, so I think, you know, we definitely have time to look at the work that we did previously and make sure that this is exactly what we want to say is our values.
Thank you.
Ken, was that?
Oh, I'm just referring back up there.
Okay. So does anybody want anything other than the original values that we developed at our first retreat and our handwritten work to take a look at before the next meeting?
I got one more. Sorry. But if these things that keep coming up to me, I'm going to keep bringing them up. I'm going to go back to play-based outdoor education. It's become one term. And outdoor isn't just play-based, or play-based isn't just outdoor. It should be slash. That was always my intention. Play-based / outdoor education as much as we possibly can, especially in the weekend.
Okay.
They're not one thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
We're editing the term. Okay. Anybody else? If you think of something else, let me know. I'll get that material. I'll get those other materials for you quickly, and we'll put another discussion on the agenda next month, and we maybe can come up with what we actually publish. Question?
Yeah, I think you just answered my question. We're going to get the information, then we can go back and edit some of these?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We were going to talk a little bit about the process that got the student board members on.
Yeah, so
Take it away.
I think it was the August meeting. I think it was the August meeting where you guys agreed for us to continue exploring this and getting this up and running. So we started the school year. Joe and Bill came to our opening assembly and talked a little bit about the importance of having students on the board, as well as welcoming our students back. We had put together a process, as I described in the proposal to you guys, an application process, and we collected some applications. I reviewed them, and I had these two students sitting next to me here who both really shone quite brightly as far as not only their interest, but their aptitude for this kind of work. I think we haven't talked formally, but I think they're both interested in working with me outside of the scope of the board meetings to put together a credit experience that they will have on their transcript as well, to talk about you guys behind your back. No, just kidding. To like debrief the meetings after and to prepare them for the meetings in advance, talk about school governance, budget process. Maybe we'll have some guest speakers. Who knows? But that's the idea. So these guys both applied, and we talked about the idea there'd be a 2-year term for each person, but obviously we're just starting out. So Trey, as a senior, only has a 1-year term, and Abby is a junior, so she will have a 2-year term, so she'll be with us next year as well. But I want to thank them for their interest in doing this. I want to thank you guys for this possibility for them to be here. And I'll be here to kind of keep bugging folks, but I want to emphasize that we want them to be a legitimate part of the board process to the extent that they can be. When we know that there's statutory stuff around voting and executive sessions, things like that. But I would encourage you guys all to engage them in conversations that are going to be germane to them. I think like a values statement around what the middle school and high school should be. I think it'd be great to hear from these guys at some point about that. We can talk about it behind the scenes, and then they can come back and talk a little bit about it next time. But really encourage their voice to be heard, and really listen, because I think the kids have a lot to say, and these two in particular are very bright and very articulate. So looking forward to having them here.
Thank you. I think we're all looking forward to having him here. The student voice is important, and you know, it's hard to make decisions in a vacuum. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that input, and you know, don't be afraid to speak up.
So one of the things that we've already talked about was the idea of what do you want from them. I was sharing with them the agenda and the administrative reports, and so they said, well, should we be writing a report and what should be in it? I said, well, we should ask the board what they want before we just make any assumptions. So I don't know if this is the right time to do so, but I think it would be good for you guys to talk about what you are hoping for from them. Were they looking for something in writing in advance, or just presence and then dialogue, or some hybrid?
Anybody? I mean, personally, I don't necessarily think they have to come with a written report. Presence and dialogue. If there's something that you know they want to have on the agenda, I would expect them to reach out to me just like any other board member and say, you know, could we put this on the agenda? Is this appropriate? You know, and work through the process. But you know, if there's something that you know. If there's some piece that needs to be brought to the board's attention, or that you feel like you want to bring to the board's attention, you certainly can. But I don't think you need to submit a written report. You know, it's hard enough to come spend 2 hours here and speak up. Well, why make you write too, right? But anyway, what do you guys say? I mean, in the past we've had students write reports. We've also not had students write reports. It's you know, and I'm not sure. You know, I think it's just as good if they don't, as long as you come and participate in the dialogue, speak to the issues if you need to. Okay.
Do that.
All right.
What do you guys think?
I'll honestly do anything the board needs me to. If I need to report, like my mom and I were talking about this before, if I need to report like some of the sports scores and things like that from the week, I can do that. Whatever you guys need me to do, I can do it without much trouble.
Yeah,
Guess I'm not gonna do
Go ahead.
Well, maybe we could sort of play this out. And if you guys want to come with a written report, great. And if you don't, because I go exam weeks and stuff like that, and you're probably not going to have the time for doing that. So if you want to do it, great. Or if we decide that we need a report from you, we should ask for it, but maybe not expect it for it. Because I agree with Joe. It's a lot.
Yeah, and I think the assignment piece too, the way you guys are doing this with assignments for next time, if there's things that you want to hear specifically from the kids on,
Yeah.
they will have a month to maybe talk to other students and collect some data and then share some stuff out if you have a specific thing in mind you'd like them to share. I think that would be a good leader too. So
You already touched on one. I mean, we're gonna go back into values a little bit and publish those. You have that packet. You've got a month or so to take a look at those. You're on the email. I will get you the old as well as the work that we did. And you know, we'd like your input on those.
Definitely. Great.
All right, thank you. New business. Okay, so I actually have the letter of resignation from Christina Robinson explaining that as a boys JV soccer coach, she's required to resign because it's a conflict of interest. We'll get that posted as correspondence. And then I have 3 letters of interest for the seat that she's vacating, which I'll also post. One is from Jennifer Dorta-Duque, who you may know from the Jamaica board. One is from Marianne Bouchard, who's a Jamaica resident who's interested in this, and I'll post this. And the third one is from Keegan Eaker. I apologize. Again, expressing interest in the position. I answered all 3 of the letters of interest, basically saying that you know, the procedure going forward for appointing a new board member was that once the resignation was official, we would accept these letters of interest, and that then this board appoints the new board member to serve until March 2020, when Jamaica would elect them for the remainder of the term, in consultation with the Jamaica Select Board. Looking at the timetable, Jamaica Select Board meets October 14th. and I can go meet with them and we'll try and get them all the letters of interest. They can give us their thoughts on the members, and then we'll have all the letters of interest at our board, and we could make the decision then October 21st, which is our next meeting. So, that's sort of the time. I didn't go into that much detail with them about timetable, but I said we would try and be making the decision in our October meeting, barring some change. And then I don't know if we'll get more letters of interest or not, but we have the 3 now. We do need a motion to accept Christina's resignation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Other than thank you and we'll miss you? And the boys JV should go undefeated?
No pressure, no pressure.
No pressure, no pressure.
I can promise that they will. I guarantee it.
Really?
I'm playing with them in some of the games, so I promise we'll be undefeated.
All right, remember, these minutes are recorded and there's a way to hold your feet to the fire on that. Okay.
I want to report on that.
Uh-oh, now you're gonna be writing. Okay, anything else on that one? All right, all in favor of accepting the letter of resignation, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
We will not let you go ever.
I wonder if we refuse to accept her resignation, would it become not official?
I tried that once, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The board member doesn't come back.
I know. Okay, so that's sort of item A and item B, the process for appointing a new board member. I reached out to Jamaica today by email asking them if I could meet with the select board about this on the 12th. I was hoping to have a response so that I could let you guys know that was what was going on, make sure that was what you'd like me to do, board, and see if anybody felt like they wanted to come with me. A Jamaica representative, but they didn't get back to me in time, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. I can email you and let you know what's going on if you want to bless that mission. And if anybody wants to come, as long as it's not 5 of us, we don't have to warn it as a meeting. 6, sorry. Thank you. Thoughts, folks?
Have at it.
Thank you.
Being we have a vacant seat, it would be 5 now.
No, it's still 6.
No, it's still total of the board.
But if there's a vacant seat,
No, it's still 6.
That's why it's hard when you have
the board
vacant
has to
seats.
fill it.
Yes.
Because it's 10. Still 6.
Okay, so that's the plan. I'll let you know that it's going forward or not, depending on what Jamaica says to me. I'll just shoot you an email and let you know what's going on. But that's the plan. And so I would get you all the letters of interest prior to the October 21st meeting, and hopefully we can have a discussion and make an appointment that night. Oh, I did in the response to the folks that expressed interest, tell them that they were always welcome at any board meeting, but I actually was inviting them to come to the 21st meeting because I figure we're going to be appointing one of them.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question about that meeting that night?
Yes.
What's the process at night? Formal interviews? I mean, we have more than one person. We are very fortunate to have more than one person. It's fairly unusual that we have more than one person applying for a So I'm just curious about what the plan is for that night, and if there's going to be, I'll just go on to say, if there's going to be dialogue between people who are asking to be appointed and the board, we might want to schedule a little time ahead of time to allow that instead of taking up time in our meeting, like say meet at 6:30 to do it, or something, I don't know. I'm just trying to allow extra time.
Yep, good thought. We have appointed one other board member, and there was one applicant, so the process was, she'll do it. Thank you. And
Gotcha.
so we don't have, and to tell you the truth, I hadn't really thought about the process for that, whether there would be a little interview, allow them to speak, maybe just read their letters and say, okay, this is the one we.
Or even a subcommittee?
Yeah, or even a subcommittee.
I mean, I'm just questioning what we should do.
I am too. I hadn't thought of that.
I would think that, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that the select board's opinion should count for an awful lot because it is their town being represented.
I agree.
I agree.
Right.
Well,
that's true.
It should and it shouldn't. I mean, we're trustees of public education. It's ultimately our decision as to what happens on the board. And, you know, yes, they elect them, but it's not the select board has input. They don't have like if they say this is the one we want, we're not obligated to take it. We're not obligated to take that person. It's just a consultation and they have input. But you're right. I mean, if they have a reason, if they have a candidate that they feel strongly about, obviously I would report that. No. Any thoughts on process? Do we, you know, meet them do we ask them to come a half hour early, convene the board member meeting a little early and talk to each one for 10 minutes or so and see what happens? Do we develop a little interview like we would if we were hiring a position and ask them the same 4 questions? Yes.
Have we asked other boards who've had more than one person? I know this is fairly unusual, I will admit.
No.
So I'm just wondering how other boards have handled it.
It could be a task. It could be a task.
Could just have a special election from that town.
No.
Yes, you could.
Well, yes, you could, but they would have to warn it that much in advance. Plus, is it statute that defines the procedure now? Yes. For us, it's already statute that defines our procedure where we appoint in consultation with the select board, and it's only until the next election. So we're going to get a board member in October our way. If we hold a special election, it'll be November or December. They'll get a 3-month term, and they won't be here for budget season. So it's you know. There's a reason why it is the way it is, yes. But, all right, yes.
I would like to suggest that we task Bill with looking into what other boards have done if they have been in similar situations, and if he can't come up with something, to wing it really awesomely.
I like that strategy.
Yeah, with a process.
Okay. Is that enough direction for you, Will?
Well, we're going to do it at number 8.
Number 8? All right.
We'll do it at 8.
All right.
Good suggestion.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, so we good with that? Moving right along. Signing contracts. Bill has a file folder of contracts here that he wants to talk about.
These are all the West River contracts that was found that I signed and the person signed, but I had them in a pile to bring to you guys in July, and I did not bring it to you in July, so I still need you guys to sign these contracts. So it is all the employees of West River Modified Unified Union School District. You guys can look at them all, but I need a motion for the board chair to sign on behalf. All these people are currently employed. They are all currently being paid. I just need you to complete the deal by signing them.
I move the chair sign the employee contracts for the West River District.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Discussion?
Sure.
There's been a question about transparency of signing contracts and making sure that we specify for whose contracts we're approving. Should we in fact go through every named individual so that the record knows who we're employing?
Could
absolutely the board's decision to make, absolutely. Yes.
Could you provide us a list rather than have us read what's probably 75 contracts? We can just stick them in the minutes? Is this on a spreadsheet somewhere? We could just...
Yes, I agree with Drew and the transparency, so I am fine, either taking the time to just read them aloud now and then provide them for the minutes to be included. I think that might be the most efficient and the most transparent.
Can we do that, please?
Sure. You just want names, right? Bethany Bart.
Do you want to be totally transparent?
Chris Bart.
Say how much you're paying them to?
Rennie Bernard. Patricia Brandley. Michelle Bostrom. Elizabeth Brown. Kevin Burke, Bryn Casamassa, thank you. Chen Tong, Sarah Sipat, Matthew Clark, Tammy Clausen, Jenna Colasino, Phoebe Connolly, Katie Costa, Mary Davis, Teresa Davidson Berger, Monica Deuce, Dan DeWalt, Rachel Doty, Kathleen Gatto-Gurney, Sarah Grasso, Jason Gregan, Priscilla Halvey, Susan Haskins, Patricia Hines, Gerald Julian Sese, Chris Jers, Susan Jones, Mary Lindsley, Johanna Laskowski-Dope, Mary Martin, Addison Mash. No. Ashley Madison.
Matson.
Matson. Barbara Marchand. Barbara Marchand. Karen Meyer. Ed McGrath. Carrie Noble. Rory O'Donnell. Chris Parker. Suzanne Paw. Thank you. James Pecksock. Ellen Peters, Jessica Riemenschneider, Craig Roach, Megan Richardson, Jessica Rowan, Heidi Russ, Caitlin Saunders, Anne Marie Scott, Lauren Shockley, Heather Sperling, Scott Kabachnik, Marty Testo again, Robert Tebow, Joseph Toll, Paul Weber, Joyce Van Hamelin, and Bruce Whitman. There they are. All right, so there's a motion to direct me to sign these things. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. Further discussion?
That's not all the employees.
These are all the unsigned contracts.
That's all the unsigned contracts for the West River District.
Okay.
They're not signed.
It's good clarification.
To date.
To date. I mean, we might find some more.
To date.
Thank you, Lori.
Those aren't signed.
I know.
Okay. I thought you were taking them. I'm like, I gotta sign them.
Maybe more coming.
Okay, so all in favor of having me sign those contracts, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. We're good. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
In speaking of transparency, are there other names we should be reading? For other contracts that are previously signed, or we haven't done this process for everybody else, should we?
Yeah, when we bring contracts to you, you guys will go through that exact process.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Lori, budget development. It's you.
Yes, I have a document that I handed out to you, some draft form here.
I only have one set of
I've-
signatures, right?
Just my guess.
Budget development and execution, guiding principles, procedures, and timelines. So I put together this document to go through the budget process. I've shared it with the leaders, and I've also shared it with other boards. So I wasn't able to come to your retreat, so that's why I'm sharing it tonight. I would love for you guys to read through it. The guiding principles were basically pulled from your values on a high level. So, and then the budget timeline is attached, and it's, well, no, it's not attached, I'm sorry, it's a separate sheet here. This is just the first draft of the budget timeline. So things may shift around, but as you can see, West River's first draft will be presented on December 9th. to share with you.
So the.
So that you have this as we head into budget season.
Okay, so it's a timeline.
So, could I?
Yes, sir.
So at the bottom of your agenda, and also on the sheet that Lori gave you, the WRED, if you can just, those first 4 dates, December 9th, 6th, the 13th, 27th, those are not your regular meeting time. So we wanted to give you 3 months advance notice for that. But working with 6 different budgets, we have to time them all out.
Have any questions?
Is this something that you might be able to email, Laura? Thank you. Both, yeah. Never know where I'm going to be when I have a minute to really dig in.
Great.
Okay. We'll get that emailed out.
Quick question.
Sure.
Does this timeline give us enough time to get our annual report out? With the budget in it?
We should have enough time because the usual end date is the end of January. That's why the 27th is our go time for.
Because our goal is to have the budget in the annual report.
Within that beautiful little document.
What? Yes?
So following up on what Drew's question was, these 4 meeting dates are dates that we are meeting specifically to talk about the budget, so,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it's very possible we'll wrap up budget on the 13th. Is that
It is,
possible?
and then it would be necessary.
So, right, so I just wanted to say, it doesn't necessarily, we have to be thoughtful about this because we want people to know that, you know, these are tentative budget meetings, we may not need all 4. If we get one done on the 13th, I would hate to have anybody come in on the 27th to say. I just think we have to be very transparent about that, what the timeline is for the budget.
So we're going to start on December 9th
Ninth.
with a draft of the budget and keep pushing forward. We must be done by January 27th. The hope is that we will finish earlier with a budget we all love.
Great.
So would now be the time to say, Lori, can you try to keep that down as low as possible?
Put it under the task list there.
Wishful thinking. We're still preparing 2 separate budgets.
We can talk about that under the administration assignment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lori. Okay. The next piece is the administration's reports. We have the reports from each principal. If anyone has any questions about any of the material covered in any of the principals' reports, we have 3 principals here, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer any questions you would have. Anybody have any questions for anybody? I just had one. Scotty, I noticed in yours, your Principals Advisory Committee is interested in pre-K in the building, and you're working with the Director of Operations to see if that's going to work for you. So at some point, do you anticipate then coming back to the board you'll put it in your budget and you'll put it in your request for budget, and we'll get that as a budgetary item for next year?
For you all to make a choice.
Mm-hmm. So that's the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I just pointed you in the direction of Chris Medina, so.
Yeah.
So it's out there, you're working on it, and we'll see it in budget season as a request to us to put it in the budget, right? Or before. But at some point, you'll actually say, okay, we're doing it, this is how, and we're moving forward with it, or we'd like to move forward with it.
Yes, and then I'll be looking for funding.
Okay. Just checking, because I saw it in there, I saw the mention of it, and I knew there was already correspondence about pre-K. Should have come tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So when it does come, I think we'll have some discussion.
was my question.
That was my only question after reading all the reports. Thank you. They were very thorough. I like the format, so they all kind of match.
You can tell there's a mastermind behind it all.
Yeah. Anybody else? Al?
I just had a comment on, I love the report that came out about climate and culture. It's a fantastic report. Only one question. So there were 2 administrators that are on behavior referrals? Is that what?
Well, they're both for me.
Oh, okay.
So there's 2 layers of referrals. There's one that's sort of a teacher handled one, and then there's administrative ones. So that's what that is.
Okay.
So we don't have misbehaving administrators, we just have administrators referring students versus teachers.
Not as far as this board knows.
Those are handled in a whole different. That was a significant decline over last year.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
Yep, first month is looking good. And I think if you open the slideshow earlier, she did add some stuff to it, including that data later in the day. So if you didn't look at it recently, go back and look at it again. Because the data for the number of referrals, the comp from last year, this year, so far, very favorable this year.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else? Questions? Comments?
I have a question.
Sure.
Regarding that. Trey, would you and Abby, do you guys feel a difference in the building?
I mean, I don't, well, define difference.
Just the number of behavioral referrals. I feel that same thing, Bob, in my building. I feel like we've started off really positively, and I wonder whether that's just translating to me and Bob, or whether or not it feels different to be a student in the building.
Compared to last year.
Compared to last year, for me, no. I mean, other than the teachers I have, I still see them. So, and the ones that I don't get along with so well, I typically avoid. So for me, I don't feel that much of a difference. And amongst my friends, there's no one's gotten too much trouble.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I haven't
Give
seen
it to
much
her.
of a difference either.
It'll be important to follow up on though. It's a good question.
That is a good question.
Thank you. All right, so that covers principals' reports. Cabinet report. Questions for this one? Bill or Lori, a couple cabinet members. Any questions? I didn't have any. What? You have questions on the superintendent's report? Oh,
Passenger report, yeah.
did you guys got these, right? Abby and Trey? These documents?
I got a very big email from me.
Okay. Trey left.
They'll be back.
Okay, so no questions for you either, or Lori.
That's good.
Just Kate.
Keeping you well informed.
Yeah, very well informed. It's amazing, there's this much going on in the first, week and a half of school. It's like, no wonder it's going so smoothly. There's a lot going on. Okay, so we've put a lot of things down under item 8 here at tasks for the administration for the next meeting. One we had put on the agenda as a reminder there was the proficiency-based graduation requirements as a task. That was, we were talking about it before we were planning the agenda, and it was really just sort of a, do we want to task the administration with sort of starting that work? I know the teachers have been working on it for quite a while and have the idea, but we at some point actually have to develop the proficiency-based graduation requirement policy.
So the policy committee provided the model policy for you all that you have adopted, but it needs to be updated to add its specificity. So the task, there's a couple tasks. One is the task of taking the current policy, which was adopted right at the very beginning, and making it specific to what is happening at Leland and Gray. And then the second one is just the board being informed about what does proficiency look like at the high school, so you understand the flesh of the policy itself. So, those are the two things that I believe need to be taken care of for the board to actively be involved in that. So That's what I would see as the two tasks. And I would be happy to, and Bob and I, provide some feedback to the policy committee about updating that policy. And then I feel comfortable, Bob and his team, if they received a task from the board, and we could do the date and the time, to flesh out how proficiency-based looks at the high school. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Does that sound like work we need to have done? Make it, you have a task?
All right, so this is new. So the task, right, is to provide recommendations to the policy committee. Task 1, fair enough?
And before we get to that, our policy committee is standing and still exists as it was previous?
It currently is in existence as right now, but you guys will get to number 9 and confirm that.
Well, actually, one person left.
We have 3 standing
We
members
still
of
have
the
3,
policy
right.
committee, right? Mike,
That's
Lindsay, Ken.
Correct.
Right, under 9, we're going to talk about what committees exist, what committees we may need to form and give a charge to, and if there's duties for the standing committees now. And, you know, obviously policy's going to get some. Yes, sir.
I might just make a suggestion that one of your 2 student reps might be interested in being on policy. I spent a lot of time on policy years and years ago, and there's an awful lot that helps you understand how and why schools are run as you sit and you talk about these policies. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. It is. We'll see if there's any interest.
But we're not making you do reports.
So
That's great.
So the task is to.
So task is twofold. It's around proficiency-based graduation requirements. One is a policy recommendation to the policy committee from Bob and his team and myself. And the other one is, and we can do that by October 21st, due date October 21st. And the other one is an update on how proficiency is being rolled out in the high school. And I would defer to Bob on what good timing would be for something like that.
It could be October as well.
On the 21st?
Yeah. Are you looking for, I mean, there's some of the members here who are on the Leland and Gray Board have already had a presentation from me before about sort of the nuts and bolts of what it is, but I'm happy to do that part again as well. So sort of a tutorial around what it means and then where we are in that journey. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what we need, yeah.
October 21st is fine for that, if you guys want to put that all in one meeting.
All right.
So if you're gonna have that ready for that meeting, then we're gonna have to warn a policy meeting for a half hour before.
You are on number 9. Good man.
Okay.
Good thinking.
So there's the admin tasks. We had talked about something.
Winter sports.
Winter sports, yep.
So
we want to have you.
Well, we got to hear from Al.
Yeah,
right?
Do something with that. Yeah, Al. I was going to say we want to have you do something with that. So, Al, what do we need? What do we need?
So I heard through the grapevine that there's a shortfall in winter activities.
Define shortfall in winter activities, please.
As in a budgetary shortfall in winter activities, or a need for funding.
Funding to
support winter activities. Approximately, Bob could help me out, but probably around $3,000, give or take.
Give or take.
So, just wanted to see if there's anything we could do to explore ways to help that. I mean, this winter activities has been around for, I don't know, 40 or 50 years.
Is this across the district or just at the high school level?
Yeah, I think it's just as far as I know at the high school level, but it could be more pervasive. I'm not.
Part of one district, so.
Yeah.
I was just curious how widespread the problem was.
I'm not sure what the problem is.
I'm not sure what the problem is besides we're short on money. But.
So,
So the task is for administration to figure out the problem
There you
is,
go.
and give us a solution.
Should I tell you the problem?
Yeah.
Sure, that would help, because that's what
I know the problem.
Do it now.
I can do it now. So Al, referenced that this has been a long-standing thing in here in the valley. Someone says it's been going on Wheeling and Gray for 40 or 50 years. At some point in recent past, the GISP program changed, and it stopped going into the high school. So what that meant was, in the old days, what still happens through 5th grade, is that kids can buy these GISP passes.
Junior instruction to ski program or something.
You got it. And they could ski on winter activity days very cheaply, and then some other days they can go up as well. And the mountain, as part of that program, used to provide, and probably does, I don't know, at the elementary schools, still some passes for chaperones to go up and do these ski groups. And sometimes there are staff, sometimes there are family members, parents, whoever. But that's how, when you're sending that many kids to the mountain, that's how you ran the system. So when GISP changed, I don't know if it coincided with the new ownership at Stratton or not, but I've been told that it did. That we were faced with trying to figure out how to get kids passes and then how to simultaneously get chaperones up there. The pass problem has been solved by the collaborative and refuse to use program. So if kids attend these sessions that and make a pledge to not use substances, they get a pass for a very cheap amount, similar to what the GISP amount was. And so that covered that. And then initially with the refuse to use program, they provided instructors, if you will, passes. And so we had a bunch of adults who were involved with that, and they would take their passes and go to the mountain on Wednesdays, and then it would be the chaperones. Recently, and I assume again it's related to cost, the refuse to use program has reduced the number of adult passes to 4. And not all the 4 people who run the programming for those evenings are employees or even ski with the kids. I think we have maybe 2 that are. So basically the shortfall, other than the usual shortfall in transportation costs, which always runs higher than we expect it to, the shortfall is the amount it cost us to get the chaperones to the mountain. So last year we worked a lot with Build Up, who some of you know was up at Stratton. I think he's a CFO. CEO,
yeah.
But has had kids come through here and been part of the program himself and was a big supporter. To try to figure out how to close that gap, he was unable to get that to work. When we had a shortfall last year, and there was an anonymous donation that covered a chunk of that, and I think we used some other gate receipts or some other kind of thing from basketball to help make up the difference. So this year I've told my staff that we can't rely on an anonymous donor every year, and we have the shortfall to figure out how to make that work. We found a loophole, if you will, to purchasing passes for those chaperones. Some sort of like afternoon friend pack, I forget what the name of it is at Stratton, but it's a discounted deal if you bring a bunch of people. So we're going to use those bunch of people to be the chaperones, and so it's a little bit cheaper than it was last year, but even still, as Alice pointed out, we're probably about $3 grand short of being able to make that happen. Without the Stratton program, we have 9 or 10 other winter activities that happen as well, but Stratton has historically been at least half, if not more. Historically, it was probably even higher of the kids that go and do that. So without that, it kind of puts our winter activity program in jeopardy. So we had a big powwow recently to find out who wanted to be involved with thinking up solutions. We looked at other mountains, we talked about other deals, and we had a couple of staff members who volunteered to lead some fundraising efforts to try to get that money. But that's where we're at right now, so that's what I was talking about. That's the problem, is the cost of chaperones to go to accompany kids who refuse to use passes. Is that clear as mud?
No, it's very clear.
It's very clear.
So is the task that you would like the administration to report back as to the progress on what has just been explained to you about the Winter Activities Challenge?
I'd say both the progress, and then is there anything else that we can do as a board or the administration? I mean, can we tap into the Stratton Foundation or some other kind of grant money to cover the gap?
So progress on what is going on and possible recommendations.
What is the timeline on purchasing the tickets, the discounted tickets that you're needing to?
I think you can do them the day of, but the ticket sales for those passes open up November maybe. We can purchase them in advance. We wouldn't do that because we would, if we have a cancellation, we wouldn't want to spend the money if we didn't use it. But, yeah. And I guess one of the things that I'm unclear about in the new district is, I mean, I don't believe historically Leland and Gray has had any local money go into the program. I don't know what other districts did prior to the merger. And so I would just ask that you guys considering all of this together as an equity thing, if there's local money going into this in any way, if that's what people are thinking about, or if you're really just talking about grants and other types of donations. So I don't know. I just want to put that out there because I know
I think the equity is a great point.
Something to think about, yeah.
All right, we can deliver that to you. 21st?
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm just reporting where that committee stands at that point.
And I'll collect something together to have.
Anybody else besides me getting tasks this meeting, or is it just?
No. Lori, you and I just got one.
All right.
Yeah, we should task Bob to figure that out.
How to get out of tasks, that's my next task.
Well, don't you just go back and delegate these down anyway?
All right, next one, childcare. Emily, what is the task you would like?
It was just a request, and I didn't want to have a big discussion about it tonight because it wasn't on the agenda, so I just was hoping that we could have that conversation at a future board meeting. I said to this person who asked that again, it's not like our meetings have been always, sometimes we have a room full, but often we don't. And we have provided, have we not provided?
Yeah. Periodically.
Yeah, but it's usually on an as-needed basis, basically, because we know there's a big topic. And there's going to be a lot of people, but we don't always know that ahead of time. And the request was to provide it, have it available at every meeting. I don't know how to do that, so.
The feasibility of that.
You can task us with the feasibility of what the okay, and we'll report back on October 21st.
Yep, because I wasn't even sure how we did it in the past.
I think that in the past when we've done it, it's been, I'm sorry?
I think it was high school.
I was going to say, it was done as a community service thing. Phoebe took it, Phoebe was the staff member who was usually involved, and then it was some high school students doing some community service kind of stuff. I was going to say, can we make this explore it no-cost, low-cost options? I mean, is it fair to say, yes, we'll provide childcare, but it's going to cost you $5 so that, or something? I mean, it's $10 an hour to get a babysitter.
If it's
When I had
service,
kids
we
that
need
needed
to,
it.
right.
Well, but can we get it for community service?
Yeah, but who are we gonna task to do that?
Bill, exploring the option, and I'll report back on the 21st, the options that. And this is where Trey and Abby might be very helpful.
There might be a student club that wants to, do the service. Maybe there's a fundraiser, there's a little fundraiser in here, I don't know,
I mean, my biggest concern was about how do we know when we need it?
So in the past, we've done it like during budget season, we've done 2 or 3 when we have a big pre-meeting before Act 46 things, we've done that.
Right.
But we have never done it on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean that can't be investigated and report back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we have to remember that if we do start something where we have somebody here available and nobody shows up for the first couple of meetings, doesn't mean it's a failure. It just means that word hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right.
Or nobody really cares.
That's nothing for you.
I know. That's why I'm excited about it.
Values comparison work is entirely work by the board.
Okay.
And I have a deliverable of getting the stuff from the old and the handwritten, but I'll take care of that.
Okay, great.
You want to write that down?
No, that's that's an agenda item, not an assignment.
That's a Joe assignment.
All right. Applicant process, right? That was the other one for me?
Oh, yeah, that was the other one for you.
Okay. So the deliverable on this, again, on October 25th, It's going to have to be before the 21st, right?
Well, it could be, you know.
Can I communicate with the officers?
I was gonna say, do you want board input on that? We can have you and the officers develop this.
If you do, that's what you should do. We
That's-
just need to know
that's
ahead
what
of
I-
time if we have to meet ahead. That's all.
We should let the applicants know what the process is.
Yes.
Right, when we develop it, we'll let the applicants know, and then we'll say, you know, we're gonna interview you.
All right, so I'm going to make the due date on this October 1st, okay? And I will do the research on different processes, run it through the officers, and the board is going to allow the officers to decide on that process. Everybody cool with that?
Good with that, board?
Okay. So process, board, October 1st.
All right, and then so once we have the process in place, we'll have some idea of how many applicants,
And we'll
and we'll communicate how much early on the 21st. We'll have to meet to give them a chance to talk to us, to go through the process. Okay? Any more?
Yep, one more.
Oh, the two budget question.
Yes.
I just had to look at my notes.
So I can give you I can answer Drew's question in a short answer. I might be able to deliver the deliverable tonight. So right now, we are set up by our Articles of Agreement. We are bound to have two votes, a K through 6 vote and a 7 through 12 vote. Unless the Articles of Agreement are amended, that is the way that your budget has to be presented. The only way to do that is to build a pre-K through 12 budget and then to artificially separate them by equalized people. So we either have to replicate what we did last year, which some voters found very confusing, or you can amend your Articles of Agreement, which would be the process of warning a special meeting, having a special meeting, having an information meeting before the special meeting, and then having a vote, and then waiting 30 days for reconsideration, and then the Articles of Agreement. The specific article that you are amending could be amended in that manner. And the recommendation from the attorney is that if you are going to do that, you would simply make it in a very simple fashion where it would just be all members of the West River Education District get to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. Right now, it is very specific to if you are operating your own pre-K through 6 school, you can only vote on the 7 through 12 portion of the budget instead of being able to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. So I'm happy to do more work and give you guys more information, but essentially that's the decision the board has to make, to decide if you want to amend the Articles of Agreement to allow the citizens of Wyndham to vote on a pre-K through 12 budget, or you want to stay with what you've got and we will artificially split the budget into 2 votes.
Yes.
Lori?
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
What's easier for you?
Well, we all know the answer.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, that's easy.
We knew that last
One budget, let everybody vote, right?
So that's question one, what's easier? We all know that, right?
Yeah.
And what's easier for the public to understand? I think those are 2 pretty important questions to weigh.
Yeah. You have thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just follow Al's with my own thoughts. I have absolutely no problem with having this one budget and having Wyndham voters vote on the whole thing. My biggest concern actually right now is actually around our voters and the burden that they've been feeling, having to get out and make so many changes so quickly, so many times to the ballot box, so many challenges that they've been facing. And it just feels like one more burden. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't do it because of that. I just want us to be mindful of what we've been asking of the major changes that we've been going through in the West River District. And we have done our absolute best to make sure that we have minimized that, and it still has been really challenging. So I just lay it out there for everybody to think about when we make the decision. But personally, I'm fine with one budget.
In line with what Emily has just said, if I remember correctly, you had a whole 160 people vote for the bond.
Perfect.
Out of
Right on.
4,000 or so
Yes.
registered voters.
Yes.
So I think you really have to remember the voter burnout is real at the moment. Just putting it out there.
Agreed.
Well, we're just gonna have to burn them out one more time. The one budget's simpler for the office to do, it's less time consuming, right? Than splitting up two budgets, right?
Yeah,
So
and also-
that's saving money there, we gotta look where we can save money, people.
It was also complicated when it went up to the state, actually. It was interesting. I had spent a great deal of time with Brad James on the phone because of the way you have to report up to the state to make sure that you all got the tax rates that we thought you were going to get. And you did. So it worked. But it was more complicated all the way around. But I'll do what I need to do.
Go ahead. Emily, go ahead. Well, you were saying, look at the timing on that. No question that it's easier to prepare one pre-K-12 budget and let everybody vote on it. But to address what is very real, voter fatigue, for lack of a better term, can we do the artificial split one more time? We've explained it, we'll explain it again, and we'll also, in the same context, explain that as part of this budget vote, we're proposing this amendment and we'll never have to do this again, and going forward it'll be one budget, and now you're only going to the polls once, and it's gonna end this problem, and, it's sort of do it all at once and fix the problem, rather than try and rush ahead and fix it now prior to the budget vote in March, the end of March again. That's just thinking about it, can we deal with it as a timing issue thing? So I saw hands everywhere when I said that. Emily first, then Lindsay, then Drew, then I.
My question's for Lori. Lori, you mentioned that about Brad James and spending all the time. Is there anyone else in the state who has a split vote, do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think there might be one other.
Huntington. Isn't Huntington, yeah.
Huntington,
You're right.
Where there was the same issue.
But there are several other districts that are set up like this, but they do vote with one
That
budget.
is correct,
It's
yes.
very important to know that it's not just, we're not doing an outlier by going to one budget. Most of the modified districts actually do vote
That is
with one
correct.
budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we've been accused plenty in the past of not really listening to our constituents, and that we've sort of snowballed over things. And I think that it's unfair to say that by us having a vote, it's snowballing over people, because they can come out and vote. But realistically, the voter fatigue is very real, and we understand that. And it's a little like not hearing everyone's opinion about not getting everyone's opinion in the vote, because we know that not everybody that normally would vote is going to get out at this point. Right. I mean, even people that would normally get out and vote, the few that do, those numbers are significantly reduced. I just feel like it's not necessarily getting a real fair cross-section of the population.
You had your hand up, and has a plan?
If we vote a single budget, does the Wyndham tax rate get set? How do you determine the per pupil spending for 7-12 if we don't split the budget?
Yeah, I mean, you have to do a back calculation, because there still needs to be a certain portion of the 7 through 12 budget that they're paying on, right?
So in some ways, you have to split it regardless.
In some ways, yeah. Right. It's a little bit different than you know, basically going through line item type of thing, but yes.
So it is easier, just to follow up on that, it is easier to do it one budget and do that back split to do the tax rate than it is to all the way
split
split
it,
out.
but
Gotcha.
yeah, I think the only other comment I would make about splitting the budget is the confusion when it goes to the voters. But they have had one round of it, so, you know, and I think that we need to be careful, or I need to be better equipped to explain the split this year.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, well, it's definitely, I agree, one budget, much simpler, much less confusing to the voters. I have heard so many comments regarding the voter fatigue at this point that I honestly don't know that we could get away with another one without a revolt at this point. It would make more sense to see if maybe we could somehow more effectively explain the split budget one last year and warn it for the annual meeting as a vote to the change to the Articles of Agreement.
Yeah.
When would we need an answer by?
I mean, you warn it, you wait 30 days, you have it. I mean, you need, on a tight timeline, you need 70 days. I mean, you don't have to have an answer on the 21st. I mean, you could have the vote in January and have 30 days to pass. Just to follow up on what Leanne said, voter fatigue is obviously extremely real, but we probably wouldn't want to have the vote at the annual meeting because they're going to be voting on the budget at the actual annual meeting. But we do have an election next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
oh, I forgot those were separate, yeah, the way it works now.
That could be, if the board was to decide to respect the voter fatigue and know that you wanted to split it again for a year, you might want to consider, if you did want to have a vote on the Articles of Agreement at a time when you'd have high voter turnout, to a foundational document of this board. So.
That makes sense. Oh, yes, Rick.
Did we not change things so that the representatives are voted on at the same time as the budget?
Yeah, on the at-large.
Right, okay, that, I didn't hear that.
Sorry.
Come out that way, okay.
Yeah, we have one at-large vote on the 27th, 25th. Last year's 27th, this year's 27th. Sorry.
Any more thoughts? Yes.
So a question of the voter fatigue piece and the bond, the second bond vote was mentioned as a low turnout. That is that do we think that's a function of voter fatigue or a function of
last minute?
Well, or just the perceived, like, that wasn't controversial. People supported it widely the first time. People didn't think they had to go out because it might not be controversial. And I would also add to that, the split vote initially, that you may recall, there was some level of controversy floating around that had nothing, well, some people believe it had nothing to do with the budget itself, but other things that were happening in board decisions. So I'm just asking, I guess, from a clarifying question, when people are hearing from folks about voter fatigue, is there a root cause of that that we can really analyze, or is it really just people don't want to come out and vote? You know what I mean? Like, what do we think that's really about, or is it really about the actual act of going out and voting? And not only that, I mean, maybe it's a more rhetorical question, but I just wonder if that could help inform, if we knew the answer to that, it might help inform which direction you go with that.
I'll just
go ahead.
From my perspective, the low turnout isn't the reason why I talked about voter fatigue, from my perspective alone. And I do agree. I think some of the reason why that was low is because I had people say, "Oh, I didn't vote because I was sure that we were saving money. Why wouldn't people just get out and vote yes?" And I think there was some of that timing as well. The time of year. I was saying it because I hear feedback a lot, and I think it has a lot less to do with the details of what we're doing or what we're voting on or how we're doing it than it is overall. This has been a significant change for the 5 towns. And there have been multiple times when folks have been asked to go out over multiple different reasons for whatever, whether it's voting or whether it's having to come to meetings, reading articles in the paper. There's just a lot of change. And let's face it, Act 46 has been pretty controversial, especially in our area. And I think that from my perspective, that feels a lot more about what voter fatigue is. And I can't say it without saying that when it comes to voting and voting Australian ballot, our town offices, our town clerks, and the folks who work the polls are really burdened when we have these types of votes. So to say that there's a lot of hours spent, and it's tough when there's only 160 people who vote in 5 towns.
Yeah.
When I went in, I had in the town meeting, one person came in while I was in there, and I was in there a while, and thank God the people who work at the polls had books with them to read. That was a long day.
Okay.
While I agree that there's been a lot of votes this year, this is a whole new process, this whole new merger, and I think that the one budget is more important than worrying about if everybody's getting fatigued on voting, because it'll answer a lot of questions before the vote. In other words, well, we had this article, this article, this article. It'll be, this is the budget, this is it. It's not split. There's not going to be 100 other articles on with just the budget vote. Hopefully it should just be the budget vote this year. And it'll be one simple vote. People can get out, vote, and understand what they're voting on, and there won't be any confusion. So I say, right now, I just say call the question, or not call the question, but I'd like to make a motion that we set a date for a vote to amend the Articles of Agreement.
Since he's not suggesting a date, I have no problem with the motion as long as it is, the right. Oh, I'll wait till somebody seconds.
Does somebody want to second that?
I'll second it so we can discuss it. How about that?
There you go.
Could I make a suggestion? Sure. What if it wasn't a motion, but it was a task that I came back on the 21st with a proposed layout, a whole plan layout. I could have the warning, Bratt, I could have the date that it could happen, and then you guys could have a discussion about whether that made sense at that time while gathering input from your constituents over the next 4 weeks.
Well, if something like that were to happen, I might just withdraw my motion.
You and then you, or you and then you, I don't know. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that if that were to happen, it would make a lot of sense to encourage some community input on such a big decision.
And your thought?
My thought was not day, but dates, potential dates, because, I'm still not convinced that this is the time. I'm not convinced of what's the right timing yet. And so coming to us with a recommendation of one date is pretty limited, I think. So it would be great to have options for dates.
Okay. So Bill's making another task on his list.
No, that's good. All right. So a process.
So can I withdraw my motion?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you can.
Yeah.
Would you withdraw your second? Okay.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Bill has another task to come back with a recommendation.
Process, warning, and dates for amending the articles for discussion and possible action for the board.
Wonderful.
Sounds good. Sorry, Bill, I'll help you.
That's fine.
And can we do this in a timeline before Lori starts on the budget? Or budgets?
Yeah, there'll be a little concurrence.
Yeah, there'll probably be some concurrent stuff.
I will start building the budget as a pre-K through 12 budget, and then it will be.
We would separate it out at the end.
At the end.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, so
Let's
anything else?
get to you guys.
Yeah, anything else for the administration? All right, they're never coming to the meeting again. Okay, so now to committees. Item 9. We had talked. We have a standing policy committee. Ken is the chair. Mike and Lindsay.
Hey, that one.
Your name flew out of my head when you gave me the eyebrows.
I saw it go.
Who are you? Are members of that committee, and we also have a building committee that is Al, Drew, and myself. Yeah.
Well, before, I will have something.
Okay, I gotcha. So the question is, the building committee has an existing charge. We've been working with the director of operations. We're going through, what the facilities look like, and we're scheduled to actually come back to the whole board prior to budget season and give a recommendation as to what we need to do with the physical plants before the budget gets built. The policy committee got the proficiency-based graduation policy update as an assignment tonight, and I believe there are still outstanding some of the recommended policies that have not been gone through and adopted by us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've got all the requireds, but we haven't done all the recommendeds.
And they're apparently, according to the VSBA, that all just changed.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yeah.
Started.
Yeah, so.
I think I would just do the PVGR one.
Oh, my goodness.
So there is work for that committee. We had discussed at the retreat, Lori had asked about a budget committee, and one of the things we'll get from her is the actual sort of what you're looking for out of that committee in terms of work and charge and everything. And then we had also talked about having a committee to engage in some communications things, and do we need that committee? Do we have a specific charge for that committee? We had discussed again at the retreat, these committees were not necessarily standing committees, but were, ad hoc, formed with a task and then would go away, with the exception of policy, which, there's always going to be policy. So I guess, we can confirm the membership on those committees. It was suggested that one of the students might want to be on the policy committee. We can have up to 5 members on a committee without it being a quorum of the board.
So that was what I wanted to comment on. I think if we're going to have standing committees, and I agree policy should be, and I think we did talk about maybe building for the time being is a standing committee because there is quite a bit of task.
Mm-hmm.
So we could take that one on as a standing. We know budget is annual, but not necessarily standing. And I think we had a conversation during our retreat that it might be good to cycle different board members from year to year because, it's a learning process as well. And I think that would be helpful for Lori and her office. If we're going to have standing committees, though, I think we should be trying to appoint 5 people for those standing committees. I think it would be useful and helpful. It doesn't mean we'll always have 5, but I just think it would be more useful and helpful and a better representation of the full board when you have the 5 on the committee. If you can't get 5, that's fine, but I think it would be a good idea for standing committees.
Okay.
And I love the idea of the student.
Okay. So, given that policy is a standing committee, we've got 3 members. Assuming they're all willing to continue, do we have anyone else with interest in serving on the policy committee? Student?
What would that committee be doing, so I can understand it a bit more, please?
So we have there are policies that sort of govern how things work. There are required policies that you have to have a hazing policy, a bullying policy, and it's written for you, and basically we go through it, make sure it makes sense for the. There's very little editing work in there, and then we adopt that as our policy. There are also some recommended policies, and I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head that would be recommended. Ken, can you help me?
You're on your own.
You're the chair of the policy committee. You answer this question.
Well, we did the school choice policy.
Yeah, we did the school choice policy. Don't have to have it because you don't have to have school choice. But the policy committee did the research. They looked at some other districts that have school choice, figured out what made sense for us, talked about limits that they might want to put on, and how do we deal with this situation, and what happens here, and how does it work if you live in Townsend, you have the automatic right to go to Townsend, or and once you go to Newfane, you have the automatic right to come back, and they sort of talked all that through, composed the policy, made the recommendation to the board. The board asked a couple of questions and said, yeah, thank you. They end up doing some of the deeper work that the whole board doesn't necessarily have the time to do in a warned meeting. So the policy committee, or the committee warns its meeting, does that work, reports it back to the board, and the board might ask some questions or something, but we trust the committees to do that deeper look at something, and then look for a recommendation and take action on it, typically. More questions? I'm not sure I did a great job of explaining that.
You did a great job, Joe.
Thank you. That from the chair of the policy committee. Al?
So standing versus non-standing committee. What exactly, to me, policy is a standing committee, right? But they don't meet every month. They may meet periodically. If there's like a whole bunch of new policies that we have to adopt, they might have a stretch of heavy work. And then, so I guess what would that be that definition, right? So budget is a non-standing committee. Is that just defined by the fact that it's strictly during that 4 or 5 months period that you're working on the budget?
Go ahead, Ann.
From my view, policy is how we operate. And we have a lot of policies, and they need to be reviewed on a regular basis. And whether they meet once a month or once every other month or whatever, they're not a committee that would go away. Because we always need to update and revise and create and eliminate policies, because that's how we operate here. We operate by policy. We're a policy board. So that's why I think that a policy committee should be a standing committee, because while it can have change in appointment, and it probably should have change in appointment, it's not a committee that would go away, because that's exactly that's how we live in this realm.
Totally agree with you, but I mean, I think budget would be also a standing committee then,
Yeah.
because we're never not going to have a budget committee.
Standing committee with a really long time frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with that too. Just it's all about scope.
Yeah, right.
And what we charge the committee with. So maybe they should all have power. At a maximum. I mean, frankly, that's how we always operated. Everybody got assigned to committee. The Leland Airport, everybody had two assignments.
Yeah, they did. And there's history here. We talked about it a little bit. Leland and Gray got rid of most of its committees because the committee would do the work and then the board would want to redo the same work. So as long as we agree that we're charging the committee with a task and we're not going to then rehash it entirely, we're saving ourselves time and energy. And we're trusting the committees to do that deep look. The difference between standing and ad hoc for me is basically, we're always going to have policy, right? And I guess we're always going to have a budget, but the budget committee is going to have a pretty specific charge of working with Lori just to have a deeper understanding, and especially if we're rotating members through every year. I mean, maybe we always have a budget committee, but the membership changes. So I don't know if that would be a standing committee or not. Policy committee, we can have the same people on policy committee because they like policy. For a long, long time. If they like policy, I mean, so we're back to sort of, membership on the policy committee. Ken, Mike, Lindsay, anyone else? Did you twist an arm?
If you want to try it out, you can try it out.
Abby's in. Thank you, Abby. Anybody else?
We usually meet a half an hour before a scheduled meeting, so just so you know. We try not to split up everybody's, more meetings different nights.
Anybody else interested in serving on the policy committee?
All right, so now we need a charge of the policy committee.
So the charge for the policy committee would just be, review and update policies as recommended, as required?
So this has got to be a specific direction from the board to the committee. What is the charge of the policy committee?
Policy review is usually done every 3 to 5 years. I would recommend doing it every 3 years versus 3 to 5.
So review and recommend policies to the board?
That's part of it. There will be a specific charge now too. Well, and that, create as necessary or whatever, because we want a proficiency-based graduation policy updated.
Would you like the policy committee to make a recommendation for their charge? To present to the board on October 21st.
Ooh.
For the board's consideration.
For the board's consideration.
How about that?
Sure.
That's their task.
All right, you hear that,
There's
Ken?
your first task, guys.
You have 2 tasks.
Run that by me again? My task is to figure out my charge.
Your task is to figure out how to word your charge. I mean, you know what you're doing. You know what you're supposed to do. It's not going to change from what you've been.
For the board's consideration.
This is official, I got it in writing.
Just write it. Good, right?
All right.
All right. So the building committee.
Yes.
We have 3 people on the building committee. Do we have other interest in the building committee? Trash.
I'm not on for 2 because I don't think I can do budget. Timeline.
Well, that's 5. We can do that.
I just feel like everybody should step up on some committee, so I feel like I have to step up first.
Okay.
It's hard enough.
Okay, so we've got 5 on the building committee.
Okay, so the building committee's task
is to write their charge.
Is to write a charge for the consideration of the board by October 21st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. You, me,
The others, oh.
Al,
That's Al and
Drew.
Trying to get some church. Ready to charge who's chair. Isn't it Drew?
Drew is the chair. He's going to be really thrilled.
That's what I was trying to get at. Well, Drew's not in the room, so we might have to get him to do that.
Okay. Yep.
Charge of the budget.
Lori,
Yes.
in order to actually form this budget committee for you, could you help with the charge on that a little bit? So people know what they're signing up for? I mean, we'll form it. Like, when do you want it? What do you want them to actually do for you? Is it a year-long standing thing that you're going to be working with them all the time, or is it just a 4 or 5 month shot? What are you looking for?
So
Yes.
how I would envision a budget committee would be actually fairly short term. I think that it really is leading up to the budget. I was thinking somewhere in the vicinity of 4 meetings, and the first meeting would be to just review, when we first do the budget, we're bringing in, information from all different areas, and it's just a basic review of the budget, and then the first draft is presented. But in that first review, it would be great to have the budget committee really understand where those numbers came from, right? We talk about equity, and your values, and do you see those as board members in the budget, right? I mean, that's an important thing for you to be able to identify. And then the second meeting, I would think, would be after we get some more information from the state, so after that December 15th timeline, when we have equalized pupils and we start getting real with tax rates, right? So we put together this great budget, an expense budget, and then reality hits and we get equalized pupils, we get revenues from the state, and now we have to make decisions. So, that type of pre-work with a budget committee would be invaluable to understand, where those numbers come in from, what they do to the tax rate. And then be able to help explain it to everyone else. And then, probably a third meeting after the second meeting, when we come back with a second draft that has some more realistic numbers and some revenue assumptions and that type of thing. So meet again and make changes if necessary. And then meet prior to the budget information meeting to just really help understand, so that when the public has questions, we're able to answer them. So that was my vision of a budget committee. And then it could be, longer term as far as, reviewing quarterly reports. Next meeting, I guess, on the 21st, I'll be coming with a quarterly report of how the first quarter is shaking out for West River. And we'll take a look at an expenditure status report. So, maybe the budget committee would have some insight into that and a preview of that.
Okay.
Does that give you an idea of
It does.
what I was thinking anyway?
It
I'm not
does.
sure what you all were thinking, and
We weren't sure.
Okay.
It's like, we'll let Lori tell us what she thinks. With respect to the quarterly report, if you want input ahead of time, officers could do that too. I'll volunteer then.
Okay.
So.
You volunteered for the budget?
No, I volunteered for the officers
Yes,
to review the
you
quarterly
did.
report. I'm looking for volunteers
Oh,
for the budget committee. Al, Leanne, Trey.
All right, I'll do it.
Mike.
Trey, nice. Leanne, nice.
I will as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go in there too.
Nope.
That's too many, isn't it?
I think that's too many, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it?
Yay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's 4 board members, four voting board members and a student, so you could if you wanted.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's, okay.
Who we have then? Al, Leanne, Mike, Trey.
Me and
1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's 5, right?
It's 5 and a student.
Okay.
Since there's not a vote there, it doesn't.
I'm gonna
Well,
let
they-
you.
Doesn't
Mike,
go
do it.
quorum.
Okay, yes, I will do that.
You are tasked with.
Yes, tasked with inviting to the first meeting and develop a charge that you will bring back for the board's consideration.
Okay, and lastly, is there a community engagement, communications sort of, we had talked about that fourth possible committee. Is that committee, do we have a charge for that committee, if it were to exist?
And this came out of a conversation that almost every bit of feedback we shared at our retreat was we need to improve communications with our community.
Right.
So does
Schools
this
need to
board
communicate
that-
better, board needs to communicate
Just
better.
trying to do it for the public,
Right.
so that
Right.
we all.
I think
You know-
Drew would sign up for this one.
I know Drew would
I'm
not
pretty
sign
sure
up for this.
before, he said he was, right before he left, I think that's what he said.
Community.
No, this one is
Make
one
sure
he
you sign
said
me
he
up
would
for
not
that.
be on. Well, and we said as a board, we needed to do a better job of this and we need to encourage this. My question isn't, does it need to happen? It's if we form a committee and, whatever we call it, what's the charge for the committee? What are we tasking them with doing? That we're not gonna all do as a board. We all know that we need to communicate, we need to try and communicate effectively with our constituents. The schools need to communicate effectively with their parents. We heard communication struggles, across the board at every level. So, it's not necessarily, it's just what do we tell them, what do we have them working on if we form them? Not necessarily we don't need to do the work, it's just, and maybe we don't know exactly what that work is yet. I don't know.
Or do we just need to refine the procedures we do now with the public? In other words, basically, we're warning everything where we should be warning it, correct? All 4 schools, the town offices, and right?
3 places in each town.
Right. So we're warning correctly. So we're posting correctly. Are we putting up all the school Facebook pages and websites? Right? They're all up.
Very good at that.
Right? Because so that communication is already up. We just need to make, I want to say, we need to make it more apparent to the public that this stuff is out here. This is where you need to look. Does that make any sense? We already have places for them to look. We just need to let them know where to look.
So is that somehow a job for a committee?
That's what I'm saying. Do we really need a committee for that?
Well, I was just
thinking out loud.
I'll just say that I think it's probably more than that. It's not a matter of a lack, I don't think that our lack of communication has to do with the lack of the required community postings and all of that we need to do, or Facebook or whatever. I think it's actually outreach. I'm not volunteering, but I am saying that I think a committee could come up with a plan to improve communications with our communities around not just changes or issues that we have, but with the good things that are happening in our schools in the West River District. And I don't know when the timeline of this needs to take place or whether we even need to do it now, but I think given the conversation we had, I think a plan for increasing transparency and figuring out better ways for outreach into our communities to allow them to feel more comfortable and connected to our schools and the work we're doing is a good idea. That's all.
So maybe something like going to a festival, like a heritage festival, having a table there, and being able to communicate with the people.
Yeah, I mean, so I was
Just
going,
as an
I was
idea.
going higher than that and saying just, this is the kind of thing we would ask a committee to come up with. Ideas like that. I think that's a great idea. And there should be others.
I think we just found our chair.
That would make 3, no way.
I only got 2.
So is that something we want to task a committee with then, is to sort of do that level of thinking? Like, we need to think of more creative, different ways. I mean, maybe we need to increase awareness about ways we're already communicating, along with trying to think of new ways to communicate. You know, it never occurred to me to go have a booth at a festival, you know, but maybe there is. You know.
Or maybe a quarterly newsletter to the communities from the board, or maybe, I mean, there's a million ideas that could come out of the committee.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
what I'm saying, and I would just really like for us to consider at some point having a committee. I don't know what time it's.
Okay.
I don't know. This sounds right up Emily and Al.
I think,
yes,
as a thought, since it doesn't seem like maybe anyone's ready to jump on board with this at the moment, that maybe we can make it a task for the next meeting. Everybody can come with a couple ideas, or we can also task Bill with.
No.
I don't know what. Let's task Joe with it. We're gonna task Joe.
I liked your first idea a lot.
Everybody come with
where,
an idea.
This is something that the whole board needs to do better. And, we could have the committee do the work, but before we have a committee do it, can we, everybody come up with something, everybody think a little bit, and then, maybe there'll be an idea there, or a person who becomes willing to take that and run with it. It's a good idea. You had something to
I
add,
was
too?
also going to just add that at some point, because didn't Al say that would be 3 committees for me, and I can't handle that many, which is an absolutely accurate statement. If we're going to actually operate by committees, and I think you've all heard that for me, committees are, I've seen the good side and I've seen the bad side, so I want to see how it works out. But I think that if we're going to do it, we all have to take part of the burden. It's part of our being present norms that we agreed to. And I think that it might make sense to consider having either the chair or the officers appoint committees as opposed to people volunteering. It's great if people volunteer, but if we're going to have committees, we all need to participate in one way.
Do we have a new Jamaica rep?
So I'm not suggesting you do that now.
No.
I'm just saying that you ought to continue to think about how we're going to operate, because when we do this, sometimes it's the few who end up taking on all the burden, and we don't always do that.
No,
We
that-
don't have everybody here.
That is the way the
Yeah, new board.
WCSU board operates. Committees are formed and then the chair appoints. So,
Just putting it out there.
no, it's not a bad idea. If we were getting to a place where we weren't getting volunteers, there could be appointments.
And also rotate so everybody learns.
Right. So if we actually go out as a whole board task and come back with, tasks for community outreach, expanding our communications, whether that's, a way to focus current channels of communication or make them more available, or an entirely new way. If you can come up with one or two, we'll discuss committee assignments, but that's a whole board assignment. So we've made it through. Are there any other possible committees? That was what we wrote. That was what we had discussed at our retreat. But I mean, if something jumped up and down at someone, I wouldn't want to go past. All right. So the last piece is the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to
Um,
approve the consent agenda.
The pay orders got their 2 reviews, right?
Which
Okay.
includes the minutes of 8/19, 9/3, and 9/4, and the pay orders.
Second.
All right. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We do not need an executive session, correct?
We do need an executive session.
We do?
Well, we don't need an executive session. We do need to talk to the board about availability.
Do you have dates? Times, possible?
Ish.
Ish, do you want to not do it now then?
Well, next Monday.
The executive session that we talked about having tonight, ahead of time, couldn't happen. So now we need to reschedule it. Next Monday is tentative from you and the parties, or?
So we need to do it,
We'd like to schedule it at 5 o'clock.
we need to do it by the Friday the 27th. It needs to be completed by Friday the 27th.
We have to do it before Friday the 27th.
Okay, so you want to do it at 5 o'clock next Monday?
Yes. And I know 5 is very difficult.
And 6,
There's some.
Joe?
Right, I need 6.
Tomorrow after
I can do
11,
5.
6 will work.
5?
I can do 5. I'll do 5.
Leanne, Al, no, you can't.
At either 5 or 6?
Well, there's a time
I'll
part
know
of
more
this.
tomorrow about the timing of it.
Yeah. We just needed to know if 6 people could be available at 5.
All right, so
We might be.
you're saying for 5 o'clock?
Initially, I think that's
You
the
can do 5?
wise
You
move
can
to
do
say
5?
initially.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we see a show of hands who can be available for 5 o'clock next Monday?
We've got,
Do we have?
yeah, we've got a quorum for 5 o'clock, just going this way.
So we'll communicate out if it's going to be 5 or 6.
Okay.
Okay? We just
Okay.
needed to know. Can you guys do 5? Oh, you
What?
you will not be able to.
No, they can't
attend.
come to executive session. No.
Drew's calendar looks okay.
Oh, thank you.
It's nice to have all those things in sync.
Aries refused to use at 6 p.m. next Monday. I don't know if
Okay.
that affects anything.
All right, so that, we didn't need one
Is this the
tonight.
one that the parents have to go with?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so is there any other business tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Then thank you. Is there a second?
Not bad, guys.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Good job with the norms, and we are out on time.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is September 30th.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Sorry, there was a cop. I had to drive slow.
This Friday, October 4th, is the annual... Oops. Okay, photography silent auction will begin. The show, presented by Vermont Center for Photography, features works submitted by a wide range of international, national, and local contributors. The subject matter, mediums, and sizes vary widely, so does the price range. Bidding is open until the 27th.
The Harvest Festival is happening right now. It has started on September 21st and is ending on October 13th. The festival will be held at Sam Motz's Vermont Farm in Colchester, Vermont, on 277 Levine Road. Take a hayride pumpkin fields to pick your own pumpkins. Enjoy pumpkin pie, pumpkin donuts, pumpkin fudge, apple pies, and cider. For children, they have pony rides, a petting zoo, face painting, fall games, and a maze. Let's take a look at what the climate will... Oh, let's take a look at weather with Ernie.
All right, so today is Monday, and we have a high of 67 and a low of 50. It will be sunny today and tomorrow, with a high of 75 and a low of 65. On Wednesday, it's going to get rainy with a high of 70 and a low of 43. On Thursday, it will be raining as well with a high of 50 and a low of 47. And on Friday, it will be rainy with a high of 55 and a low of 35. Back to the desk.
On October 5th, the Buddy Walk will take place downtown at Bratt at the Commons from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Come to the Commons to help raise money for the Special Olympic program in Whitman County. There will be live music, lunch, games, prizes, and lots of vendors during the 1 mile walk through downtown Brattleboro.
The third annual New England Street Food Festival to be held on grounds of Campfires in Dummerston on Saturday, October 5th, 2019, 11 a.m. through 5 p.m. A variety of street vendors from New England will be there. Now we're going to kick off our sports segment with Tyler.
I'm Tyler with the sports today. There are lots of victories for the Colonels this weekend. The football team won 56-0 against Mount Abe, and we're now 5-0. Next week, we travel to Spalding for a Saturday game at 6 p.m. The boys soccer team and the field hockey team won their games on Saturday. The boys soccer team won 3-1 against Division III Green Mountain, and the field hockey team won 4-1 against Fairhaven. Games this week include the field hockey playing Woodstock at 6 p.m. on Wednesday on Tenney Field, and the boys soccer play also on Wednesday, but at Fairhaven, and they also play on Friday at MAU. The girls soccer team plays at MAU on Thursday. And now back to the desk.
On October 6th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. is the annual Harvest Festival at 760 Grove Street in Brandon, Vermont. Come make harvest-themed stick figures, scarecrows, and leaf people. You can even take one home for free. Also, you can find hay rides, food, and lots of pumpkins. It is all family fun with kids and adult activities. Go for free, but other activities cost money.
The Keene Pumpkin Festival is back on Saturday, October 1st, so if you're brave enough to go, meet the Keene Commons in downtown Keene 1 p.m. for pumpkin carving, pumpkin-flavored treats, and many more fun activities. Time for a worldly man with our world news. Jen Cohen.
Hello, BUHS. A drought in Europe exposed a long-submerged Spanish Stonehenge recently. This circle of rocks can be dated back to around 7,000 years ago. The stones have been found in a man-made lake in Spain thanks to multiple droughts, and the water level has just gone way down. So that's pretty cool. There are more than 100 largest rocks. They're not as big as like the rocks in the Stonehenge in England, but they stand straight up like those ones, so how they got there, nobody knows. Back to the desk.
7,000 years ago.
Quite a while.
Yeah. The Harris Hill ski jump on Cedar Street is happening. The ski jump... the ski jump unfortunately only has one main event per year, and that's not until sometime in 2020. However, the ski jump is open for visiting year-round, and viewing fall foliage from the top of a hill is a wonderful way to kill some time on a weekend. I recommend getting some friends a picnic, a JBL speaker, and appropriate outdoor clothing and supplies for paper airplanes. You can experience the changing foliage from up above while seeing who can get their paper airplane to fly the farthest. So head down to Cedar Street to enjoy some time crafting, nature watching, and enjoying the fresh air and quiet.
On October 5th, there will be a harvest festival at the Retreat Farm starting at 10 a.m. The cost to get in is $15, but children under 2 can get in for free. There will be live music, pumpkin planting, hay rides, and much, much more. So bring some friends and have a blast. Now for a special dude with an especially chosen special.
Hello, it's Brandon. I'm here with a special. As Tyler said earlier, we had many great games this homecoming weekend. But I'm sure you guys who did not see would love to know who the royalty was. It was Ernie Brunton and our very own Tyler Milrick.
That's right.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
I don't
Now
know if
for
I'm
the
king or
special.
queen, though.
You're probably queen.
Okay.
So, time for the special. We're going to do questions with the quarterback. All right, I'm going to ask you questions. Got to answer them very, very honestly.
The honest will be true.
All right. Who on the team is the strongest?
This is an easy question to answer here. Elijah Isham. He absolutely can bench the most and squat the most.
That's fair.
You can bench a lot, but you can't squat to save your life.
That's fair. Who would you say is the most handsome?
Oh, this is also an easy one. You guys saw him earlier? Jem Cohen. He's just so gorgeous.
He is cute. All right. Who do you think would most likely play in college?
Probably myself.
Attaboy. I
It
could agree with that one.
I don't know. Not many people on the team are really trying to play football outside of high school, so.
Yeah, you gotta want for that. All right. How do you think this season is different from last year?
We're winning games.
That's fair.
We're winning games, and there's a lot better team chemistry this year.
That is true. I agree. Who do you think would be most likely to take down a grizzly bear?
Well, this goes back to the strongest, so I'd have to go with Elijah again, since he's the strongest.
Think he could just like pick up a grizzly bear?
I don't think he could. I think he'd get eaten, but he has the best chance.
All right. Who do you think has the best shoes?
Well, I'd have to say you, Brandon. Bratt Kicks.
Personal shout
on
out.
Instagram.
Thank you. Yep.
Go get the Bratt Kicks.
All right. Final question, the most important. Are we going to win Saturday?
We're going to win Saturday.
Yes, we are. All righty. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Back to
you.
the desk.
On October 21st, the California Honeydrops celebrate their 11th year together in Burlington with the release of their latest live album, Honeydrops Live 2019, and an international tour to Australia, New Zealand, and Europe. This follows the release of their 7th studio album and first ever double album, Call It Home.
This month's gallery walk features exhibit openings at galleries, eateries, and other businesses, most within a few blocks of Main Street. Activities, street performances, and more. A festive block party in Brattleboro. This will be starting at 5:30 on Friday, October 4th. Now for funny news with Sierra.
Well, we gotta zoom out a little bit. We're all at the same desk after all. So, funny news.
This week's funny news takes place across the pond, Manchester, England.
Nice.
So about a month ago, this man who chose to be anonymous created about an over $100 million toilet made purely out of gold.
That's what you do with $100 million, right?
And then, of course, a millionaire bought that and placed it in his own home and attached it to his plumbing and was his everyday toilet.
Gotta go to the bathroom in style.
Of course.
But about a week ago, this toilet was stolen from his house. Nothing else was stolen, by the way, just the toilet.
Makes sense.
And
That's what I'd steal.
well, they're still looking for any tips on anyone who stole this toilet, or for anyone who has any information.
Gotta be pretty strong, because I think a gold toilet would weigh quite a few pounds.
Who goes into a millionaire's house and is like, man, there's all this other really cool, expensive stuff, but I want the toilet.
Nah, that.
I get. It's made of solid gold, right? Solid gold.
Solid gold.
But it's like if you break into someone's house, you just go for the bathroom.
I don't think someone could have done this alone, and this had to have been like targeted.
I feel like it's an inside job.
Think so?
The owner of the house.
Maybe it's insurance
Stole
fraud.
toilet.
Insurance fraud?
With your gold toilet?
Yeah, like oh no, my gold toilet that's worth $300 million got stolen. Oh no, hey insurance, give me money. It's like the perfect scheme.
Perfect scheme.
Can you have a toilet insured? Is that a thing?
I mean, if it's worth enough. I mean, if it's made out of solid gold, like you can have jewelry insured, and that's gold. So
why'd you have to insure a toilet?
Because
it's $300 million. If that's stolen, then boom, you're down $300 million. But if you have it insured, it's not as bad.
All
right. So, anything else on the story?
That's all.
All right. End of world news. So, we got a closing real quick. Well, thanks for joining us today. I hope you all had at least half as much fun as I did. So until next time, that's why the world is like this.
All right, 6 o'clock, call this meeting to order. Can I get a motion for the minutes, approve the minutes?
I'll move that we approve the minutes of September 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
How about warrants 7, 7P, and conservation 3?
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment, warrants 7, 7P, and conservation number 3. I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Recognition of visitors. You guys like to come up right up to the table?
Sure.
Thank you. Let's go right around the table first to introduce ourselves. I'm Louis White.
Geraldine Wilson.
Terry Chapman.
Maria Gordon.
Nice to meet you. I'm Christy Beatty.
You've seen them, I think I'll pass this one around. So my name's Alex Beck. I'm the Workforce and Education Manager with the Bratt Rural Development Credit Corporation. We're here tonight really to give our update, our annual update, and touch base about our upcoming town meeting day. You've all received our letter, the letter from us. We're petitioning, so we are familiar with that process. And I thought I'd just give an overview of some of the bigger picture stuff that our organization does. I think most of you are familiar with us. And then go into some specifics about specifically the workforce and education programs that we have, because those are the programs that engage the most amount of community members throughout the county, but especially here in Dummerston. So in your packet, you'll have a copy of that letter. This is really a broad overview of all the programs we run. You'll see a brochure for the micro entrepreneur loan program. And small businesses can work with folks in our office to access small loans. It's usually for small businesses who either have existing loans with banks or can't get a traditional loan for whatever reason. Hermit Thrush is a good example of a business that used this program in Dummerston, and an example of success. Again, it's the tools that we have to help smaller businesses grow and get over that first hump so that they can expand and move. In some places, they move from High Street, but also our incubation program, where we lease space at the Continental Book Press to help businesses grow. Vermont Photonics is also a great example of a Dummerston company that started as an incubation company, and once they were able to grow, they leave our place, which is always a success story for us, and start business and add jobs in other communities. Please, if you want more of these, we'd be happy to drop more of these off. This is run by R.T. Brown, who some of you may know. His information's in here as well. So anyone who's interested in starting a small business or really scaling up their small business. We have our Southern Vermont Young Professionals group, which is a social and professional development group for folks between the ages of 22 and 45 roughly. And that's really just a support system for either folks who are new to the community or are coming back after having been away for a long time. Everything from where do I grab a drink to where do I find childcare, where do I find housing. As more folks are, especially in the age group and that engages in this program, we really are transitioning from where do I find a drink to housing and childcare conversations. So it's been really great seeing how this group has grown to engage Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust so that they, young professionals can get a free home buyer class and those kinds of resources. So that program is going well. And we also are a part of a regional marketing campaign that really is trying to tap into some of the latent tourism marketing that's going on. It's really saying it's not just a fun place to be, it's a great place to live. We have jobs here, we have communities who are looking for people to fill jobs and other roles. So that is that program as well. Also included in here is a brochure about our workforce programming, and that is really one of the highlights of what we're really focusing on. This packet will show, it's all about population change in the region. You'll see on this page, really quickly, a map of how many folks come into Dummerston every day to work and how many folks leave to work. And so it's about 750 folks leave the town of Dummerston for their jobs, and about 150 people come into the town of Dummerston for their work. And this is similar across most communities surrounding Brattleboro and the area. And so what this also really shows is that our role as workforce people is to make sure that everyone's students have access to the opportunities in any community they would want to work in, whether it's a business here in Dummerston or one in Brattleboro or Bellows Falls or another more populated area. So there's a lot of other information around demographics in here. I don't think it would come as a surprise to most of you that we're getting a little older and fewer people slowly, but any questions about this big stuff in general?
Well, I just wanted to say that having been on the select board for 5 years now, I've seen a big change in the information that you're bringing to us. So I just wanted to acknowledge a certain responsiveness on the part of BDCC of when you come to the Dummerston Select Board, you're really giving us information about Dummerston, which is awesome. So I want to thank you for that.
Yeah.
And I also want to say that in terms of the young professionals, we hear a lot of information about the state getting older and young people leaving, and certainly our young people who grow up here, in some ways we want them to leave and go, understand the world better, but we want them to come back, and we want those people who leave other places to be able to come here. And as a small business owner myself in the region, I know how just having one young person at the in the business doesn't really do it. You really need a small group of people. So I really appreciate that that magnet that you guys are trying to create.
Yeah, I think we sometimes joke that it can also serve as a white glove service, where if you have a young professional employee and they've just moved to take an internship or from somewhere, you can reach out to us or encourage them to reach out to us. It's not just do they find us on Facebook or not. It can very much be a tool that you use to reach out if you don't have another young person on staff yet. So that's something that they're always happy to do, but thank you. Yeah.
That kind of segues into our PC
Sure.
program, yeah?
Yeah, so besides regional stuff, again, this is just to leave behind, this is our regional career fair that happens every year. The BDCC is the lead organizer of it, but we work closely with Department of Labor and Creative Workforce Solutions. It's really for any and all job seekers, but mostly, entry level, a great place for a lot of larger employers to fill those needs with regards to entry level skill sets. So a lot of organizations that are looking for bachelor's or master's level employees, we have other programs that can help attract or find those folks. This is really a great place for students and college students and high school students and other folks in the community who are looking to transition careers. Now I will segue to Christy, who is responsible for making sure the right people are seeing this.
Yeah, so hi. I've been working for the BDCC now for about a year. I'm the Pipelines and Pathways Program Coordinator. So what I do is I go into the 4 Windham County high schools to not only learn about what kinds of career programming is already provided, but where the gaps are, so that we can, as a group, fill those gaps by providing programming directly to students, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, or by involving other youth career services within the community to kind of support that. So over the course of last year, I did a lot of information gathering within the schools. So I met with the guidance counselors, educators, principals, the students, the parents, and just kind of listened to what they had to say about where they want to see career education go in this community. And what was great is that there's just such a tremendous response and such an openness to having programs grow. So there are a lot of great things that are currently happening within the high schools, but there are a lot of opportunity for growth as well. So some of the things that we're going to do next year to provide, and this has already happened in the past through the Fast Track to Success program that we're now sort of jettisoning that title just to make it more simple. So under the Pipelines and Pathways program, we'll be providing things like mock interviews, worksite tours, Career Expo. Will be paying for transportation for these activities if the schools identify that that's something they're interested in. I just spent quite a bit of time teaching some professionalism classes in the past few weeks, and that is on, the simple things from, being punctual and showing up dressed appropriately to understanding how to communicate through body language and professional language as well. So what else are we doing? We're doing interview prep, making sure that every student has a resume by the time they graduate, which is something that doesn't always happen, and it's incredibly important. And then one of the things that we're really trying to do is we have relationships with area businesses that are looking for employees, and they need employees and our students need opportunity, and they're sort of like trains passing in the night. And it's not necessary, so we want to make those connections. And we're doing Manufacturing Month in October, which is National Manufacturing Month, and we're already bringing students on tours to, all sorts of places. Full Flex, Commonwealth Dairy, GS Precision, help me out here. Omega, Long Falls Paper.
Yeah, CNS is later, so we're planning, we're kind of riffing off of the Manufacturing Month theme, and we will do healthcare and run a healthcare month. We'll do a farm and forest probably as well. And so it's, we take a bunch of different organizations. CNS, shipping and logistics is actually a decent business industry in terms of this area. There's Patriot Trucking a little bit farther north, and so in terms of jobs, those do exist here, and CNS especially is a place where folks started as a selector and have worked their way into the back office, into finance roles and HR roles, and so those local companies that really provide upward mobility for students is what we're focusing on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times people just aren't aware of what's out there, and there is a lot of opportunity within this town. And like you said, we want to focus on every single kid, so the college-bound kids as well. But for them to know that, if they're interested in something like, if they're interested in science and they go and get their bachelor's degree, they can come back and work at a place like Omega Optical. There is opportunity here, so. I think it's kind of an exciting time.
Vermont Photonics. It's really hard to convince teachers, high schools, about the brewing. They're not really keen to get their high school students into breweries, but actually the yogurt and food manufacturing is something we can expose students to, and so that's what's really unique about our region compared to other parts in the state. CNC machining is much more popular in Bennington County. But in Windham County, we have food manufacturing. So the kind of education students need to be good at this include understanding where your food comes from and how to handle it safely. You can't be caught picking your nose if you're on the manufacturing line of food production. And so it's all of those little things about what makes our community unique and helping prepare students to be ready for that. And you can, if you have students or know of students who are interested, or businesses who are interested in either, again, a college intern to a high school co-op student, you can reach out to Christy or myself. We are open to working with really everyone. We have had the Stone Trust do a handful of architecture activities with students as well. So it's, even though they're not hiring folks there, it's great to get them to teach what they know most about. And so that's another great example of, you don't need to be hiring to give back to the students.
And I think having those enthusiastic employees really gets kids excited about things that they hadn't maybe ever thought about doing. So,
Any questions about the school programming? Right. I'm hoping I can leave these two things behind. Is there an appropriate place you think they could be hung for the career fair? Maybe the flyer and not the long sign?
We'll ask Lori. You can leave both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really up to us, as
Okay.
town clerk will, yeah, we'll leave a little note with them. Great.
All right. Well, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for all the information, thank you.
thanks for having us. I think now we just made your meeting longer.
Sorry.
That's all right.
We'll make it up when we get to the liquor board.
Yes, Carolyn.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you.
Ladies, like to
Thanks,
come up to
take
the
care.
table, please. Let us go around the table one more time, because we'll introduce ourselves again. I'm Louis White.
Geraldine Wilson.
I'm Zeke Patel.
Terry Chapman.
Maria Glayback.
Linda Snarsky.
Linda Finlayson.
Nice to meet you guys. All right, so you guys are on Homestead Drive, and you asked us to give you a list of all the private drives that we do, and that was a pretty easy list. There is none. That all the roads, all the plowing that we do and maintenance we do are actually town roads. And some of them may not seem like they're town roads, because some of them do only go to one house, but they are town roads, and they have been town roads for years and years.
So that's part of my question is, our road's been there for 40 years and we weren't given the choice of having it be a town road. We were told it had to be a private road and that it wouldn't be plowed, and I understand that, but I have become aware of many roads that don't go anywhere. Like my road doesn't go anywhere. There's 3 houses on it. Like you said, they're plowing roads that only have 1 house on it. So to me, like when they do Norris Hollow Road and they gate it and it doesn't go anywhere, or when they, at the bottom of Canoe Brook Road where they do Eliza and Cliff's Road, it doesn't go anywhere anymore. It used to go through to Putney.
It still goes through. It still goes through. We just don't maintain that one
Yeah,
through it.
It doesn't really go through if you've walked up there, because there are signs, no trespassing, and there are things in the road.
Oh, I drive that road quite often. Canoe Brook Road to come out.
No, not Canoe Brook. It's at the bottom of the hill when you go left.
Oh, okay.
It used to go
Yeah,
to
Green Hill
Putney.
Road. Right. Yes. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And
Oh.
that gets plowed and the culverts get fixed.
Right.
And it seems like I pay the same taxes that they do, but I have an added burden because my road is not acceptable as a town road.
Right. And because if your road became a town road, I'll guarantee you right now, the next person that would be on that list is my road, because I've got 3 houses on my road and it's not. We've got houses.
Well, then take theirs off.
We went through that process probably 10 years ago, and it's harder to take it off than put it on. That's for sure. And I hear your frustration.
I'm not frustrated.
And I hear.
I'm just beleaguered, and I feel like I'm one of the unpopular kids that doesn't get to sit at the table.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't feel that way, because that has nothing to, I mean, we have roads right now where people have asked us to take over, and there's over 8 houses on those, and it's just.
And I think they should be.
And I'm just down on the end of Canoe Brook Road. We've had two people request that we plow an extra 100 yards to get to this camp that's down there. Everybody, a couple people are trying to buy. And we've sent them the letter saying that it's a town road. If you, we're not adding any new roads. If you'd like to hire somebody to plow that, we have no problem with you plowing the town road out to the camp.
But see, that's an added expense. My husband plowed for 40 years.
Yep,
So we've paid for that and paid for that, and my neighbors have had their road plowed for them, and their culvert fixed and things like that, and they pay the same taxes. I just don't think it's right.
Right.
I mean, right is right. You can argue any way you want to, but it's not even-handed. It's not being even-handed with your town citizens.
Well,
so, Louis, do we have any specific criteria for this kind of situation of what would allow someone to petition for or?
First thing is there are criteria for having a proper road. There's one road in town that I know that they've asked to have theirs become a road. There's 8 houses on it. There's just no way that it's a town road because there's certain widths you have to have your road.
Right,
and,
that's the criteria.
But but we're not looking to, because then you're talking about adding employees. You're starting to become, because like I said, if you do it for one person, everybody's going to be asking for the same thing.
Right.
We try to get rid of some of these roads
Well,
that
don't you
go
think
to nowhere.
40 years should count for something? I mean,
I've
40
been on mine for 55 years, and it's not going to be done. And I get up and I plow it, and now I snow blow it. I stop plowing and I snow blow it. It takes me longer, but it's just part of what we do. I mean, I've had it hired out before. It's like I said, I've been there for 55 years, and it's still 3 houses, same 3 houses, and it was never a town road. The road below me was a through road. It used to be old Route 5. Now they've shut it off. There's 3 houses on that same road, and that gets paved and that gets plowed. And I always tell the road crew, I say, hey, you're plowing theirs, plow mine. There's 3 houses, 3 houses. But I know it's not going to happen. I just tell them to give them a hard time because
I don't know that it's not going to happen. I'm hoping to prevail upon the best wishes of my fellow citizens.
I don't think, I honestly, myself personally, and I'll let the rest of you guys speak in a second, but I don't think it's going to, it would be such a expense that we wouldn't be able to do it.
But why do you keep people on? They should have to pay, they should have the same burden I have, tax-wise.
They're on a town road.
They're on an outdated town road. It's not right to do them and not me. I'm just saying what's right and wrong. And for 40 years we've done it. And when we moved there, we were not given the choice.
Right, because it wasn't a town road.
So
It
I
was
know
off the town road.
I know we have different classes of roads in the town, and that makes a difference as to how we maintain them. You know, the class 4, 3, 2, you know, and are we saying, Louis, that we would, let me ask it this way, is there any case where a road would be become a town road and plowed that is not currently plowed?
At this time, I think it's even in the town plan that we're not looking to add any new roads to the town.
Well, I know we're not looking, but
So-
that's different than residents
That's
coming to
just
us.
somebody making a rule. And I'm saying that that's not a good rule for me. After living here for 40 years and doing my share, paying my taxes on time, et cetera.
Well, I could say
maintaining a truck and
I live on 3, like Lewis, 3 homes.
Yeah.
It's 1920s.
Yeah.
And we've maintained it. It's not a town road.
Yeah. Well.
So you know,
I'm not saying that you should, but I'm saying that it's not even-handed. It's not even. My neighbors get plowed, Norris Hollow gets plowed, Esther Fox Road gets plowed. I thought that was a private road. She gets plowed. I mean, she's not there anymore, but that road's been plowed. There's other roads that I know of.
Oh, I can name a lot of the roads that you're talking about.
Yeah, and I just don't think I think they're paying the same taxes I am. So give me a tax break then if I have to pay for the plowing. Do something to make it more even.
so I live on Nurse Hollow Road, on the south end of it.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I plow the road, even though it is a town road. And the town truck comes through and sometimes they plow it, sometimes I plow it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I plow the
You're
corner,
a better
sometimes
man
they...
than I am going to be.
So it's...
That doesn't make it okay for me to rough, high and dry. You have equipment.
Yeah.
You have people that work for you that plow. I mean, that's a different
Could
situation.
make or break us in whether we can stay in our homes or whether we have to leave. You know, she's been there 30 years.
40.
40, and I've been there 30 years. And do I have to leave my home because we can't take care of the road anymore?
Well,
we don't have any husbands to do it.
But there are quite a few, and they're local people that do that do the plowing, that do the road upkeeps.
We know, we've hired your son, but it's a financial burden to us to do it. We can't, I mean, personally, we've done it, my husband and I, for 40 years, with some help for gas money, but basically us. And, you know, I mean, what's right? What's right about this?
So there's 3 homes, so what about the third resident? Do you split the cost, or how do you?
We've never split the cost. My husband wouldn't ask for any money. Just whatever they donated, which nowhere near covered the cost of the truck and the plow and all that, fuel and whatever. I mean, it's just he didn't want to argue with anybody, and he just did it.
I mean, are there any examples of other towns where at a certain point they've reassessed, you know, what's being plowed and what's not, given changes that happen over decades?
Well, I guess I couldn't come up with something, but I guess what I'm saying is, what are you talking about? About doing three house driveways?
No,
I mean
just the right of way.
Well, I'm not saying that we need to respond to a single resident, but if there's a bigger issue of fairness and we're all paying taxes and the select board's main job is the roads in this town, you know, that's our main purpose as a select board, is to manage the town roads in a way that's fair and equitable. It seems like it's not unthinkable to look at it. I wouldn't in one instance say yes or no to an individual. I wouldn't make a change for an individual, but I would stand back as a select board and say, okay, so what do we think about this? And I would ask Lee, you know, well, how many roads are you plowing where it seems like you shouldn't be plowing them? And how many roads does it seem like, well, gosh, you know, they've come up in the world and are better? So it's like reassessing properties. You know, we're at a place right now where we're doing a big reassessment of properties because it's not fair. It's not the prices that think that.
Well, I think, excuse me, but I think you'd be better off trying to get the roads, going back again, trying to get the roads that are being plowed, that are town roads, that are being plowed, not to be plowed.
Yes, well, I'm saying do both.
But to do that, I mean, you can look into how the process of doing that, because I know when I was frustrated that we couldn't get any of them off.
Well, we should.
I was very frustrated that we couldn't get any of these roads off, and I mean, if you wanna look into that and.
I mean, it shouldn't be personal.
No,
you
it
know?
shouldn't be, that's what I'm saying, that's
And
why
so
I'm
if we
saying.
don't have any criteria, it's personal. You know, if we don't have any criteria for a road coming off or on, we just go on and on and on with something not being fair and equitable. And, you know, every year people will come to us and say, well, this person's road is plowed, but mine isn't. Why, you know, what's the criteria you're using? Just historical?
Yeah, that's what we're using right now, is historical, it was a town road, and we've got the town maps, and that's what.
So it's grandfathered in.
And
I'm a grandmother now.
the,
That helps.
So it just, you know, it's that's the issue.
Yeah, no,
and like I said, a lot of the stuff that we try to do, or we should be trying to do, is follow the town plan. And the one thing in the town plan does state that. And
State what?
I think the town plan says more building new roads rather than just maintaining
That
roads
we
that
would not
already exist.
expand or build new roads.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But things degrade or people improve over time. You know, things don't stay the same. So, and you know, I'd suggest that we at least take a look at it and talk with Lee and, you know.
I like that. I like that approach because the door slamming shut. It's been this way always, and this is the way it's going to be. It is not satisfactory, you know, because, like you say, things change, and people have been here a long time, and they've done their share a long time.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add?
You don't count. My husband offered to teach me to plow, but every time I learned to do something, he left me to do it. So I resisted.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Green folder road one, please.
That's new business.
Not the other one. The other green. We've got a curb cut for Carpenter Road. We tabled it from last week. And he said that it's good to sign now. He's added what he wanted to add to it. So can I get a motion for the curb cut for Carpenter Road, please? If everybody's seen that.
I'll make a motion that we approve the curb cut request for Carpenter Road.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving down. Okay, that's that. How about the reimbursement for Stickney Brook Road project? If we could get a motion to sign that, that's quite a bit of money we'll be receiving back.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we sign the reimbursement request for the Stickney Brook Road project.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, the heat pumps. Lee and I talked to two gentlemen today, and we're gonna get the prices to put the heat pump in. It'll be a Daikin heat pumps. Both of them do the Daikin, and we asked them to give us a full price with electrical work. I noticed that some of the ones that had given estimates last time said that was without, you know, we need to hire an electrician to do it. We told them they need to hire the electrician, so to give us prices with it, you know, so we flip a switch and they work. So they're gonna try to get those prices back to us next Thursday. So what I would like, I think, would be, because if we don't get this done soon, if we don't have them do it soon, we're gonna be into December. They're already into November, the first part of November. So I was thinking if we had a motion to take the lowest bid and, on that comes in next Thursday, that we could, award it so they could put us on their schedule.
So what's the range of price that we're talking about?
Well,
what's the scale?
With the Energy Committee's letter that I got back from Eric was that at $10,000, he didn't think it was monetarily worth.
Right, no,
doing
I
it.
saw that.
So what I was going with that was, he said if we could get it for 30% cheaper than that, he thought it would be with all the other factors and, the comfort in the building and stuff. So I would say that we, anything over, I'd like to say anything over $6,000, we don't do it, but.
Oh, okay, so the lowest bid, but with a cap. That sounds reasonable.
Do we want to do, we could do a cap of 6,500 or whatever we decide, but I'm thinking this should come in, I'm hoping it's gonna come in right around 42 to 45.
Oh, okay.
But if we feel more, because he said up to 70%, 30% less, so that would be 7,000. He would say it would be.
So it would be worth it then.
Right. And I did talk to both the gentlemen, and they get these from the Web, so they're local. They say they've got real good warranties on them. And one of them has done them for the commercial, and he says he would be looking more on the 15 to 20 year life on them rather than the 10 to 15 where the Energy Committee had thought. He said he was thinking more, it would be more to the 15 to 20 year lifespan for him. And he's done quite a few for commercial and residential. And I said, so I asked him what he called this, because it's, he goes, it's a commercial, but it's a small, it's almost a residential really, but.
So, I haven't talked to any of the town office staff. Is it our impression that the people that are in this office, the majority of time, are very eager to have this?
Yes.
Yeah, so they would be happier with it than without it.
Absolutely.
That means a lot to me.
Absolutely.
That means a lot to me. So, even if the payback doesn't, work out exactly, the comfort and the contentment of our staff, and the feeling of residents who come in and out of here, and the town road crew and all of that, that's important.
So
piece of the picture.
Okay. Because they're all
in favor of this.
In favor of it. Wanted it earlier this summer, actually.
Yeah.
And,
okay. Good. Good to know. It also does provide a level of air conditioning, which is
a lot less noisy too.
Pretty sweet. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll make a motion. We accept the lowest bid under 6,500.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Great.
All right. And moving on, correspondence for information. Anybody got anything under there they'd like to talk about? All right. Correspondence for discussion and or action. Municipal impact questionnaire for Maple Valley. There, yes. Maria and I, when we were filling out the agenda, went down through there and we just checked off what we thought the answers would be for this.
Oh, good.
And so is there a motion to sign this and to send it back in to them? This is, did everybody see this?
Let's have a motion so that we can then talk about it. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, if you want to do it that way. So go ahead.
I
Everybody wants
move
to-
that we sign the municipal impact questionnaire for Maple Valley.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Yeah, so tell us about it.
Oh.
What your impression is.
Well, I mean, I think all it is they're trying to put the, what is it, it's a brewery over there on the site, and they've got their own septic, they've got their own water. This is just asking, do we have, the municipality have the, fire protection for it? That's about the only one we put yes on, because it says police protection. Well, that's state police or Wyndham County. Rescue, that's Brattleboro, so that, we don't provide that, it's provided. Road maintenance, that's Route 30, so we don't provide that. And solid waste disposal, that again, they have that themselves. So it's, it's a pretty simple questionnaire. It does say that there was one question that first we were thinking no on, but it is about the Act 250 hearing. And when I talked to Roger, he said, well, you should probably think about saying, that we could do, in case something comes up, we would have a horse in the race with Act 250. So we changed that to yes.
Yeah, that we would be a part,
right. We would
party to
to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's good.
So that's pretty much what it was. So any more discussion?
No.
All those in favor of signing that?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, perfect.
I'll have to look at it.
Okay. Print. New business, update on Rescue Inc. meeting.
So that was a good meeting last night, very informative. I would really highly recommend, if BCTV was there, they did a wonderful job to look at the videotape, because there's so much information. I mean, it was packed with information, but the takeaways really, they did a pilot program for EMTs as first responders. They were expecting, and this would be free for the people to take it, they were expecting 12 to 20, they got 71 that'll be graduating in January, which is a big thing. There's other pilot programs they're working on with ultrasounds and all that. They have 3 vacant board seats for at all the public, townspeople. So if anybody's interested in joining, get a hold of Rescue Inc. And the big concern, I should say, the takeaway for the night was they're doing for Medicare, getting all the information that they have to provide Medicare into this data. And they've had to go to a 4-day training, I believe it was, to do this correctly. But it's not just rescue, it's a region. So all this data goes in, and hopefully the other region, like another town, puts in theirs correctly. Medicare looks at it, and they will decide in 2021 what the Medicare reimbursement will be. It could stay the same, it could go down, it could go up. Right now it's $600 to go out the door, and they're only getting reimbursed 200 and some odd bucks, so it's very low reimbursement. So if it goes down, it's a short term. In the short term, we're gonna have to look at this, in terms of the impact if it does. So that's the biggest takeaway. But it's like 55 minutes, I think it was, somewhere in there.
And it was at the new building, right? Because every time I've gone, it's been in Brattleboro.
Yeah, no, they had to have it in the new building because they had the EMT class going down there. Yeah, it was really.
I haven't seen that building yet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Is it?
It really is a nice. It was excellent.
Yeah.
So that's my takeaway.
Great.
Good. Thanks for the report.
Okay. Cemetery committee appointment request. We had one person want to be on the cemetery committee. That's one that we've had.
Jean.
Right, Jean Newell. It's one that we've had out there. We've been asking for people, and there is no number of people. There's 3 people on it right now, and we could sure use more people. So we've got Jean Newell that's requested to be on that committee.
So I'll make a motion to appoint Jean Newell to the cemetery committee.
I would second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Terry, you wanna get a hold of her?
Sure.
Thank you.
There, you're welcome.
Shout across the street.
Yeah, that'll be easy.
Okay, Geraldine, it's all about you now.
All right, so I'd like to recess as the select board and convene as the liquor control board. That's a motion.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion.
Hmm.
I don't have a conflict of interest.
Interesting.
Do you need one of these?
Yeah, the new business one. This is for the Scott Farm. Oh, no, is it that green one?
Green.
Right here.
Yeah. Alright. So the Scott Farm is now, they used to have Whetstone Cider Works come in and they made the hard cider and they did tasting and stuff. Well, they're no longer doing it, and now the Scott Farm wants to do it themselves. And so, what a second-class liquor license is, it's like the ones that we do for the
campfires.
No,
Circle K?
that Circle K and
Oh,
Sunoco.
okay. To sell it,
It sells it and then people take it away.
Right.
not to drink there.
Right.
Right.
And so, and it runs for a year. I think it's May to April, and but they're just looking to do it for the autumn season.
And so it's not that they're making cider, it's that they want to sell it in their store.
Is that what I understood?
Because the cider works didn't make the cider there, they brought their cider to be sold.
And they use the farm's apples, so that's why it worked out good for them. So right, you're
Right, but they're not making the cider on site. This is to be able to sell packaged, already created cider at the store. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you're looking?
I was thinking they were gonna be making it
I
there.
thought so too. Is there a sentence in that
Customers will
one?
buy bottles of cider they need to take home with them.
You can just read the whole thing.
I'm just looking through it quickly to see if that was it.
Thought it was the sentence before that one.
No, they are no longer in business, so, okay. For the last several years, Whetstone Cider Work did hard cider tasting at the farm and also sold their unopened product. They used our apples in their product. So they were a good...
Made it in Marlboro.
Yeah, a good fit for us. They are no longer in business, so we are looking for other producers. So they're looking for somebody else to produce it for them, who buy our apples. So.
And then they'll do tastings there and then sell the product. But they're looking for other producers who are producing the cider at another location.
Right. So.
And so this is, like you said, like the Sunoco station who sells.
And they take it away.
liquor. Yeah, and people take it away.
Correct. So, this motion is a second. Any other discussion on it? All those in favor of approving?
Oh, I don't think we had a motion.
We haven't had a
Oh.
motion. I'll make a motion to approve the second class
That's right, you.
liquor license
Go with
permit
that.
application for the Scott Farm.
I'll second that. Thank you, Maria.
All those in now discussion. You made me go into discussion last time, and this time you didn't.
I'm sorry, Louis.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we all need to sign this one.
Okay. And so is that all of our business as the Liquor Control Board?
Yes.
Well, then I'd like to make a motion to adjourn as the Liquor Control Board and to reconvene as the Select Board.
I'll second that.
Discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion, any other new business, unfinished business, new business we want to bring up? Okay, anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Perfect, can everybody sign this, please?
Those in favor, aye.
Yeah.
So we sign this just.
All right, so we will call to order first a brief meeting of the liquor commissioners, which is us. And we are, I'm assuming, looking to approve an application from Jazz Mac LLC, which is Jim and Jean McClyman, for a third-class restaurant and bar license. And we don't have any issues that would prevent us from wanting to do
No,
that?
Town Clerk Jonathan Johnson reviewed it and sent it over for approval.
Sounds good. All right. Make a motion?
I move that we approve the renewal third-class liquor license for J.D. McClellan's.
And I'll second that. So it's been moved and second. Any discussion? No? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that finishes out our liquor commission meeting. And we will now call to order the regular select board meeting at 5:35. Any adjustments to the agenda?
I have one correction.
Okay.
Next meeting date is October 9th, not September 25th.
That's good.
So October 9th,
Very good. Oh, yeah, there you go.
okay? No other adjustments. Are you
No, that's
verifying?
right. No, I just was like, didn't seem like it added up right, but it does. All right, no other adjustments, so motion to approve the minutes of September 11th.
So you have two.
You're making it, I second that? Yep.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of September 11th as presented. Any discussion? No? Seeing as no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then we need to approve minutes of the public hearing from September 11th as well.
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to make a motion to approve those guys as well.
Make a motion to approve the special Putney Select Board minutes from the special Putney Select Board meeting on September 11th, 2019.
And I'll second that, so it's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, then all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Right. Okay, so you can sign those, turn them over. Okay. Thank you. And so next on our list, public comment on items on the agenda. Is there anybody that's here for something that is not on the agenda?
What's on the agenda?
You didn't read it before you came? Well, you're here for Turner Trail, right?
Yeah.
So Turner Trail's on the agenda.
Perfect.
So you're all set.
So you're covered.
Okay, so first on our list is BDCC Sevet's presentation with Laura Sedalia and RT Brown, and I see RT here. Do you want to wait until, is Laura coming or not?
I think Adam is actually, he was right behind me, our executive director.
You want, we can just put you off until he's there, or you can go ahead.
Geez, this pressure.
We've got several things, so I don't think.
Sure, let's wait one agenda item and then
Sure,
we can
see what's next.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next item is Forest for Learning boundary line adjustment proposal, and I'm guessing maybe Lionel, you're here to speak to that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good.
I have a series of maps that will go along with what
I think we probably have to, I'm assuming that's what those guys are.
Okay.
I didn't give you all the maps.
Okay. Well, if I
I gave you the
could
important ones.
maybe maybe stand here and then pass them to you after I describe them?
Sure.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
good. And just to be clear, I think this is the previous school forest, is that right, Lionel?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, so just to orient the discussion, you'll recall that the school board and the town were both interested in seeing the school forest behind the school be subdivided so that it might not become another asset in the event of a merger. And that subdivision was done, and a lot of work was done. The school board vote was very, very much in the affirmative. Everybody was on the same page, and the intent was to separate the forest, the 164-acre forest, with the intent that it would then become a dedicated forest for educating young people and adults in appreciation of nature. And it has a strong trail network already. So in order to advance that, I've been working with a number of people, and we first incorporated Forest for Learning Incorporated as a nonprofit, and adopted the mission statement that was the same mission statement that the school board had developed earlier with regards to its dedication for educational purposes, and then working with Fisher & Fisher attorneys in Brattleboro. I then went on and pursued a 501c3, and fortunately that whole process has become greatly streamlined recently, and I'm happy to say that we are now officially a 501c3.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you. And so we're now at a point where we'd like to transfer the property from the town to Forest for Learning. And once that's accomplished, we'll turn our attention to pursuing a conservation easement. It doesn't make sense to try to do an easement when we don't even own the property. So in thinking about making the transfer, and also in light of some management that we attempted over the summer, we discovered that the property line on the town pool lot side was very unfortunately drawn. It was drawn in the middle of a wetland. And so that first map that you have there with the blue depicted is showing you the floodplain forest. And
the blue is the edge of the floodplain.
The blue is the edge of the floodplain. Okay. And so if you can find the school, you'll see the pool lot.
Right through the pool.
It is right here.
Yeah.
So the pool itself is outside of this massive floodplain. That's the pool and the pool building.
Right.
And this is the road going to the pool, and the parking area is right here. Okay. So the pool, the parking area, and the gazebo.
I would call that the pool. And this is the gazebo.
Right.
That's the pool.
That's
the
true.
Line goes
Yeah, technically the
it goes
yes.
through the middle of the pool.
You're right. That's right. There's sort of
there's
three
an elevation change
areas,
there, so
and I'll show you that elevation in another map. So this is another depiction, just to make it abundantly clear. This is Rumney Fine Silt, I think, and I gave you a description, the soils description. But this is undevelopable land. Yeah. It is prone to flooding. It's not suitable for any kind of development. And so I can only guess that when this 5-acre rectangle was created for the pool lot, that it was done somewhat arbitrarily. And there are no monuments for these corners that we can find either. So I suspect it was more of a desktop exercise where they said, well, let's put some acres with that, and they drew this without really thinking about the fact that the majority of the property is undevelopable floodplain. So these maps are LiDAR. Are you familiar with LiDAR, satellite imagery? And they're quite interesting because if you look, here's the pool,
There's the pool. Yeah.
and the gazebo would be here.
Yeah.
And you can see that they actually filled this in.
Yeah.
So if you go back to the floodplain, even though it's showing technically that the pool is in the wetland, the fact that they built this up is the only thing that allowed it to work.
Right.
So here's a close-up of that as well, showing that built up area.
Yeah.
And here's the trail.
Yeah.
And so this is all a big wetland. And the issue is that we're trying to ensure access. We think we're going to have to do a fairly substantial fundraising campaign to install, to purchase and install a boardwalk, because there's repeated flooding that's happening, and it's really interrupting the school's use of the forest as well as the public's. We have invasive plants. We have a species called wild parsnip, which, are you familiar with it? It's a bad plant. And so I was out there mechanically trying to control it over the summer, but this is something that's going to take several years. And this is also significant wildlife habitat, which really needs to be managed in its entirety. It would be challenging to try to coordinate with the town and say, well, you know, we're not going to mow, or we're going to mow on this date, and are you going to mow on this date?
Right.
So it seems to the board that it would be best if we moved a line of the property to include the entire floodplain. And so this is showing, it should be this one. There's the school subdivision is here. So here's Kimball Hill Road. Here's the school, and this is the subdivision that was done to separate the school from the forest. And again, here is the pool lot, like that. So it just so happens that this corner is also the boundary between the wetland and the dryland. And so it would be a logical way to do this would be to go off of this corner, stay on the usable land, and simply box it in so that all of the land that is currently being used or could conceivably be expanded on, like if you wanted to make the parking area a little larger or put in something here, that would all be retained by the town. It's only the completely unusable wetland that would revert to Forest for Learning. So this was brought, to the board, and the board voted unanimously to ask the town if they would consider doing a lot line adjustment that would basically bring this wetland to the Forest for Learning, so that we can manage this as one consistent habitat and recreational area.
So, sorry, I'm a little confused as to, so who would end up owning?
The town would keep that.
Okay, but it would come over further.
But where it drops down into the wetland, it would go back to this.
5 acre lot would go to this.
So basically it's 5 acres now, 4 acres of it would go to Forest for Learning. This would become the new boundary between Forest for Learning and the town pool, and the boundary with the school is right here. So basically this would be Forest for Learning, this would be the pool, this would be the school.
And you would then plan on moving that path? Would that perhaps be the idea, to move it onto your property or not bother?
No, because the parking area is here, and so it still makes sense.
Logical to go through there.
The kiosk is here currently.
Yeah.
If the town ever wanted us to move it onto our land, we could certainly do that, but it can serve multiple functions.
I just didn't know whether that would be more desirable for you guys for any reason, but. This is not a DRB issue?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, boundary line adjustment
Yeah.
is the development review board. There'd have to be a survey done.
And I have some information on that.
Yeah.
The subdivision was done by Billy Fitzgerald.
Yeah, so we could probably have this in pretty easily.
I spoke to him about it, and he's very happy to do this lot line adjustment for us. He's just unfortunately got another tick-borne illness, and he's recovering from that. So he said that it would be challenging for him to make to have the lot line adjustment survey map in place in time for the next DRB meeting in October, but he's confident that he could get it done for the November meeting.
Yeah, November, it wouldn't make it for October.
Right.
Anyway, because it would
Yes,
be one.
right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So our purpose tonight is just to essentially get the select board to agree that we think it's a good idea also?
Yes, if you were to approve it, then I think that we'd be able to go ahead and do the lot line adjustment. I've asked Herb Pelletier his opinion. He thinks it's a good idea for what that's worth.
Yeah. Yes, Anne.
I know Joe Tetra is out still, I think, but I was thinking whoever is managing the pool at the moment, just be sure whatever they, just check in with them, that they have all the room that they need. Otherwise, I would be absolutely for this.
I don't think it,
Well, Joe,
does it affect their function or not?
No.
Really? Yeah, it really doesn't.
Over the bank.
As long as it doesn't.
Woods.
Yeah,
Except in that one little corner.
Yeah.
There.
right, yeah.
And that walkway wouldn't have to be improved through the parking lot anyway, because it's probably above the wetland.
Which part?
Where you walk the walkway, that wouldn't, nothing would have to change on that, you'd have to build your boardwalk out here.
Right, exactly,
So that-
because this is high ground.
Right,
So
exactly.
once you drop down, the boardwalk would need to
Go
be
from
there. Yeah.
so would the town have to give you a right of way to cross that, or?
When the subdivision was done, a right of way was retained
Okay,
for this property on over school land.
okay,
There is no specific right of way that I'm aware of for this property, so that's something we could look at as
I
well.
think we would have to.
We might.
Yeah, probably just to,
Keep it clean.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, and that's sort of why I was asking whether you might
Right.
move around there is just, I mean, this is not exact, is that right? It's not a surveyed line.
No, it's not a survey
Right.
line, but it's quite close because what this aerial photo is showing is a
There's
sort
a
of
little bit of a ditch.
a little bit of a tree line,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so once you get past that, you're in the drink. You're in
Yeah.
a swamp.
The only other thing I'd check too, Josh, is if it's 1 acre lot, I'd have to check to see what zoning.
Zoning it is, yeah.
If it's in the village, it's okay.
I think it's village or rural residential perhaps.
It could be a 2 acre, but if it's all wetlands and you can't do anything with it, it may not make a
I
difference.
mean, that would be a variance that would be up to the DRB also
Yes,
anyway,
yes.
so.
So-
That you just want to make sure that, I mean, that
Yeah.
would be, make sure you communicate that to the DRB. but, Otherwise, sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So,
So that would require an attorney for.
What, the
No,
right of way?
No, actually, I don't think we would need it, well, maybe for the right of way. But as far as the boundary line adjustment, the DRB, if everything is met, they could approve it.
as long as there's a survey, I think the survey is the.
Right.
Clearly the most
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
And we have funds from the school
Right,
board
right.
for the former district.
To get this, yeah.
For this work.
Yeah.
So we'll take care of the cost of it.
Sounds good. All right, so
Yeah, I think I'm good with
do a
that.
motion on that. So, I mean, we can't formally approve it because we don't have the jurisdiction to do that, but.
I think it should be
We
heard.
would make a resolution to approve a lot line adjustment contingent on approval of the DRB
Yeah,
as related to the Putney Pool. So moved?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve a lot line adjustment based on approval by the DRB. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Lyle.
Will there be discussion tonight about the town forest properties?
I don't think so, no.
No.
If there ever is, I'd love to be part of that.
Yeah, and we'll have to, I'm sure you're taking care of this, but whatever you need to do to you have the paperwork and everything on the 501c3 at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure what the legal steps would be for us to now turn the land back over to you guys, but we should start exploring that because it would be nice to do that sort of whenever it
Yes.
makes sense.
Presumably, if the DRB approves the lot line adjustment, then we would rewrite the deed.
Yeah.
And then once that was done, then it would be appropriate to transfer the property.
Okay, sounds
And the
good.
funds back over to.
Correct.
The remaining funds, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the one other thing, and I don't know, and I just bring this up partly and because you're in the room, but if you are looking in the future at a conservation agreement, you know, it might be worth, I don't know how that works with municipalities, but the Wilson Wetlands is directly abutting, and I don't see any reason why we might not be interested in putting that in a conservation.
Is there no easement on?
I don't think there is, Ann, do you know?
There's no conservation easement on the property.
Right, so I don't, whether that would sort of, I mean, I'm guessing you won't have a hard time getting a conservation easement on this anyway, but if there were any benefit to us and or you to looking at it, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want that, and I would leave that up to the Conservation Commission to explore that and think about that, but you know, it's always nice to have conserved land adjoining conserved land, so.
Yes,
And
thank
I
you.
know previously John Adams's land, Penelope Adams, is abuts across from Wilson Wetlands as well, and I think Francis Temple is in between, but, you know, there's certainly abutting conservation lands there, so it'd be worth looking at that. But I just would, and you know, that would obviously be a town process we'd have to go through, but worth looking at while you're in the process, I would think.
The wetland complex that is depicted in blue is significant ecologically. It's large it's quite an asset, but it's an asset as long as it's carefully managed and conserved. And so to the extent that we can protect the entire wetland complex, that's a good thing for the town for sure.
No, and I think, you know, certainly in the intent of accepting the donation of the Wilson Wetlands or the purchase of the donation, purchase of the wetlands, you know, it was our intent to keep that as conserved land, but we aren't in a formal easement, and whether that's to our advantage or not, I don't know, but I think it would be a conversation to have, so, yeah. All right, so, RT, you see how quickly these items check off, so if you grab your opportunity.
Yeah, I'm fine to just go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine.
I realize I don't have cell service here, so if somebody is trying to get a hold of me, then that's not going to
Where
work.
are we meeting?
Right.
So I have our usual packets here with some updates for the title programs.
Thank you, Archie.
Thank you. Do you want me to stand, or what's your preference?
It's up to you, but the camera needs to see you, so you could, whatever's best. Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm here on behalf of Southeastern Economic Development Strategies, or SEVEDS, and this is we do annual reports to towns, to as many towns as we can get to, and it's also to support our funding request, which I think was sent at the end of June. I have copies of the letter if you need that. Last year you included us within the budget. Thank you very much. And of course, if you choose to do that this year, we'll well, regardless, we'll have someone there. I've been there, I think, the last 3 years to support either the article or to address any questions that might come up during the general budget discussion. So for anybody that doesn't know, or for any new board members, the CEVEDS is the region's call it the strategy group that was organized probably over 10 years ago now, and we like to say it leads with strategies and insights for the region's economy, and BDCC operationally fulfills those goals and objectives and strategies. So that's why you have, we as staff members of the BDCC are out talking about CEVEDS, because CEVEDS really informs all the work that we do. What I do, my area of focus is grant funded, and all that, the ability to go after those funds are a result of the work that CEVEDS does. So I won't go through every item in the packet, but I'll just give you some high-level updates on some of the items in here. Here we've included town-level data about Putney and commuting patterns and the workforce. That's the kind of stuff, that high-level data is what we like to think about. The next item is an update on our SEDS, which is a federally approved, I call it an economic development roadmap for the region. It's approved by the EDA. The first one was published in 2014. We just did an update which included Bennington County, so it was a bi-county SEDS. And the top objectives are increasing our population, improving our physical infrastructure, enhance our social infrastructure, expand our business infrastructure, and develop our economic development capacity. We had a program that closed out, but fortunately we're going to be able to continue it at the beginning of the year, called the Southern Vermont Economy Project. Sarah Lang ran that program and put together some great resources and workshops for municipalities and economic development entities across Southern Vermont. One of them was Knowledge Bites, which has a tremendous, it was a webinar series that had a really great, it's now archived and has a great collection of resources for folks. My area of focus is on small business and entrepreneurship resources in the region. When I'm at town meeting, I often am asked, who I've worked with, which is sometimes a challenging question for me because sometimes that's confidential. But I'm very happy to say, this year we worked with the new owners of the Putney General Store, and we're still working with them on some potential funding opportunities. There's a great young man who is working on a project there in town to bring a laundromat back to Putney, and it's been so wonderful to work with him. So he's still pushing forward. Whenever you have property renovations, it becomes more and more complicated. So we're plugging away. And most recently, I'm working with a young woman who I connected with an organization in Keene because they were having a business pitch competition. And just last week, she won one of the tracks in that pitch competition. So she's a resident of Putney, and she's going to be further pursuing that business, which is just awesome. It's a beverage. It's the nature of the business. What else? A newish program to us is our Community Facility Support Program. That's a USDA funded program to help projects really get from point A to point B. In doing this type of work, we've realized that nonprofit organizations as well as municipalities sometimes have, a difficult time, executing on projects because, well, you're all volunteers. and so this support program is to help bring additional capacity to those potential projects to help potentially, fund an environmental review or something like that. And it's or to help just simply get through the applications for the USDA community facilities loan programs. So if there are any community facility or potential community facility projects, you know, I'd love to have a discussion or be introduced to some to those. I've already had a conversation with Yellow Barn about a potential project, so that I need to reach back out to them. I'm not sure what the status is, but that's a good project. Southern Vermont Young Professionals Organization, that's really to help the younger folks of the region connect with each other. One of my colleagues likes to say, you know, you may have a job, but if you have no friends, you're probably not going to stay. And if you have friends and don't have a job, you're probably not going to stay either. So it tries to help marry those two considerations. But I think I'll stop and pause and ask if there's any questions. I'm happy to address anything from the board or anyone from the audience. I know you're familiar with the work that we do. I know there's been some state level engagement on some economic development discussions. Adam's plugged in with that. So
I want to just say thank you, because anytime I pick up the phone and call, I get a return phone call. I get, you know, results.
No, that's good to hear.
So, and you're helping many, well, not many, but, you know, a handful of people in town.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you working with the town of Putney.
Thank you.
I do.
It's a joy. It's what we, you know, it's what our passion is. So.
No, I like to connect people to you.
Thank you.
And not be in the middle of that, because there's a lot of private and confidential information that I'm not willing to discuss.
Yeah.
So thank you for everything that you're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and we certainly don't have the resources. I mean, we've talked about this at town meeting over the years. You know, we certainly don't have either the economic or, you know, informational resources to be helping people with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's so. If I can leave with, you know, one takeaway. You know, again, my area focuses on small business resources, but you know, no one town has the ability to think about themselves how to deal with, you know, the population decline, you know, in the region. So if we can help, you know, we live in a shared economy. Your residents are commuting elsewhere to work. You know, some are commuting in, but I think more are commuting out. You know, so you know, that's our region. We have a regional economy, and that's our area of focus. And as long as everyone else is, you know, doing well and we're putting programs in place that can help others do well, then the region will grow.
Yeah, and then certainly one town in this area is not going to do well without the support of the other towns. So the regional aspect is huge.
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate it. We always appreciate the support, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good.
Okay. No other questions? Oh, yes.
Are your findings regarding town and transit and those things available online anyplace?
We can. I can get your contact information. We can send them. There is some data online.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if each town level specific, like what's in these folders. If I can actually leave. And I can give you my card too if there's something not in there that you're looking for specifically. I'd be happy to chat with you more.
Thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
Will you have handouts at town meeting again?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Good.
I don't know if it'll be me. I mean, I kind of feel like I'm a recognized face there now. So. But you know, we haven't internally done that sort of assignments. I certainly hope it's me.
Yeah, no, and I would think that, you know, if nothing else, you would want to provide information there. I mean, you know, as we talked about last year, your budget, if we include it in the town budget, as we did, then it can't be singled out to be removed from the budget. The amount of money that would be contributed to it could be recommended to remove the budget, and that, you know, the will of the people might be to remove it. But I think maybe we've gotten past that.
Okay.
So, you know, going forward, I'm guessing there will be sort of less reason for you to individually explain. But I think having information like this available, I mean, it's you know, it's a good place to catch a lot of people at one time.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean, it's we need to be there to be able to answer questions because it's not easy, and it's we find it difficult to explain, and the more we do it, the better we get at
Right.
it. So we appreciate the opportunity.
Good. Thanks, RT.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I was just wondering if does Seb's, does your organization include a report, a written report in the town report? And if not, would that be inappropriate or?
It certainly wouldn't be inappropriate. It's not, well,
They
I
do.
mean, all of the
They
social
do.
service, all the
Yes.
social
Other
services
areas?
do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They provided reports for the town report.
But we might have gotten feedback. I don't remember if it was in Putney, that it maybe wasn't maybe detailed enough or sufficient enough. So maybe Karen will look back.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna email this, or I can make copies of this. I mean, something like this for the community
Yeah.
is important. You have numbers, you have facts.
Yeah.
And
How far in
it
advance
shows
do you
a
need
lot.
that?
But you certainly wouldn't want all of that. I mean, you could have to, summarize that, but obviously that's not gonna end up in the town report. But that's
No,
what I'm
this
saying
would
also,
not
that
go
like
in the
if you
town
have that
report.
on a table there,
Yes.
that's helpful.
On the table.
Yeah.
When do you start to pull that material together?
Mhm.
Is it how far in advance of town meeting is that typically?
Well, your report for town report needs to be in by like the end of December.
Okay.
And then.
It's not too far away.
Right.
No.
And then a handout like this can be at town meeting.
Yep.
And people can choose to pick one up or not.
Yep.
But I think this says a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Good, thanks Lionel, see ya. Thank you. Not Lionel, RT. I know. All right, so let's see, we've got, okay, hunting on town, well, yeah, that'll be pretty quick, I think, won't it? The hunting on town land question, or not? I'm just wondering, do we want to swap that for Turner Trail, because we have a bunch
Yeah,
of
let's
Turner
do
Trail
Turner
folks
Trail,
here.
because there's no one here for the hunting.
Okay. So, Turner Trail Road update. Us, you? Who's doing what?
You guys first. Okay. I'll go for it. Had some, kind of keep forgetting to call Brian, who the thought after talking to Frank Carlo was to mark trees that would need to be taken down, just so we could determine if the neighbors wanted to do it. So that's a tiny little piece that can go forward. And I'm a fan of any little forward motion.
I'm gonna.
So
Hang on one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
Finish up, yeah.
so the conversation is going forward.
Mhm.
There are some people in agreement, there are some people not in agreement. That's a concern to me, because I'm in agreement.
Mhm.
You know, just like anybody on either side of the fence. So we continue to hopefully have discussions about that. Karen was gonna see if there was any funding available, and because the town is planning on pushing the road all the way through, the cost would be spread among 14 properties, and we were thinking how many? Five. So
Four or five.
That's a comforting notion, but also disturbing, because the estimate that we got is just for the top side. So if the road's going down all the way through, that's gonna.
That was discussed, but it's not a done deal.
Okay. So there's a lack of
going on
clarity?
here.
Here, I can start. So from the update would be that we got we got an estimate. It was $140,000 to do just our section from.
The first half mile.
Yep, the first half. Yeah, just pointing it.
To bring 140,000 to bring that
Yep,
road up to
not
class 3.
Yep, and then less the tree work. We would do the tree work. So we talked amongst neighbors and things like that, and the people that are all living on the road that have direct access that are affected by the fact that there's terrible conditions during the winter and the mud are all in agreement. But there's the issue of money. That there's not even though it's to some families it's only $100 a month if it's a 30-year note. Oh, that some families are like, okay, great, yes, I would happily pay $100, $70 a month for the next 30 years to know that my road is set. And then some other families, there's an elderly couple at the end that's like, absolutely not. It varies between different households that are affected by it.
Stephanie there?
Yeah, please. Hi.
Yes.
I live on Pine Banks Road. My property abuts both Pine Banks and Turner Trail in Terracastine. And I and my husband are here today to say that we learned about this project last week, and we're not for it. To get that road up from a trail to a class 3, you would have to move our well. You would take away a lot of our property. And I don't think due diligence has been done in this process. There's a petition that has not been warranted.
Oh yeah, we're in the very beginning.
There has not been sufficient notice to people that are affected. I've done some research here at the town office, and the people who have property on the Pine Bank side, our property deeds all state that we own halfway through with a right-of-way through that Turner Trail. So the easement is held by you guys, and you're, I guess, can take it or upgrade it as needed. But to put that cost back on families when you would take away the property to then have me pay for the property.
Well,
so,
technically we
and
wouldn't
I
take
have to move my well. I mean, I think there's a lot of considerations here that need to be reviewed before this, and do an actual survey, not just mark trees. Because there's like huge steps of process that have been overlooked in this discussion.
Yes.
And I would really look to the select board to put this on track to actually be in compliance with the rules that are stated with not only your town stuff, but also the Vermont state laws, so that this is being reviewed appropriately, and people like myself that are going to have to employ a lawyer if this goes forward to get that in the works.
Yeah, I would just say, and I'm speaking out of my depth here, but I would say that first off, it is not true that, I mean, the road boundary lines, et cetera, are select board purview. Beyond that, almost none of this is select board purview. So very little of that homework that you're saying should be done would actually be done by us. That would be done by a group who was deciding they would like to do this and then bringing it forward.
Right.
I think that just in the nature of how you're hearing it, it sounds like it's a lot further ahead than it is.
Correct.
I mean,
the
this
email
is,
I got was that it's starting in the spring, and I
Right.
haven't seen any due diligence here. So
So in your packet is a kind of cheat sheet on what needs to happen.
yeah,
So
I mean, Karen and I have spoken.
Can I talk about the due diligence? This started as a very casual meeting between a few neighbors
Right.
at the end of last winter or something, of the people that were affected directly by plowing and mud season. It was very casual. It was not, there was no exclusion or anything like that.
But it's my property or discussion.
No, we weren't
And
talking about your property. We were talking about how are we going to deal with the fact that our road is crap. And we
But
talked
the road
about.
is my property. It's in my deed.
Okay,
So
I'm not against you, is what I'm making it clear. I'm wanting to make my life and my neighbors' lives safer. So, and you're my neighbor, so I'm not against you.
And I would say, and again, this is out of our, well, somewhat out of our jurisdiction.
Well, I totally understand that based on what I've read, right?
Right, so, my guess would be, for example, if your well had to be moved, that would actually be something that would have to be included in the cost of doing a project like this, and then therefore that would be, divided amongst the people who were interested. So, I think that a whole lot more research needs to go into it, and I think that, just.
I mean, because half that road is my property, so if you're talking about putting it to a class 3 road with ditches, that's gonna significantly impact my property that I own and pay taxes on.
And then at the end, they're gonna have to be a 90-degree turn instead of the
And it's gonna
180-degree turn that it is, so it's gonna lose a lot.
I think the first step is an actual survey and a review of who owns the property and.
Well, or even before that, I would say, a full meeting of all the people who are interested parties. And I don't know whether, you may be talking about this. Ann lives on Warden Road, and Warden Road went through this process many years ago. And you did? I wondered whether you were. So you weren't there when that happened?
I missed all of the conversations, but I ended up in Hattiesburg when I bought in. I just was wondering if we get a very clear, it might be a good idea to clarify exactly, you're obviously starting from South Pine Banks, how much of the road are you considering trying to bring up to class 3? Because when I hear downhill, I get very worried.
The estimate is,
yes.
The estimate is to the last house, which is 0.8. It doesn't go in, the estimate didn't include the area that has the
Stage road.
that goes through to Old Stage Road that you had the concerns about, that is a passageway for wildlife.
Okay.
It doesn't include that.
And the Turners think that's
Well, your
the
portion
last
of it
cabin.
doesn't include it.
Well,
Yeah,
where
okay,
we
no,
started.
that helps clarify.
Where we
Thank
started,
you.
didn't include that.
Where we started didn't include that,
Yeah.
but so our last time we were here, it was go get a survey, go talk to your neighbors. And not a survey, sorry. Go get an estimate and talk to your neighbors. And we got the estimate and then got really busy for the summer and started talking to neighbors, which is how
Last week, yeah.
We told you. I think we exchanged stuff through Facebook, letting you
That
know
you
that
said
it was
you
going
wanted to
happen.
meet about something, but
Yeah,
nothing
around
other than
Turner
that.
Trail. I'm
Did you
sorry
get
it felt exclusive.
Did you get just one estimate?
Yeah, because
I think I have to just say, I don't want to like burst your bubble, okay? But when it comes to all the legal stuff you're gonna have to go through too, and I know that road, my uncle and aunt live at the end of it, and I've driven up it, and it's, the estimate to do a half a mile of that class 4 to class 3 is closer to $500,000, not
Trail.
140,000.
It's a trail.
Yeah,
Right.
it's, and
a legal trail.
I think if you were to get a few more estimates that included all of the process, you might actually find that it's, and you talk to all your neighbors, it might not be feasible.
Yeah,
That isn't up to the town or the select board to do that, that's up to you. And so, I actually walked that road, and I walked the other trail, and, because we thought, would it be an asset to the town to improve this? And, it would be a huge project, so.
Certainly.
Get down in the woods there and there's.
Certainly.
So just inform yourself with some more estimates.
Absolutely.
maybe,
I
that include
had
everything.
another company that came out and did for the estimate meeting and they never called me back. Bays and Brothers never called me back.
Can I state some things here?
Yes.
Because I've been working on this.
Yeah.
And talking to people on Turner Trail. And they're right, so it's gonna be more than just your quote.
Right.
So you're gonna need a survey, you're gonna need legal guidance, because you're gonna have to do right-of-ways. And as far as going all the way through, that was a conversation in one of the meetings prior, because Brian thought it might be good to have it all connected, okay? That's not decided, okay? This is all just speculation.
Right.
And so I just want to let you know, also, Mary Ellen and I spoke about the town borrowing money, like Warden Road. So I looked into Warden Road, and in order for anything like that to happen, so first you gotta petition the select board to have Turner Trail made into a class 3. Select board does not even have to accept it once it's built up, okay? So if you're thinking about borrowing, and it's gonna be a lot more than $140,000, you need to know what that cost is. You have to have an article, you petition for an article to be on the town meeting warning, if you time it right, and the voters vote whether or not you can borrow this money to build that road. Once that happens, then there's a special tax assessment district specific to all of the property owners that abut Turner Trail. So this thing's not gonna happen overnight.
We're well aware.
And based on at least one of your neighbors' opinions, it may not happen at all. So, that's really important. I mean, the outreach, obviously, as you're already discovering, is incredibly important, that you have people informed that you're not going ahead with anything that not everybody would agree to, et cetera. I mean, you know, Warden Road predated Ann, and it predated me a little bit too, but it's a complicated, long process. And I think that, you know, even the likelihood of trying to put something like that on town meeting for next March, I think is very unlikely. But
It's it'd be tight, a
yeah,
tight schedule.
or impossible.
Right.
You know,
But
so
you
I
could
think
do a
that,
special meeting.
yeah. I think that, you know, the first thing to do would be to really get a group together that is all talking about the same thing and making sure everybody's informed and that everybody has an idea of what it might look like and what sort of percentage of the numbers of abutters are actually interested in doing something like that. Because I know a number of the abutters, there aren't residences there either, and whether those people have been informed, whether they have any interest in supporting it, et cetera. So I think that's really where you should sort of reset yourself back to. I completely agree with David that you know, there's two things about the estimate that you have. One, I think you need more estimates. Two, it would be, there is no way I personally could approve an estimate of the brother of our highway superintendent being the only bidder on a project that was going to be adopted by the town. Not going to happen.
Called 5 different
I'm
companies
sure.
and 5 of them were supposed to show up.
I know. No, I'm not.
Keep trying.
I'm not
Yeah.
faulting you for that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that, you know, I mean, especially like if we're going to the municipal bond bank for a bond, et cetera, never going to happen under my watch. That's for sure. So, and you know, Frank, nothing against Frank. He's great at what he does. You know, more than happy to entertain a bid from him in the process if you guys do that. I mean, not me. But, you know, he's certainly a valid bidder, but as the only bidder on a project like that, there is no way we could follow through on something like that. So, just, you know, so that's out there. So I think, again, you know, getting people together to make sure you're at least having the same conversation and start talking about, and then, like David said, the expense is one of the road, but also, for example, if a well needs to be moved, that certainly is not going to fall onto one landowner to make a move, to, you know, have a change like that. So all of those, and there may be, you know, I have no idea, you know, it may be the only one, but there may be 6 wells that need to be moved, and all of a sudden the price goes up by double. You know, so things like that, you really need to sort of have your homework. And none of that, we're very happy to support you through the process in any way we can. But none of that is our obligation. So how we can be helpful to you, but not burden the municipality in the process is what we are here for. So.
And I don't mind continuing to look for money to support, you know, building that road up. I can go to Wyndham Regional and talk to Mark Pickering, but I just can't promise the money's out there.
Absolutely.
So right now, you can finance on your own, or you can go to the voters with.
But I wouldn't even put that horse in front of the cart yet. You're a long way away from looking for
Get your ducks in a row first.
But-
Yeah, no question. Yeah.
But those are options for financing. right?
Potentially, but yeah.
We're still discovering what the questions are.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the phase where we're at. We're just
Yeah.
trying to work in that direction.
And I think in the
Contact an attorney
Yeah.
for a price.
Yeah, well, I think in the interest of not coming across, and I'm not faulting you for this, but you know, the enthusiasm is great, and that's great. But if it's not shared by everybody, then that's gonna be a disadvantage to you going forward.
That was going to be my question. So is there a percentage of people who would incur this cost that have to be on board in order for it to move forward?
I have no idea.
I mean,
That's the kind of thing that you would, I think, as Karen's, you know, there would, it wouldn't, I don't think any of sort of the legal aspects of that would fall to the town. Because that for all practical purposes, my guess would be that you are forming an association to think about but I don't know, I mean, I'm throwing out a term that may not be accurate, but I think until you have all the neighbors in agreement about what you're trying to do, even trying to take a first step is probably not realistic. I mean, if you know, in a scenario where all the neighbors get together and everybody says, yes, we'd love to support the process through moving a well and, you know, making up for lost land, et cetera, if that's what needs to be done, and that sounds okay to you, maybe you're moving forward. But that's a long way off from the sounds of it. So I think you got to step back quite a ways.
Right, for sure. We had originally, we were looking at the price of this and splitting it by 5 just by the people that were most invested in this and because it was their effects. That number's changed to 14. Is that just, that's legal? It's all 14, it has to be every abutter.
Let me clarify, it's 14 that would abut.
Yeah, and
Turner
it's
Trail.
every abutter, everybody on Pine Banks, right?
Is there a group of people
Yes.
that did this like on Warden Road?
Yeah,
You could contact and you could
Right, yeah.
ask them what they went through, even though it's been a long
Do
time.
you know,
They
Ann,
could connect anybody
That
that
would be
could help
great.
you with these process.
is there, are you aware of anybody who was sort of there and is still there?
I think there should be a few people. I could, you know, ask around and see who was there. A number of people have sold and moved out.
Yeah.
I'd have to give it some thought.
There's Morden Road.
And,
Right. And is this sort of the whole package on Ward Road?
What year did that happen? That was
1979 is this letter,
that
so.
was before
Yeah.
Ann and Steve. I had
It was
friends on the road.
75,000 to do Warden Road, plus another 25 for,
In 79,
yeah,
40 years ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the many abutters.
Yeah, it's a lot,
Yeah.
but it's not that many more that we're looking
Right,
at up
right.
here, so. Yeah, I wish I had better advice to you as to where to start. I'm not really sure. I mean, that.
Can
Can I put a question,
Yeah.
Karen? The 14 abutters,
Yeah.
does that include everybody all the way through down Stagecoach? So if we choose not to take that on, and then we're just a group of whatever,
Yeah, maybe
6 or
8.
8,
Well, it would,
Maybe 8.
is that still feasible? In your opinion, is that okay, so to speak, with the town?
I'm-
Because adding that many more people just orders of magnitude of
potential.
social discourse.
Right.
And
Because
I,
they
don't wanna
have
deal with it.
access through Old State Road. There's only like a couple.
Is it class 3 to the end of the trail?
Yes.
Okay, so then I think it's
No,
just Peter's.
it's class 4, as it is now, it's a trail.
Right, no, I meant Old
it's
Stage.
a trail.
Old Stage
Stage.
is
No,
town
they're a
maintained
road.
until the dead end.
Until
John's
Probably
was.
is,
Right, they turn around John Curtin's Road.
John, yeah,
Yeah.
in the last
Cross the
house.
ridge,
Yeah.
back up, turn around John.
Yeah.
I have
So I think
a
it's just
serious
Peter's
objection to
stand.
looking at doing the whole Turner's Trail based on the tracking that we did through the winters. Turner's Trail in general is a major wildlife crossing, and the section that has no houses on it, which is really a mess, tracking that was so hard. It is nothing but sheer ice in the winter. But there are certain areas where the animals do cross, and that shows up as a, you know, one of the most heavily trafficked wildlife crossings that we need to keep open to get the animals moving east to west. And I don't know if John would necessarily, they've got, Old Stage Road has a pretty good road, and they're plowed out, and I have no idea why they would want suddenly to become a through road. I don't know if anyone's spoken to them.
It would be the town that might be.
It's the
But
town.
I
I
think we're putting the cart
Right.
way.
Okay, but I just want to
way
clarify
here.
that these
This
folks
is-
are talking about stopping before that area, and I see absolutely, I think it would be a disastrous kind of thing to try.
But if
And
they're,
also
if they're
ill-advised.
forming a group of people who are interested and there are abutters to the road that are, you know, even if it's only the next property or two, all of those people need to be informed about this process.
Right.
And if, you know, if some of those are strong supporters because it gives them access to a piece of land they didn't have before, then this becomes a more important conversation. But again, I think
that that interest needs to be taken into account, given the expense
I think
that we are
that's,
talking about.
Yeah, no,
And then-
I'm not disagreeing with you, and I just think we're.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but whoever might have bought a lot there knew the condition of the road and that it was a trail. And if they want to pay for trying to make a road out of that section. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that that was on the
Because they're
table.
landowners and they're entitled to know if something like this is going on. So, or potentially, it's not going on. It potentially might go on. So I don't know whether, have you talked to you, I saw something that you had been in touch with Garrett, but hang on a second.
Okay.
But not about this.
No.
Garrett Baxter.
Well,
Because that
class
might
four,
be a place to.
I clarified the class 4.
Right.
So just, can I add to, so any legal trail, for any development to happen on it, any new development, it has to be heard in front of the development review board.
Right.
So, I mean, that limits that area too, because it is a legal trail. And I know there is 2 lots up there that are owned by one person, and there's nothing on them right now, but if he ever wanted to sell them, and
Right, that's
he wouldn't
my
be able
point.
to,
I mean, it
he
has
may
to be
not be able to do that. He's restricted right
Hang
now
on one second.
because of the zoning bylaws,
Yeah,
so.
okay. And?
My point was that what these people are proposing does
Right.
not impact.
No, I know, but.
Does not impact the people who own
I fully understand
the
what you're saying. and
down
I think everybody
Right.
does understand.
Okay.
But if you're going 2/3 of the way out a road, and, if I was the landowner of the next parcel past that 2/3, and I had a financial interest in saying, okay, I'd love to be part of this in order to bring the road to my property, then I'm entitled to do that. So, I know you're saying you don't want that to happen, and I totally get it.
I'm also saying
But-
that these people are talking about the safety of people already living on the road, which I
But that's
find
not
in a
relevant.
different.
I'm talking about a landowner who owns a parcel of land, and if there's gonna be access to it, it affects their parcel's value. And they need to know that. I mean,
They have to be informed.
Exactly.
They have
That's
to.
all I'm saying. They have to be informed, and I'm not saying they're entitled to changing that road or doing anything else, because that's not up to me to say right here and now.
And we as
But-
taxpayers are gonna pick up the maintenance of that road now, which we do not have.
We get state funding from,
But that's also, part of the process for that would be, way down the road. This whole
Right.
question that Karen brought up of, even if they upgrade this, we're not obligated to take it over as a class 3 road.
Correct.
So, these are things that are way down, way down the road.
Okay,
So,
just wanted to.
yeah. But, yes.
I'm just wondering if we're reiterating things, and it is not in contradiction to that, but I'm just wanting to reiterate that this is about health and safety for the people that are on that road, and that yes, in contrast to money, we're trying to figure out how to get our families to be safer and to have the possibility of, if there was a time during that crazy storm where Pine Banks was down, Quarry Road was down, and if there was a road that went from Turner Trail over to Old Stage, there might have been access there.
Right.
And an ambulance could have gotten in if a tree fell on my house and a fire started and my toddler had an
Yeah,
emergency.
God forbid.
So I'm wanting to make it clear that this is not about money. This is not about inconvenience. Like, oh, it's muddy, it's icky on my shoes. It's a health and safety concern, and that's why we've
Yeah.
started this whole process.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm just wanting to clarify.
And I would have to guess convenience as well, because convenience is awfully nice.
It's
but,
true. I mean, the people at the end of the road that put it in, they hiked in for the first 10, 15 years they lived there.
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
And with their feet created a trail.
I think we, I don't know what we can find for people to help you, but there's gotta be somebody in the state that knows how to do something along these lines. Whether it's the person who figured out Warden Road, but that was a long time ago, but
Right.
this has to be happening all over. So, let's
Yeah,
keep in
there's
touch,
so
but
many
in the
things that we have
meantime,
no way of knowing.
yeah, and,
So we're just earnestly trying to go forward,
yeah,
and then more things come to the surface. Oh, you gotta do this. Okay,
Right.
fine, put it on the list. So there's, Tara, I just want you to know, we're just learning. We're not trying to do anything without you. We would never do that. but we're just at the beginning of a discovery process. And after last year, I am extremely heightened.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't get a fuel delivery when I needed one. If there had been a fire or an ambulance had to get through, it would
Same
not have
here.
happened for upwards of a month.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like you're-
hopefully, sorry, go ahead, Ted.
It sounds like you're in a place where you need to find someone that's done it before, get the outline, know what you have to do, take the steps, get real estimates of what's really gonna happen. It might cost you $140,000 to add 18 inches of gravel and make it more drivable, but that doesn't make it class 3, okay?
So
And
that's
so,
part
so
of it,
you
yeah.
need to get all that information, put it together, and you need to communicate with all of your neighbors and do it in a way
Yeah, of
where
course.
everybody's on board.
So we just
Or
learned.
it's not gonna happen.
You're correct.
Right, so-
I literally, as a person who's doing that, like this part of the,
Yep,
you
yep.
know, moving forward, through a conversation with Karen a week ago,
Yeah.
I just learned that it has to include every property abutter. I didn't know that, we didn't know that, so it's not that we're leaving people out, we're just in discovery.
Well, I think you also need to do some research on who actually owns that, because I've learned I own half the road, it's in my deed.
So do I own half the road. I mean,
So,
it's
and Mike Markey owns half the road. I
right,
mean,
we all
there's
own half the
things,
road. We own to the
so-
middle of the road.
Right, but that doesn't, you know, and.
But the two properties on the other side don't.
Clarification, the town owns the right of way and they're entitled to
Agreed.
that space on your road. And I'm not
Right,
meaning
and
that
the
at all
town
sort
can-
of threatening, but
the
just
town
saying
can-
that's what it is.
Can approve to update the road.
Yes,
I'm disagreeing with the I mean, for me personally, what's gonna happen is you're gonna take away so much property, I'm gonna have to move my well, then I'm gonna be paying for it as
Well,
part of like
I would
paying for
also-
the update on this road where it was a trail when people, I don't wanna
Yeah.
speak meanly, but we bought houses on a road that's a trail road.
Right.
We have to maintain
Yeah.
it. Kevin and I go out on that road in the bottom and we clear out the ditches.
right,
I mean, we're doing that work.
yeah.
And we use the road very little. We use it like in emergency or for my parents when they're older and they visit. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have to use that upper driveway.
No, and I think that, you know.
And I don't have to maintain that road, but I do, and I go out there and then someone comes along and undoes the loop, the crest that we've put on the road. And it just seems like there's no actual maintenance of the existing road. We're wanting to update something that isn't
Well,
actually.
right, and we
being
don't maintain it because it isn't.
No, not you.
It gets maintained, right,
I'm
it gets
talking about
maintained,
as,
right,
you know,
yeah.
as a homeowner with people who, 13 people about that road, no one is putting a plan together for existing conditions.
Yeah.
That's
Can
our
I
problem.
say something?
our original. Yeah.
Josh has said this a couple different ways. I don't think this, you're not gonna go anywhere until you have a consensus.
Yes, until you have a
You
petition,
guys have got, you
right?
have a
Until
group
you
of
have-
people
until you have a
that
survey,
agree to the
until you
same
have-
thing, and then move forward.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, very important in even starting sort of that discussion, I mean, for example, I totally understand what you're saying about it needing to take some of your property. You know, just because the town has right of way from that center line of the road doesn't mean they actually use, you know, I mean, that would all be part of an agreement of design, and in fact, you'd have to have a design, you know, an engineer design it first, probably. Again, you know, if we were looking to borrow money to support this, borrowing money from having just been through the process of borrowing money from the municipal bond bank, it is a remarkably in-depth process, and if all your T's aren't crossed and your I's aren't dotted, you're not getting anywhere with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a whole process of steps with that, but I think we can maybe help you by trying to find through some state resources, some people who may have done, I mean, I just think a call to the
Wyndham
LCT to
Regional
start with,
Commission.
Wyndham Regional,
Yep.
others should be able to help inform the process. And I think you know, as you're saying, you're just learning. So, you know, whatever you can do to slow it down so that the learning process is at a pace that's acceptable to everybody, I think is really important. So, and I also totally agree with you that, you know, I mean, I agree with that. You know, but, you know, you're saying, you know, that it's unacceptable when it's like that, and I get that, but you did choose to build a house on a class 3 trail. So that, you know, that's not, and I'm not faulting you for that, it's just a reality. I'm sorry, a trail, yeah.
For a moment.
Yeah.
Because I was told by the town manager when I decided to build there, don't worry about the road because the town's gonna take it over. It might take 15 years. It was not, no, not Karen, we're talking about 25 years ago. Okay, so because I had all these concerns, well, 25 years ago, you're off the hook.
Okay.
So that was my expectation, that there would be some numbers of years, it would probably be 10 or 15, and okay, I'll suck it up. So communication is so fraught with difficulty all the time. What I think I would like at this point, if we can get it, and I apologize, it's more work for you, is a clear, delineated, these are all the things you need to do. So we can just start doing them. And we don't know what the things are.
Right, it's Warden Road.
Okay.
I will email you this list, okay? I created it for select board as a cheat sheet.
Thank you. That's amazing.
And that's a start.
Yes.
And you know, again, thank you to Karen, because in fact, she probably could have said, that's up to you guys to come up with a list, come to a list and bring it to me.
No.
I don't know how this works, honestly, but you know, it's not at the point where the select board really should or needs to be involved yet. So, and we're happy to try and help you, but that may be 2 years from now before we're actually helpful.
And
So.
once there's a petition, then they're gonna have to act.
Right, exactly, that's a different story. Yes.
For the video record, could folks state their name?
Oh, yes,
We have no
please. Do you
idea.
want to pan on the cabinet?
Sure. Corin Kennedy Spielman.
I'm Mary Ellen Britt.
Tara Castine and Kevin Castine.
Thank you.
All right, so we haven't been very helpful, but it's all a process.
I'm so sorry, thank you. I looked, I
Yeah.
didn't see it, I couldn't find it.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys are killing me, you know?
It's in there. I had this one, but anyway, we'll review that, but you'll
I'll make sure
either
I
email it or
to you.
get.
I can email it to you too, Karen.
Yes, please, 'cause I'll
Okay.
forward it to my
I'll
husband.
send you a whole list of all the people that are people that are already on this.
Yeah.
And that list will expand as soon as we can.
And I'll touch base with some connections, see if there's resources financially.
And or, you know, I think more importantly at this point is resources to help you figure out, I mean, you have a list of what to do, but,
Yeah.
you know, somebody who can actually help you make sure these are all the things you need to do and what's involved, because that's, again, I'm grateful to you for doing that. It may not be our purview.
And Josh is right, you have to get everybody on board.
Right, that first thing says notify the abutting landowners and parties is a very short sentence to a lot of work. Because everybody
It's in most
has a lot of interest.
Vermont state laws.
Everybody's interest needs to be met some
Equally,
way.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
if it's not, you're not gonna do this, so.
Well, we know.
Yeah.
Well, we know that now, you know.
Yeah, of course, who would have thought otherwise, right?
So from here to there, who are the properties, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Now we're learning, oh no, it has to be every property.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, and it may not, in fact, need to involve everybody financially.
Right.
But it does involve consent.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
We knew that it involved
Right.
every property
Right.
consent.
Yeah.
Because it was we were going to do
Yeah.
those deeds.
Yeah,
And
so,
we're in the very beginning process of
Right.
this, so we
Yeah.
talked to the people that were financially responsible, definitely financially responsible first.
yeah, good,
Okay.
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thanks a lot. Keep working on it.
You're welcome.
One step at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
So you
All
can all
right.
reach out to me anytime, okay?
Okay, and just that way, I'm leaving for like a year.
Oh,
Wow.
So that may be
All
good.
right.
I think that's good, yeah. I'm gonna go.
somewhere good, I hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna round the world travel thing. Wow.
Nice.
So you're not gonna have to worry
You don't
about
have to worry about
It'll be
what's
done when
in.
I just wanna be here. So sign my name or whatever has to be signed. So that might.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think it's happening that fast, so.
All right.
Okay.
All right,
My vote is yes.
thank you.
Thank you,
We got it
everyone.
on camera. Thank you. All right, thanks, Kim.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So that was the Turner Trail Road update.
Hold up.
Hunting on town land update.
So the Hendricks parcel, we
Yes.
had a request.
Yeah,
if,
yeah.
Nice
Yep.
to meet you finally.
2 tree stands could be put up on the property.
Could be.
They were asking.
They were asking.
Right, no, I know that.
Place
So,
to-
yeah,
Yeah. So you had asked me to reach out to
Right,
VLCT for
yeah.
a legal opinion.
and that's what you got.
And that is what I have in
Oh,
front of us.
that's right, I saw it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
So what's your interpretation?
my interpretation is, I feel,
I mean, as I think you're indicating, the pink highlights are the,
yeah, my recommendation is no tree stands. The land's not posted, so they can hunt on it. If it gets posted, then nobody will be allowed. But if we allow tree stands, it would be a liability to the town.
yeah.
Unless he has insurance and we have an agreement with him.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a mistake.
Yeah, we don't want to set a precedent.
Do you wanna make a
I wouldn't think
motion?
so.
Not to allow?
I'm not sure we need to. Well, I mean, but yeah,
Or I
I don't think we need to.
I can contact him and let him know that,
That he's welcome to hunt on the land because it's not posted, but we're not granting him permission to.
right,
It's just not posted, and therefore, if he chooses to, he can.
yeah.
But we definitely cannot give
Erect
him
any-
permission to erect a tree stand.
Okay.
So, and I think that,
Would
does
that,
that sound right to you?
yes, and would that follow all the public land the town owns?
I would assume so. I mean, no, tree stands, again, I think what would definitely follow that is that we are not gonna give permission to put a tree stand up, or
Right.
any type of structure
Right,
for any hunting purposes.
blinds or
That's just-
anything,
No.
so no structures whatsoever?
Yeah.
Okay,
And we also are not granting any specific permission to any individual to hunt on the property.
right,
We are just making a blanket statement that as of this time, none of our town lands, I don't believe, are posted.
Right.
And therefore, the public is welcome to.
It wasn't that one.
The well, it is, that's right, okay, yeah, I forgot about that. But in, so, you
Do we
know,
want to start some?
this town forest too
Yes.
is posted, right?
which, technically right now, I guess
Yes.
we own that, don't we?
Yeah.
So, yes, okay, so I misspoke.
It's
So some
okay.
of our lands are posted and some are not. The ones that are not posted, people are free to hunt on because they are not posted, but that is not specific permission from us, it's just based
Right.
on Vermont statute that
Correct.
unposted land can be hunted on. So, if that wasn't totally clear to everybody, it wasn't clear to me. So,
Makes perfect sense.
exactly, vague is good.
Yeah.
No permissions granted. All right, so somewhere I had my Equity and Inclusion Committee update. I'm assuming we don't have,
Laura wasn't able to make it, she had an emergency.
but I did see that there was a posting for a forum.
There is a
Thanks, Lionel.
timeline, there is a timeline in your packet that she
Yeah.
wanted me to pass out to
Yeah.
you. So, Friday, September 29th, from 7 to 8 p.m., there will be a public forum at the Putney Public Library to discuss mission, creation timeline, potential charges, how to submit a letter of interest, and questions from attendees. Anyone interested in the Equity and Inclusion Committee should attend. October 9th, Select Board discusses candidate selection and follow-up. We do have a few names of people interested in serving on the committee. October 23rd at 5:30, final review and appointment process. Committee will officially form and be contacted to set date for the first meeting. And they don't have a date yet, but they'll determine that as they get through the process. So there's letters of interest from 9 people.
Yep. Sounds good.
So it's moving forward.
Good.
And she's posted this on the Reformer, Commons, Putney Front Porch Forum, Facebook, Root Social Justice Center, Instagram, Putney Central School newsletter, email to the schools in Putney, and email to various email lists of local folks. So she's reached out to quite a few stakeholders here.
Sounds good.
Karen has a question.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I know
Tara.
as part of the school board, there's an equity commission as well as part of the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory, the new union. So
Okay.
we might want to make sure they get a copy of that as
All
well.
right. Thank
Thank
you.
you. I think I know at least one of the people on this list is Ann Beekman is the
Yeah.
chair, I think,
Vice
of
chair.
that, vice chair, so, but yes, thank you. All right. Conflict of interest policy adoption.
Segue right into that.
There you
Joe?
go. Yeah.
All right, so this conflict of interest and ethical conduct policy.
And this is sorry to interrupt right away, but we have not had this before, is that correct?
No,
Not that
we
not
do
that
not.
we're aware of?
We do
Okay.
not have a conflict of interest policy. And VLCT wanted every municipality to have one in place by July 1st, 2019.
We're getting there.
I didn't know about it until last week.
I didn't know that either.
So, what we did is we took the template from VLCT and we changed it to reflect Putney, and we looked at a few other towns' conflict of interest. It appears everyone has gone with the VLCT template. So this conflict of interest is for individuals who are elected or statutorily appointed to perform executive, administrative, legislative, or quasi-judicial functions of the town of Putney. So if somebody has a direct conflict of interest, what they should be doing is recusing themselves.
Yes.
That doesn't always happen,
Yeah.
and that creates a bigger issue.
So I would suggest, because Laura is not here, that maybe we table this till our next meeting.
And I don't mind doing that.
I don't
So
know
you-
that she would have any, but I'd like to, I haven't, was this in our packet that you sent us? Because I haven't seen this already.
I think
This piece wasn't, I didn't get this.
you didn't, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
So I'd just like
She's
to
not
have
here
time
now.
to review it. The other
Yeah.
thing is,
I think you
I
need-
think it's fine, but I think Larry needs to sign off on it as well.
I don't mind sending it to Larry.
I think we should.
Okay.
Just, I mean, if it's, if it's from VLCT, I'm confident that they've done their homework.
Right.
But I would be, I think we should have town council
Yeah.
look at it as well and just make sure that he agrees.
Yeah, I really want you to read this because it's, interpretation is everything.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's clear in some places what, as officials.
Yeah, should be happening.
Yeah, what we're limited to and.
David, no more profiting off of your town position.
What can I tell you? Without this, I wouldn't be able to make ends meet. And no more gifts either. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I should also.
Oh, man. All right, so I will send this to Larry for review.
Oh, and there's a guidance document from, policy regarding. Okay. Sounds good, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think
Excuse
another
me.
2 weeks is gonna be an issue.
All right, payroll recommendation to outsourced third party.
So we went ahead, Lisa and I, we have 2 quotes in the packet. You didn't see these either, by the way.
Yeah.
So as you know, we don't have a bookkeeper. So that budget was about $16,500.
Yep.
And Alyssa is now doing payroll and accounts payable and plus what she needs to do for town manager, zoning administrator. And I know I had brought this up in a conversation before, so we got some quotes from 2 vendors. I asked for 3. The third one didn't call me back. The thought process about doing.
ADP is one, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That one's Stearns.
Okay.
Stearns Associates.
Yeah.
All right.
Certain services.
Services, sorry. We're thinking about going to a bi-weekly payroll because library is bi-weekly. Fire department is once a month on call with training, hose training, and they have all these different levels of training now.
Right.
Plus on-call services that we pay them for, but they're monthly.
But Tom is not monthly.
No, Tom is.
Weekly or bi-weekly?
Tom is weekly.
Yeah.
Along with the highway department
Right.
and all office personnel. Our rec people are once a month.
Yeah.
And then we throw in the pool, which is seasonal from June to like the beginning of September. So we have on average 35 people.
I think 35 is the top.
Yes.
What we have.
Yeah.
So when,
At the peak of.
right.
When everybody's working
Right.
and it's a complete payroll.
Yeah.
So what we'd like to do is streamline our payroll process and get everybody on the same payroll.
Makes sense.
Bi-weekly cuts the cost of outsourcing it almost in half. And not only do these 2 companies do the payroll, but they also do the quarterly reports and they do the end of the year W-2s and end of year reporting. So they do quite a bit. The other thing too is if we miss like a quarterly payment with the state or the federal government.
So what's this sheet?
Yeah.
So this is Stearns Services right here.
Okay.
All right, so they gave us a quote to do 13 weeks, which would be like to the end of the year, okay? If they were to do it weekly, and that's $2,790, okay?
Weekly.
Weekly.
Or for the 13
To
weeks?
finish out the
This
year.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then,
That's the total for all.
Because we're not
13
ready to
weeks.
change it.
correct,
Okay.
Yeah.
good, Not,
Oh, and this is the total for a complete 26 weeks? Okay. I see.
yes. Yeah, so this is the bi-weekly for 26 weeks, that would be the total for the year, okay?
got it.
So don't look at that, we're not looking at this, okay?
How did they do? Can we compare apples to apples?
Yep, so
Yeah,
ADP,
that's hard to- Yeah.
it appears that Alyssa did some math. And,
Did I do good math?
so their total
Yeah.
for 26 weeks would be $5,691.18,
Mhm.
which is a couple $100 more than Stern Services. Stern Services, I can tell you that they already know the NEMRIC system
Right.
and they are local. They're in Bellas Falls.
And ADP is like an online type thing, or
It's
where
like
do
a
they have it?
National thing.
Yeah.
It is.
The thing with ADP is that it would be probably a little bit lower than this quote because they quoted us on the 35 and it's generated by
On the 30
how
Sorry, on the
35 people.
Employees.
Oh, I see.
So 15 to 20 of our employees that we have each year only work for 3
Part
months.
of the year.
So it would kind of fluctuate a little bit.
And I could talk to Stern Services and ask them, you know, if we have 35 and then we go down to 10, you know, can you
What is
prorate
that?
that?
I know that on the weeks that I do payroll and everybody's getting paid, it takes me twice or 3 times
Well,
as long as when there's 8 of us.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, my guess would be that how they would do it is sort of a per year cost and then a variable per week, you know, I mean, there would be a week or a bi-weekly expense and then an additional cost on the weeks that were more than,
Right.
you know, something like that, I would assume, but I don't know.
So because we are local, we know the quality of their work in a way we don't ADP? Or is
With
it possible?
ADP, we have to stop using the payroll module that comes with NIMRIC.
And does that matter to us? I mean,
It doesn't,
Well-
to me.
Can I just add
Yeah.
that ADP, everything's gonna be electronic.
right,
So each person is gonna be putting in their time
They would punch in.
into an application.
right.
So I'm thinking about like Skip.
Anyway, so we, yeah, no need to name names. But with, so, and that wouldn't be, with Stearns,
Lifeguards.
they would bring this
Right.
here and then you guys would submit it to Stearns, or how would it work with Chip?
Electronically. We would.
Also electronically, but you would submit it,
No,
as
well,
opposed to each individual submitting it?
so we send them timesheets.
Right,
They'll input it into our spreadsheet.
right,
And then it goes into NEMRIC because they can remote access
right, yeah.
into the system, and then she'll cut the checks.
And with
After
ADP, you would cut the checks also, or
ADP
not?
would cut the checks.
Yeah,
Okay, so there's sort of,
there's
pros and cons to both in a
Yeah.
way. Yeah. I'm hearing you, I think, saying you would prefer, if we decide to do this at all, you would prefer to have Stearns do it, which I understand.
Also, if we do have Stearns do it, if we decide to stop having them, we haven't changed our system.
right.
And we still are within NIMRIC. So
Right.
if we
Yeah.
get another person or if things change, we can go right back to just doing it the way we've always done it.
So, is there any sort of logical, rational way for us to determine the value of Alyssa doing, I mean, does this actually save us money? I'm sure it's a huge convenience, there's no question about
Right.
that. Does it also save us money by essentially freeing up Alyssa enough to be worth this money? I mean,
Yes.
I'm assuming that's your sense of it. but-
Yes, not only that, so the only other option is to find a part-time, hire a part-time treasurer.
Payroll, or not treasurer.
That could do the payroll.
That wouldn't be a treasurer. That would be you mean
No, a treasurer can do.
an accountant?
No, I'm talking treasurer person that, signs checks and does our investments for banking, does our financing for equipment. That's what the treasurer does, and they do payroll as well.
But we already
So-
have a treasurer and we already have
Well,
an assistant treasurer.
yeah, she would still.
Right, no, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you in theory,
Yeah.
I don't think, we wouldn't be looking for a treasurer because we already have a treasurer. We'd be looking for somebody to replace, I'm blanking on her name, and she was accounting essentially.
Right.
But I would
So-
keep still all of that other accounting stuff,
She'd be doing accounts payable.
Right,
tracking all
right,
of the
right,
general
right.
stuff
No, I
and all
understand that. But you're saying we need to reduce Alyssa's workload.
Yeah, so.
But I'm just disagreeing with you on the terminology of treasurer, because that's not what we would be looking for. We would be looking for somebody to do.
Well, someday we
to
may
do-
need.
To be a bookkeeper,
We may
essentially.
need
Are you
to
saying
look for.
that the duties of treasurer aren't being done right now? Are you
No,
saying
they're
there are
being
things-
done.
Okay.
They're being done.
Sounds like there's a piece of this that isn't about payroll.
Right,
Okay,
right. But payroll can tie into that treasurer position.
okay.
Yeah, I would just disagree with you that that's how we would term it. But we would be looking for a bookkeeper who would then submit stuff to our treasurer, because we already have a treasurer. We wouldn't be looking for another treasurer in a paid position, because we already have one.
We have one right now.
Right,
Who signs checks?
right,
Who signs checks.
right.
That-
Right, yeah, I mean, we're saying essentially the same thing,
The
I
other
just
thing-
don't, we, by town structure, we already have a treasurer, so we wouldn't be
do.
looking for another treasurer.
We do.
We'd be looking for a bookkeeper who would do things to account for it for the treasurer, and then we would continue presumably to have a stipended treasurer, or we
Right.
switch our system and potentially have a treasurer who
Yes.
done.
Yeah,
Which is
10 hours a week or something.
Right, okay,
Okay,
yeah,
so that's another option, but
Yeah.
I'm not proposing that now.
right, right.
The other thing too, going to a bi-weekly and outsourcing payroll frees her up. So if she goes on vacation,
Right. No vacation.
I know. I don't take any because I can't. I can't not be here.
so
Well, you understood that, right?
Do you have a guess on how much time you spend weekly on payroll? And I know, I mean, is it 3 hours a week or 10 hours a week or really
Just
variable?
actually doing payroll, anywhere from 2 to 3. But then there's
All the other stuff
maybe
associated?
there's some reporting that's associated with it, and I've never done the whole W-2s at the end of the year, so I don't know what that's going to entail.
And they would do all that stuff?
yes,
Yeah.
no.
I think that that's probably a more complex part.
Yeah,
That at that time of year when there's all kinds of other busy things happening, if I didn't have to try to focus on that too.
It also adds another layer of checks and
a
balances.
set of eyes on it, yeah,
It's another check and balance that
Yeah.
we don't have right now.
yeah. Yeah, no, which again, with a bookkeeper, there was a third set of
Right.
eyes on them.
Right.
But in the absence of a bookkeeper, this
Yeah.
would do that, so. I don't have an issue with doing it,
Okay.
but,
So as far as going bi-weekly, we would have to update personnel policy, which
have you, sorry. go
I've
ahead.
been working on it.
But do you have a sense whether you're gonna get any blowback on going to bi-weekly? I mean, are people gonna be upset by that or
I
not?
think they might be in the beginning, but I
Yeah.
think they're gonna get used to it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I mean,
It's up to you.
right, and if it makes things streamlined for everyone,
That's preferable.
yeah, because right now it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's just like, people are gonna,
Who's this week and who's that week?
yeah.
Well, they can't.
They don't get them in
Just
on
turning in their
time.
timesheets, please get them to me at 10:30, well, they come rolling in at noon.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
if we go to bi-weekly too, our pay week would change,
It's
which would
gonna
make it
change.
easier to get timesheets in on time.
Right.
Because now they literally come in the day that
Right.
I'm doing it.
because they have to.
On a
Yeah.
select board meeting.
Right.
Right.
That's the other thing that really,
Throws it for a loop.
yeah. And if she's ever out and it's payday on a select board,
Right.
I'll be
You're
late
done.
for the meeting.
Yeah.
Payroll first.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say, in that regard, if somebody doesn't have their timesheet in when it's supposed to be in, you're not getting a paycheck until you have your
You can't
timesheet. I
legally
mean,
do that, but.
you
it's-
can't?
No, you can't.
but if you don't have the timesheet, how can you account for it?
Oh, it's like anything, you just guess, It's
Yeah,
like, and then you
Oh,
have to correct
interesting.
it, yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
but it's gonna be a little, it'll take a little time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an adjustment period for everyone.
Yeah,
But everyone's gonna be in that boat at the same time.
yeah, no, and I would encourage you, and I know you have already been doing this, but if you can also use this a tool to advise people to get electronic
Direct deposit.
deposits.
Yeah.
I know, no, but maybe you say, you know what, we're going to a whole new system here, and guess what?
Right.
Unless there's a good reason not to, we really, 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 really want you to do
We
this.
can mandate that.
So I would leave that up to the
Yeah.
financial director
Yeah.
finance director to make that decision. But if you're making changes and there's gonna be a learning curve, maybe that should be part of the learning curve.
Right.
Because otherwise you make changes and then you're still trying to add to the curve
Yeah,
down the
no.
road. But
No, I think we've got it
Do it
pretty
all
all
once.
sorted out.
yeah, just get it straightened out and do it.
Yeah.
I mean, believe me, I don't want to go to 2 weeks because I used to be 2 weeks and now I'm 1 week and I love it. But
I'd love to go
I
every
also
2
wanna
weeks.
go
That
on-
would be great.
I also want to go on vacation, so.
Yeah.
To have a regular paycheck. Okay. So, would you like to make a motion to accept a bid from Stern Services to do bi-weekly payroll? Or
Sure, I make a motion to God, I just heard that and I can't even say it back. I'm so sorry. I'd make a motion to accept Sterling Services to do a bi-weekly payroll for the town of Putney.
There you go. I'll
Yep.
second it.
Okay.
As per recommendation of the town manager.
Thank you.
Do we wanna ask them to do maybe a little bit more like, yeah, we've got 35, but maybe we only have 10, and then, I guess we won't though.
Is this
Because
the-
we'll be bi-weekly, so we'll have.
But isn't this a good time to do that when,
Right.
instead
But we'll
of
have
contracting
more-
them and saying, oh, we want you to do this as well?
We'll have
and
more
vice versa?
people,
Maybe
though, on
offer
the
that
regular.
first.
We'll have more people on the regular, because we're doing it bi-weekly, so everybody.
Everybody, most
Right.
people will
Yeah.
be on there
Right,
most
so
of the
that's,
time.
that's a moot point.
Yes.
Yes, but I would also encourage you, as you said, to talk to Chip and, I mean, if, or Wendy, and if there's, some savings to be had based on that, then
Yeah.
let's take advantage of that. But, all right. What's that?
Can you vote on it? Moved and seconded? Did-
Moved and seconded, we didn't vote, no, we were having discussion.
There you go. I
And,
wasn't sure if we voted on that.
If there's no further discussion, then all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, good, okay.
Nice.
I would like to make a suggestion concerning, if the new company is going to be using your existing company, you might want to sit with them when they do the W-2, so that next year, if you decide not to carry on the thing, you will know how to do that.
That's a good idea.
It's really nice that there's a more human aspect to it too.
Right.
Well, it's also, I mean, this is Chip Stearns, who was our interim town manager
Great.
before Karen, so he already knows all the players involved, et cetera, which
Yeah.
is a big, and of course, we should have said that before, but
You didn't need to.
no, doesn't matter.
Right.
But,
No names.
he's, and he's rich. But he knows the system and he
Right.
knows who we are,
Yeah.
that's all. Okay, town manager's report.
Westminster Road update. Everybody's been asking.
I'm sure they have. When's the bumpiness going away?
As soon as we sell some more tires.
Brian thought maybe today, but Mitchell is paving East-West Road in Dummerston. So I got caught in that this morning. But hopefully tomorrow, Friday, he's not sure if they'll finish up on Saturday. It's a 3-day process. But they have 2 teams, so one does the milling.
Right,
They move on to a different town.
right, get it
Then the
ready.
paving comes in.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to know their schedule unless you're calling and talking to them.
Yeah.
So
Um,
that's the schedule with Westminster Road.
And I may be wrong on this, and I don't imagine there's anything we can do about it, but it sounded to me like it might be at least some of the day raining tomorrow. I think there's a huge advantage to paving when it's not raining, and maybe they just stop. But I don't know, I don't think we can control that, but,
I would think that they would
fair weather is
They would know,
preferable for that.
yes.
Yeah,
If it's, and Brian will let me know anyway.
yeah,
They'll
Yeah.
call and say, hey, we're not.
right. No, I'm just, I don't know whether we can incur, they may go ahead and do it, even if it's raining, and I would rather they didn't if we have that option, but we may not have that option, I don't.
Right.
But, all right, good, so
What else?
maybe in the next 3 days, or maybe
Maybe next
by
week.
the beginning of next week,
I
somewhere in
just,
there.
it's hard
Yeah.
to be saying, I mean, these guys are really busy right now.
Yeah, no, that's fine, I mean,
So-
I think that, yes, it's a mild inconvenience, but it's
It's slowed traffic down.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
Right.
it's made some cloudy. Absolutely. Yep.
And while we're talking about Westminster Road, so, the crossing for the
School, yeah,
so they weren't working. And Steve's been out there acting as cross guard. So Brian last week, was a school called, and Brian last week got a hold of Josh King to have him go look at the lights and see, determine what's going on with them. And I got a call from the school yesterday. I went up there and looked at them. One was working, but the other one wasn't. So there must have been a disconnect.
yeah.
But, Josh King is on it.
He's gonna look.
And Brian he's on it.
Sounds good.
So sidewalk update, we still have no fence.
Yeah.
In your packet is a new shop drawing of a proposed fence that is now well, it's not interlocking, sorry, it's gonna be clamped on to a post. So right now, we have a cedar fence that's interlocking rails. It has not been ordered,
Good.
so
So,
So this is stronger.
this is stronger.
what are
It won't fall apart, so if somebody leans on it, it's not gonna, unlodge itself.
what's the rail made out of?
It's wood. With a galvanized post in the back, and then there's clamps on the back, attaching to the wood. It's 42 inches high versus 36, which was the cedar fence.
Yeah.
So.
And it conforms to.
It does, to
everything
the
it needs
state
it to.
ADA and. So the thing with this new fence
2 by
is.
6 PT rail, and how long between? I mean, as far as the concern we had before of,
Sidewalk
if
plow.
the sidewalk plow goes, if the sidewalk plow hit one of those galvanized posts, it might stop it, but a 2 by 6 sure isn't going to.
No.
So I'm not sure it's.
And a galvanized post into 4 feet of 3-inch crushed stone isn't gonna hold too good.
Well, right. No, that's sort of what I'm saying is I'm not sure it's any better at achieving what we want to.
Right.
I think what, in my opinion, would be better is galvanized posts in the ground are gonna last a lot longer than white cedar posts in the ground. If we had to change rails out, we have to change rails out over time.
Right.
I think this is gonna be a longer lasting. It looks like it's gonna be a little less attractive, but I'm not sure that's a huge issue. But I have no confidence this would stop the sidewalk plow if that's what we're trying to do.
Right. I think we had the conversation too, and the sidewalk plow shouldn't be going, 50 miles an hour.
No.
So,
No, and it looks,
And
I've looked at that and it looks,
it's pretty wide.
it's pretty wide. It's level side to side. So
Yes.
it's not like it's pitching you towards there. I totally understand the concern, but I think, yeah, exactly.
I think it'll have a lot to do with the timing of clearing the sidewalk in relationship to the one the road's plowed.
Yeah, which of
Heavy
course
wet
is hard
snow
to
is gonna
predict.
hit it, and
Yeah.
the snow is gonna taper off
Right.
sideways, and so even though the cement's level, it's gonna be really hard to deal with.
It may.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. No, I think that what's key, as we've learned on all of our sidewalks, again and again and again, is that we need to get out there as soon as possible.
Exactly.
And get them cleaned off.
Right.
Because as soon as we don't get them cleaned off, it's a living
Snow,
battle.
exactly.
And that's
So-
the liability.
And that's the liability. That's also where the
Mhm.
additional employee comes in of,
Or two, yeah.
we shouldn't,
Mhm.
well, hopefully not two, let's It's only money, but I think just having somebody out there quickly, I think that if we add another person to the highway department, a priority needs to be to have the sidewalks
Maintain the sidewalks early.
better than we have.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep. So there's a cost for this redesign too, of $7,125. But I've let Jeff Durrell and Corey Mack and Peter Pochop that we're not agreeable to that change.
We're not agreeable
Right.
to the financial change?
To the increase in the cost for changing the fence out. So I'm trying to negotiate with them.
Okay, and that's with, anyway.
Yeah.
I would probably leave it up to Jeff to determine whether that's a reasonable cost for a change order of that nature? Because I don't think this was
No,
specified clearly in the
he
first time, right?
agrees with me
Okay.
on the cost increase. So we're 86% done with the
Yeah.
sidewalk.
Okay.
And the budget's tight. And there is about $10,000 in extras. Just trying to button this up. Let's see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my own personal experience with white cedar is it just doesn't last that long. You know, it's a nice idea, but I think galvanized posts are a better idea. So I think whatever,
I think it's more stable.
sort of whatever you can negotiate.
Yeah.
Well, they'll certainly pound into that gravel a
Right.
lot further. I mean,
Right.
white cedar post is just gonna shatter coming
Yeah.
into there, so.
So I'll continue to negotiate
Yeah, I think
the
that's
increase
reasonable, yeah.
and we'll move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it on that. Town-owned land update. We're finally there, Ann. In your
I
packet.
didn't know you were waiting for something specific, and we could have moved it around.
Thought you were here for turn and crew.
Right.
Found it, sorry.
You have it?
No, I found the piece.
Oh, good. So in your packet,
I
Josh,
apologize.
you're all right.
Okay.
So I gave you a colored map. So most of the green areas are town of Putney
Town.
land.
Yeah,
So you have Hendricks parcel, you have school forest,
yeah,
you have
which
Putney
it sounds
Mountain.
like we'll be turning over to them before too
Right.
long, which is good.
You have Putney Mountain, you got Bear Hill.
Yeah.
So all of those are in conservation.
But Putney Mountain, I wasn't aware of this part.
Yeah,
Of course, what's that?
That's Putney Mountain Association. I don't know what that little corner one is.
I don't know.
Or maybe that's just conservation, part of Putney Mountain, I bet.
I don't think we own that.
What?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, this is what's
That's-
called, this is
yeah.
North Mowing right here,
Absolutely.
so.
Scenic area, right?
This is Banning Road, right?
And can you
That's
clarify?
Fanning Road,
just-
and then this is Dusty Ridge. This is the extension of, oh, maybe it's not even,
This is where.
oh, I was thinking this was North
That's
Mowing.
right here.
Jesse's house is right there.
I would say so,
Oh,
yeah.
So
Right.
that looks like the town forest.
Isn't that the top of Putney Mountain, top,
No, this is,
that is right there?
Yeah,
yeah.
No, wait, Putney Mountain this is the town forest here, there's Putney Mountain.
Mm-hmm. So what is this?
This is
oh,
gotta
maybe
be-
it's just other conservation land,
That's,
which is the same
that's
color.
gotta be, probably the Pinnacle.
Yeah.
It's not,
Yeah,
it's
well,
Pinnacle
Pinnacle
Association.
Exactly,
That's what I
See,
think.
that says Putney Mountain Association right there.
right.
Yeah, I'm not sure, they may have gotten additional acquisitions that I'm not aware of,
All right.
certainly not town.
Oh, I see, yeah, the color difference
It's a little
is-
bit lighter.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that's
Oh,
Putney Mountain
okay.
Association, and
Yeah.
this is Town of Putney.
Right.
And that's that one, this is definitely the one at the top of Putney Mountain Road. I think that's probably Putney Mountain Association.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Or-
also. Or Pinnacle.
Or Pinnacle, but, yeah, that's not
The
very.
green trailer piece used to go up, used to be
Okay.
an old green bubble.
So I brought this to your attention because we talked about public lands and, maybe we should think
That's
about
actually, yeah.
doing something with them, right?
Yeah, no, yeah,
So we're looking at Putney Town Forest, which abuts Putney Mountain Association. So there's 48 acres in Putney.
yeah,
And then there's another 85 in Brookline, okay? So if the select board and the town, it would have to be an article, if the town,
48 in Putney, and then, that's not what it looks like on this map, but that's just because we don't have detail of the Brookline property, must be.
right,
Yeah.
yeah, we don't have any
Yeah.
of that. So if the select board were willing and would like to consider selling the Putney Town Forest on Putney Mountain to Putney Mountain Association, they may be interested in that property.
You've had that conversation with them or not, or Ann has?
Pat Shields, who's president of the Putney Mountain Association,
Yeah.
has been bringing this up for quite some time.
Yeah.
And she's still very interested, as is, I guess, Jordy Heller's the vice
Yes.
president of their organization. He's also been talking.
Screams of conflict of interest, so we should.
Stop.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, Jordy, you know, if there were any negotiation about a parcel, purchase of a parcel, Jordy could not.
But we're sort of
As a
thinking of
lister,
a-
yeah,
in
right,
a way.
right.
Pat and I sort of been talking. The Putney Mountain Association has basically managed this land for years, as you all know.
Right, yeah, I'm aware.
And they've put up
Yeah.
the kiosks, they've maintained the
Yeah,
trails.
yeah, yeah.
And in essence, we coordinate more with the school forest as the Conservation Commission
Right.
than with Putney Mountain Association, because they're
Yeah.
just on automatic pilot as far as we're concerned. They're doing an excellent
And
job.
they're excellent stewards, exactly.
Right.
They're
So,
just they're really good stewards. They have
Yeah.
really a ton of volunteers who know what they're doing.
And they have
And they have money.
They have a lot of land and they have some money.
Right. And so it just made sense. And Pat and I certainly didn't think of any big negotiation over land price. We thought more like a buck, but we obviously are not in charge of this.
Well, we can't make money off it. I don't know how we came to own it in the first place, so
Right.
we'd have to find that out. If we ever purchased it, we presumably would have to recoup the purchase price or something along those lines. I'm guessing we didn't. I'm guessing it was donated to us, but I have no idea.
There were a couple, there were two separate parcels.
Parcels, the Putney one,
purchased.
Brookline one, right.
One was the Andrews pasture. I have no idea what that cost. The second was the Rogers.
The Andrews pasture, I think, was on the Brookline side, wasn't it?
It very well may have
I
been.
think it was.
Yeah, and then you've also got a situation way back when the Putney School planted after it was logged, the town immediately logged it off and probably got most of their purchase price back right then.
And do you know roughly when we're talking here?
Yeah, because way back when other people were in charge of the Conservation Commission, Roger Parrott, Pamela,
Yeah.
Jackie Walker, etc., they went ahead and did pretty good deed research on all of these, and they came up with some clear dates for the acquisition of those two parcels, the logging and the replanting of 1,000 trees by the Putney School kids.
And does it appear that, when you say acquisition, does it appear that they paid money for them? Do you know?
Let's see.
Because that seems surprising to me, but.
Let's see, the entire it's a 130 acre parcel conveyed jointly to Mary T. Andrews and Helen blah blah blue. That was in 1913. In 1948, Windham County Court appointed a commission to formally divide the parcel in order to give the town of Putney title. The official division into the Andrews pasture and Rogers lot gave the town the southern portion, fronting on the county road. Later in December, the town acquired the Rogers lot for a sum of $250.
So there you go.
And,
We gotta recoup that and.
After the court decision of 1948, the town cut 30,000 feet of saw logs, of timber. It says timber, but I'm assuming they were saw logs, from the newly acquired 50-plus acre forest, from which a town garage was constructed. And they also used it for boards for bridges, you know, like when they had all the bridges were wooden. So it's really quite a history, but it's certainly, and then the Putney School students were obviously got it.
But do we know what species they planted by any?
I don't know, it'd be great to find out.
Yeah.
But they planted 1,000 trees. And they were planning to plant another 1,000 trees, but we don't know if that ever happened.
And when did they plant 1,000 trees, do you think?
Let's see.
Late 40s?
4-H students from the Putney School. By 1955, a town reforestation program was underway, and Mrs. Hinton, director of the Putney School, reported that she had planted, presumably with the Putney School 4-H club students, 1,000 trees. I can't imagine it was that many, but they probably planted some, for sure.
It could be 1,000.
That's what she reported at town meeting.
I would have to guess that that's the section over.
Yeah.
On the Brookline side.
Yeah.
Yeah, over.
Exactly.
Below the ledge trail looking.
Yeah.
And there was a move to get a conservation easement in 1998, and the town meeting voted to do that with the Vermont Land Trust.
But then it never happened.
But then it never happened. Some committee was formed, and instead it was retained with language about retaining it in perpetuity for, you know, wildlife habitat protection and recreation.
I mean, I don't know who we would go to find this out, but I don't see any good reason why the town should hang on to a piece of land like that if we do have a good steward like the Putney Mountain Association.
Right.
But I might be wrong, and I don't know who would advise us on that. But maybe Wyndham Regional would be a place to start.
But I think it nicely protects the land, and they're already doing the job of managing
Oh,
it.
I think they'd be a great person or
Yeah.
a great group to take it on. And they have a very well-established track record. I just don't know whether there would be any reason we would not want to give it away. But I can't think of sort of a logical
The other
one.
thing is, you now don't get any, the Putney Mountain
We don't get any tax
Association
revenue, right.
does pay
Pay
taxes
yes.
on the land. It is
It's reduced,
at current use value
Current use, but
as
we-
forest land.
Which is not, which is fine, because even if somebody owned a parcel that size, they more than likely would be in current use anyway. As it is, we pay taxes to the town of Brookline, so.
Exactly,
Right.
and you wouldn't anymore.
Right.
So,
It's not a huge number, but.
Yeah.
Right.
2,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
the other thing too, we do have an agreement with Brookline, so we do plow, sand, gravel, and grading
Right,
Holland
Purple
Hill
Meadow,
Bennett Road.
Bennett Road.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't know how that would affect that agreement.
Well, we would just have to,
We could plow and then they would pay us to do it.
They don't maintain Putney Mountain during the winter, and I don't
No,
know if
no,
you
no,
can
I
get
know
to
that.
Bennett Road.
yeah,
But they can get to Bennett Road easily.
they can't,
That's what I'm thinking.
right. No, it's off of the end of Holland Hill, so.
So that would be something that would need to be worked out.
We
Well,
did negotiate an
Right, no,
agreement
but
like
we do that,
with
exactly, we do
Westminster.
that with Westminster, we already have arrangements with
Right.
them anyway. And as it is now, we pay them the taxes and then they, I can't remember exactly what the deal is, but we
Yes.
do in fact write them a check for taxes.
Yes, we do.
And then I think they write us a check back for maintaining those
Yeah,
roads,
for
right? So
plowing,
it's just,
yeah.
we would no longer write them a check, presumably Putney Mountain Association. But again, I think we should start with asking them the question of whether there's a viable reason why the town should hang on to it. And then presumably, I mean, my opinion would be that that would probably be a town meeting discussion, but I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, it would have to be an article
Right, exactly.
and the voters would,
Approve it.
they'd have to approve it from
Yeah,
the floor.
I would assume so.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
And we would want that precedent anyway, and that precedent held for Bear Hill, it had to go to town meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
No, actually, town meeting or whether it would want to be Australian ballot, I don't know whether it makes, have some sort of a public forum and then do it by Australian ballot, I don't know.
I haven't
Might
walked
be.
on that land forever. Have you walked up there, this piece recently? The part over into Brookline, how big are those trees they planted? Should we harvest them first?
I
I'm serious.
No, I know, I have to.
The Brookline is so steep.
That's pretty rugged terrain back there.
Yeah,
Yeah, as soon as you get off the far side, it's
It's,
steep.
Would
Yeah.
Putney Mountain Association want to buy the Brookline piece so we weren't paying
Probably.
taxes
I would,
on?
yes. Well, I think that would be part of
Oh,
the
yeah,
deal.
no, it would be the whole
it would be the whole
piece.
thing.
Yeah, it's just not that 48 acres, it's the whole thing. Yeah, because we wouldn't wanna,
No,
No, because that's,
Yeah, let's
that's
give
a
it
tax
away.
obligation.
we don't pay taxes on it. No, I mean, I think that in general, they're trying to protect as much of that corridor. Because, that would be part of the debate, would be, well, if we were gonna offer it to somebody, presumably we would sell it to Putney Mountain Association at a reasonable price, but
right,
in the interest of, there may be people who would say, hey, we should put this on the market and see what happens with it. I think it would be a tough sell on the open market, but maybe not. It's got a heck of a view.
It's got a heck of a view.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also in the 1999 town meeting,
Right.
resolution
conservative.
directing
Yeah.
the select board
Yeah.
to hold and conserve the
Yeah.
entire
Right.
133 town forest for recreation and wildlife habitat protection, reinforcing and expanding the 1950 directive. So in the 1950, some kind of land transfer, there must be a 1950 directive.
And I would, you know,
so you have a
my
history.
opinion would be that it would be in keeping with that objective to conserve it, to pass it on to the budding
And
animals.
that's also,
Is
it's
that
also
piece
brought up in
posted?
town plan.
That piece isn't posted,
I don't
is it?
think so.
No.
No, they allow hunting,
I was gonna say, they used,
and in some of the new acquisition land, you can also snowmobile. So they're very open to a variety of uses on land.
And it's a definite connector for them. I
Right,
mean,
right.
you know, there's a couple parcels left in there, but after they got Dave Hannum's, you know, that,
Yeah, let's pack
couple
that
more
up.
parcels in there and they'll have it all the way through. But-
Right. So that's a proposition.
Yeah.
To let you know what's happening.
Yeah, it's good. Well, thank you, Ann. That's interesting. That was interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the history lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just read it,
No, that
I don't know somebody else
one of my
wrote it, so-
favorite parts of the meeting, I love
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the continuity with the conservation
Yes.
here.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
All right.
So class 4 town highway maintenance guidelines.
Yeah.
So you and I questioned class 4 highways,
What our obligation or,
culverts and bridges.
right.
And I did see.
I saw that opinion, you
Yeah.
forwarded it.
Yeah,
So we're not obligated, but we have the option if we choose, is how I read that.
well, it's interpretation, because I'm still, you know, I mean, the fact that it's non-maintained, there's a sign that states that,
Right.
you know, does it,
Doesn't really state that anymore.
well, no, but,
But right, it's non-maintained, and it
Right.
sounds to me from the opinion, we can choose to maintain the culverts and bridges or not. Is that not how you read it?
it's discretionary,
Exactly.
Right.
So, there you go.
so,
So because it's discretionary, if a logger like uses the class 4 road up on Town Farm,
Right.
they don't really have to come and make any arrangement with us to use it, it's because we're not obligated to maintain it. They can use it.
They are obligated, I think, I'm pretty sure by state law to, if it's gonna be used by a commercial, I think that fits into a different category.
Okay, because I was wondering if this affected the way we were looking at what was happening up there.
I think it does in that, you know, I think the argument of some of the folks up there is that we have a responsibility to
Right.
maintain those
Exactly.
culverts. So essentially, if the forester doesn't, it falls to us, I think is
Right.
essentially the
Right.
argument that
Mhm.
is being presented. You thereby using that as leverage to try and get us to get the forester to maintain it. We can oversee forestry use of parcels within the town if we choose to. I didn't get a written on that, but that's what I was told by the same guy who reviewed this. And so, you know, if we felt the need to jump in and have an opinion about the forester being in there, we have the legal right to do that. But it does not obligate us to do it if the forester doesn't. It's essentially how I take it, you know.
So if we're not obligated, then the forester is not obligated to come to us and make arrangements because he isn't then doing damage to something that we're responsible to maintain.
The forester, I don't think, is ever obligated to come to us for that. I mean, there's, well, it's more of a state permit, but it's not even a permitting process.
right, it's,
But the logger is obligated to not, to leave the roads in as good condition as when they came in.
right.
But it's not our responsibility to hold
To
them
enforce that,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay, all right,
And
that
it's
makes
not,
sense.
and it's not our obligation either, but we can choose to insert ourselves in that if we, we could request from foresters that we're gonna use town trails, that we need to be informed and there has to be an agreement.
Right.
But as far as I can tell, we don't have to do that.
Got it.
In this situation, we weren't involved at the beginning, but the logger does have an obligation if people to maintain a trail. And, you know, how, whether that's statutory or just legal precedent, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it's not up to us to enforce that.
Okay.
So that's the gist on that.
Is that, would you agree, Karen? That it's not, that we don't have to, I mean, that
No, I mean, because,
it's not our obligation to do it, but we could if we wanted to.
right, and
Given that we weren't part of the discussion to start with, I don't think we want to jump
most,
in now.
and most of the time, I don't even know when somebody's logging in
Exactly,
town
right,
unless there's a complaint.
right.
So we are aware of what's going on up there.
Yeah,
I was up there on Friday and went right to the site.
yeah,
And the private road does need some work. There's a couple culverts that they're gonna fix.
yeah.
But it's private. It has nothing to do with the town whatsoever.
It's not on the trail.
No, it's not on that .39.
Oh, trail, yeah,
Right.
okay,
So,
okay. Warrants,
all right. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to
accept and execute.
accept and execute the warrant on review for this week. Do I?
Seconded.
There you go.
Any further discussion? No discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Payroll warrant dated September 20th in the amount of $9,432.64. This includes the library. And by the way, it only took Alyssa half an hour to do that payroll last week. Literally.
So you're only gonna get this once every 2 weeks? Is that what the point is? No, sorry.
No, it'll be more. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a lot more when you go bi-weekly.
You might want to make sure that they know how to spell your name.
I know, I saw that. I did see that. You lose your pen?
I think David took
I
it.
stole it.
Yep, he did.
When we were cleaning out my brother's house, we never knew it's all right to use a pen thief. In his house, we found
Came
about
clear.
10,000 pens in his house. I'm not kidding. Very clear.
Payroll warrant dated September 27th in the amount of $9,443.80. This includes the highway, on-call firefighting, and the rep people, plus highway and the office. That was almost the same as that last one I just did.
You are upping your number of electronics,
Yes,
definitely.
Tom's getting them.
the firefighters are doing.
Oh, is that how
Yes.
it's working?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a noticeable difference.
Yep. We're gaining. Baby steps. Accounts payable dated September 14th through September 27th in the amount of $192,656.80. We have Zaluzny, we're paying Zaluzny this week for $122,085. I think that's like pay rack number 5, maybe?
It is 5.
And then the remaining is, any idea how much will still remain after this payment is made?
Maybe another 50.
Somewhere in
Yeah,
there.
the
So it must be
70
pretty
rate.
close to the end.
Yeah, it should be.
About 125 times.
Well, the contract was 510,900 something.
Right, and they haven't all been the same,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So-
but they're in that ballpark.
Got it.
Plus, we have to pay pathways,
Right,
so.
which is what, 39, 49, something like
This
that?
is 49, but I think
49.
he's gonna be low.
Good.
The budget's gonna be tight, but I think we're gonna need it. Plus, we get 80% of that $122,000 back.
Right.
It just hurts when you're writing the checks.
Yeah, I thought we were that was gonna be a
Like
small
$70,000
warrant.
so.
I was like, ugh.
Do we get that?
As soon as we file all the paperwork.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it's pretty quick.
So when I process the pay rec, I send it over to the state right off.
So
Every time we do a pay rec, I send it in, we get reimbursed 80%.
And they do it right to our bank accounts.
Yes, direct deposit. Oh, it's ACH, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we're not out any money, so this has worked out really well, actually.
I asked this question
Yeah.
Got it.
last time about, for Salmon and Nostrand, it was for the gravel pit. This also was for the
No,
gravel
that's
pit.
for tax sale.
Oh,
So
oh, okay. That
we
makes sense.
collected all of those fees.
Yeah.
And then you'll also notice at Brattleboro Former, there was like $3,000 bill for advertising.
Posting about,
For
yeah.
the tax sale.
Yeah.
But we collected that money as well.
University Products Company.
That's library, right?
Oh,
We didn't collect it
that-
all because there's parcels
that
that
makes
didn't
sense.
sell, but we collected.
Most.
But it's charged to them, so when
Yeah.
it does, we will get it back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sitting on their property
Got it.
as a other.
You can have it back now.
All
All right.
So read those and pick up your stuff.
Other business? Any other business? Anybody? I don't think so. And we don't need an executive session, I don't believe. So our next meeting date, as Karen pointed out, is October 9th. And otherwise, motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and I'll second it. Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We didn't even discuss it.
All right.
I think you wanted to stay longer, right?
No.
All right,
Even
so,
though you did my cultural
Brattleboro
work.
Planning Commission
Are you ready, Austin?
meeting of Monday, September 9th is called to order at 6:03 PM. Are there announcements?
I have an announcement. We have hired a recent college graduate who will become the planning tech. He is scheduled to start on October 1st. Super excited about him. He's gonna kind of be floating in the planning and zoning world. He's really likes long-term planning. He'll be moving to Brattleboro for the position, so it will help bring some capacity to getting some of the stuff that I've been a little bit behind on getting done for the planning commission as well. So I'm sure you will be meeting. His name is Andrew. I'm sure you'll meet him in the beginning of October.
Great.
Congratulations.
With, not that I'm checking his credentials or anything, but I'm just curious, with a bachelor's degree in what?
Urban planning and sustainability from Western Washington University.
Washington State?
Yes.
He's moving here from Washington.
Connecticut.
Okay.
He's
currently
family.
gotcha. Yep.
Great.
Any other announcements?
Have you or we decided on that state municipal planning grant?
No.
Okay.
We could talk about that if you want. I mean,
I don't have anything to add. I thought the ideas were good.
yeah,
proposed.
it's
And yours.
kind of one of those capacity things
Right.
at this point. I think we'll probably be in a stronger position to apply next year, not having
Mhm.
one.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, but it's something we can talk about some more. We would have to, if we want to apply for something, we would need to get it before the select board at their next meeting, which is probably still time, because the town's grant process requires that.
Mhm.
They sign off on grant applications.
Maybe Andrew could have a formidable challenge.
How's it
for his
going?
first week.
No, it's
What's
the end of
the
September.
deadline? Days
I
for the
know,
end of September, so it's-
comes in October or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome, Kathy.
Well,
Hey.
you know more about that world than I do. That's for sure.
Well,
So
I
that
guess
sounds like reasonable.
So here's a couple of
strategy.
other things that are on tap for into the new year, at least for the department and as involved as the planning commission wants to be. We recently were awarded a scoping grant to look at a bike lane from exit 2, basically down to Main Street, with the priority being exit 2 to kind of the Green Street intersection. So that's a pretty heavily intensive public outreach. We basically will hire engineers. They'll kind of come up with three alternatives, and they have to look at right away, they have to look at historic resources. There's a whole bunch of things they need to assess, but there'll also be public meetings with that. So that's one of the projects that'll have to be done probably by next summer as well. And then I'm pretty excited about this one, although I don't know if I haven't heard anything yet. There's this nonprofit EcoAdapt that was soliciting communities to do some climate adaptation workshops and to come up with plans. And so it's a partnership that EcoAdapt has with Virginia Tech from funding from the National Science Foundation to basically study what makes a community successful in implementing the mitigation strategies and whatnot. So I'm hopeful. A woman from Western Mass who works for them had reached out encouraging the town to apply. So we did do that. And then we also have the planning department needs to update the hazard mitigation plan. We'll start that in 2020 as well. So.
That's weather hazards.
Yeah.
When do we hear about the ADAPT grant?
I'm not exactly sure when we'll hear about that.
And do we have money for the hazard mitigation plan, or is that just something we do?
It comes out of our budget for the most part. That will, if we get the EcoAdapt, the climate mitigation workshop, that would go towards, we put that towards the stormwater, for
hazard mitigation plan as well.
Okay. And I see that we don't have the sustainability coordinator on our agenda. Can you update us on where that is and how that's going?
So we are probably just a couple of days away from putting the announcement out there with the job description. Bless you.
Cool. Exciting. For me personally.
Who's writing the job description?
Is it the same one?
Staff.
that was-
It's changed a little bit, but that's the gist.
When does that person targeted to actually join?
It will depend. I mean, so say it gets out this week and, you know, by the end of the month, we start reviewing candidates and then interviews and I hope by the end of the year, but I think it'll depend on the candidate and the number of interviewees and the number of rounds.
And can we ask, how much of the 100,000 is going towards that?
It's 55 to 58,000, I think
is this
the
range?
range.
And then and then benefits and all that stuff, does that actually take the 100 or is there
I
left?
do not know.
Their bike. Buy their bike.
Yeah, give them a bike, exactly, yeah, right, that could go up to the.
I wanted a Hilltop assist bike for the office, I think that would be useful.
I understand, you know, you can only do so much at a time, but the bike lane from exit 2 to Main reminds me, or makes me think of biking up to Putney Road. And
Yes.
that's a hairy little spot there until you get to the bike lane that's already there.
Yeah.
Has anyone, you know, has there been look into that?
Yes.
I realize that's a state road too, but
It is a
isn't-
state road that's.
Is Western Ave, it's Route 9, but is it that not a state road there?
So Western Avenue is a state road that parts of it are maintained by the town, so we have greater,
Control.
I'm not exactly sure where the lines are on Western Avenue.
Oh.
So we have a little bit more control. We'll need to work with V-Trans to, you know, get their approval for a bike lane, but the, basically from Vermont Avenue on Putney Road, so if you're coming into Brattleboro, into downtown, so if you cross the bridge and then you start heading up the hill, kind of at the crest of the hill, from there all the way north, that is maintained by V-Trans, by the state, and they are responsible for maintenance, construction, all of that stuff. So there is a large plan, a Putney Road plan, that they are working towards. They've had conversations with property owners about land that they're gonna need, the preliminary. They are getting close to some preliminary plans for that. It's probably the earliest we'd see any construction on it is 2024 or 2025. It's a huge project with 4 roundabouts. But it is moving forward. And I know it feels like it's really slow, but, and that would have actually a multi-use path that would be wider than the 5-foot bike lane that is separated by a green strip.
And would there be something on this side of the West River? Like some for
No, that
access?
project area does not. It goes to the bridge. It basically starts in the, kind of the, where that fitness shop is and the, so it won't come all the way.
Yeah, it's kind of a little hairy spot.
Yeah,
Because the like street lights are into the 1 foot
Yeah,
shoulder
yeah.
and the sidewalk's bumpy.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, any more announcements? Okey-doke. Public comments? Hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of the minutes of August 5th and August 14th that were circulated. I guess, can we move them as a slate and then edit?
Sure. I was only here for one of the meetings.
So does somebody want to move to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
I see a typo.
The minutes of August 5th and August 14th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Discussion. I had one general comment that you and I have spoken about, Sue, but that there be a standardization of, we cut the miss and the miss.
Oh, where did I forget that?
Use.
Which ones did I do that?
I think it was August, I think it was the July, Because I'm
July?
Efrate, but other people are Ms. Odlin.
Yeah, she put the July.
And Kathy and I
minutes in there.
are both, but there's Mr. Heller.
I think I'd mentioned the reason that sometimes happen is, so when I do Conservation Commission, it's always been the first initial and the last name, but Planning Commission, I don't know, it was always different, and so I would sometimes find myself going back and forth. You're looking at July though?
I'm both July and August.
That
So
was in
here's,
the
now
email.
I'm looking at August and there's Mr. Jones.
Which one?
It's pretty regular. I mean, they're mostly the initial, but then every once in a while, so August 14th, there's Mr. Jones shared some additional information
Oh,
about
yeah,
cost of
okay.
laser type proposal.
Fixing your formatting.
What's that?
There's some formatting weirdness in the Word doc, so I fixed it.
That was by only content.
Okay.
Other changes? Somebody else?
There's an E on the end of my last name, but I don't care if people do that all the time.
Oh no, I fixed that.
Okay.
That's how people know you're not.
You're right
Val.
on the August 5th. Did it right.
Oh yeah. No, you always do it right, except for that one time I just now noticed. I honestly don't care.
I put that extra E on August 5th under excused.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to go? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Are you a member?
Am I a member?
Yeah, you are.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, that happened. I just wanted to confirm.
I mean, are you a member again?
All right, minutes are approved as amended. All righty. Do. Brattleboro Brownfields Program, overuse.
So I put
Should be the theme song.
a new file on that, which I apologize, it wasn't up earlier. So basically, we have no funds left for the hazardous site assessments. I did request an extension because we have a couple projects going on. So originally, the grant was supposed to end at the end of September 30, but we have a couple of projects that will be wrapped up by then. This is actually showing.
It's in the drive. You have to go to the drive.
I can pass this around too. The budget is actually showing that we have a deficit, which is true, but what I'll do is I will move staff time to cover it. So within our $400,000 grant, or the $200,000 for hazardous, we have the money. It's just some more was committed to assessments, and we'll, like I said, we'll take that out of another, we have 4 categories. So while it shows in this table as a deficit, it's not to the entire grant. It's just some moving around I have to do with the EPA.
Can we go over just the couple of ones that are still in progress or where site work's supposed to begin? So that ABCA cap.
Yes. So 250 Burge Street is the floodplain restoration project on the Whetstone. And
okay.
So let me see how can I best explain this. So the state requires the ABCA analysis of brownfield corrective actions / CAP, the corrective action plan. They require that before you move into cleanup. One of the issues on that site is we still don't know where the urban fill soils are going to go. If they go to an urban receiving site, they're not considered contaminated, and that's fine, they can move along. If they go to a rural receiving site, then there might need to be some monitoring and documentation of where they're going. This is yards and yards and yards of soils, so we haven't found a place yet. What our environmental consultant was hoping that we could do is when we put it out to bid, we would kind of deal with it at that time. And it's been held up because the state doesn't like that response. They would like to know where they're going. So we haven't been able to finalize the ABCA cap. In the meantime, Vermont River Conservancy, who is the property owner, has gone out to kind of work on the cleanup phase of it. And they have hired a different environmental professional than the one we were working with. So it remains to be seen whether LE Environmental will finish off the APCA cap when we have the information, or if their new consultant, who is not one of our pre-qualified, will. Not sure how that's gonna work yet, so it's kind of an open question, but.
Who'd they hire? Is that
They
more-
hired Cass.
Okay.
And the interesting thing is, Cass has this idea, and it hasn't, I'm not sure if they've floated it with the state yet, that they could over excavate in parts of the property which need to have soils removed, and they could take the soils, the urban soils from one part of the site and put them where it's been over excavated, and then put clean soil on top of it. And that would be one way to reduce energy costs from both the trucking and, and moving them around and keeping them on an urban site. So it's interesting, and they're gonna basically see if the state will be agreeable to that. And if that's the case, then maybe we can finish off the APCA cap. But it's just kind of been a long process.
This might be a stupid question. Who has the control of where the soil goes?
It's really the choice of, I guess, the Vermont River Conservancy, the property owner has that can make that decision. Because there's so much soil that needs to be moved, it's in everybody's interest to keep it as close to the site as possible.
Yep, just to keep costs down.
To keep costs down.
How is it possible that it needs to be moved, but it can only be, it's possible to move it a couple of feet in one direction?
So the state, it has to do with the background levels, yeah. It has to do with the state soil standards. So previously, there was one set of standards that applied to any soils in the state. But urban areas tend to have a higher background level of PAH, just because there's more burning going on. There's more roads, there's more grills. I mean, just kind of the fallout from atmosphere. And so they did some sampling, and they basically came up with 2 tiers. They had the urban soils and rural soils. And the urban soils have a higher level of PAHs, can have a background level that's higher. This site is in an urban area. But when you look at the mapped urban areas, it's not that expansive. So it's easier to keep it in an urban area, because then you don't even have to treat it like, the state doesn't care. But just move it around and take it, and because it meets, for these particular soils on the site, they meet that urban level.
But why, if it's in an urban area already, why can't we just leave it there?
Well, we need to excavate the soils because it's a floodplain restoration, and we need to reduce.
Gotta get a total amount of soil out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We're not taking the contaminated, we have to take the clean out and leave the contaminated there.
Well, so the over excavation is, we take, so there's like thirds of the site. One area needs like 6 feet dug out, one area needs 4 feet, and then the north part needs like 2 feet taken out. Well, the thought is, if you over excavate in that 2 feet area where it's all clean, because that part of the site is clean.
Then you put the dirty stuff where.
You put the dirty soil, put some clean on top. But it's all about reducing exposure. And so usually you can put like 12 inches of clean fill on top of something, and they consider that an appropriate area.
And is there like a biological or like a breakdown process for the PAHs in terms of their in the soil? Like if it's reforested, or if it's like anaerobic or aerobic, is there a process where it starts to?
I don't know about PAHs. I'm trying to think.
Like I'm wondering if there's bioremediation on
Right.
site that could be done over the course of however long.
I don't know about bioremediation for PAHs. I'm trying to think of the one that there is some bioremediation. I found Vermont DEC to be, they're not opposed to bioremediation, but it's generally not the accepted thing because it takes a long time. So they're still gonna want that clean.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
Just in
as
general,
a project,
like how
in
long-
addition, right, to
Mhm.
like help clean it up over however many decades or something.
And the archaeology?
I haven't heard from Vermont River Conservancy. They're funding that, or they might be approaching the Wyndham Regional Commission brownfields. But they did need that additional level of assessment. I'm not sure that the state has directed exactly what they want on that, so I'm not sure where it is for the archaeology. I did have a meeting with the Vermont River Conservancy, so one of the things that so they're gonna need to go through the Act 250 process. They need to put together a maintenance plan that the town will be involved with, because if it was to become town property, the maintenance plan will basically say you can do this, you can't do this, that kind of thing. So they are interested in the town leading some of those conversations. So we talked about, and I expressed my concern over my schedule the next couple of months. But we talked about having some sort of event, maybe with a speaker, and then some conversation about what kind of restrictions we might want to put on the site. So that might be more of a November through winter conversation that we'll need to have. And they want to do some outreach, because if they're moving, even if they stay on-site moving, there's going to be a lot of truck traffic when this is constructed. And they still have not heard they've applied for a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant, and they have not heard whether or not they have that funding yet. So that's been the case with FEMA. It's been super slow. It was for the Melrose Terrace, but they were finally awarded, so. So it's definitely slowed down.
But it's not stalled.
It's
just,
not stalled.
Yeah, it's slowing down. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's so many, with the finding some pre-contact artifacts and whatnot.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
And so we spent it all. There's no more money.
There's no more hazardous. We do still have a lot of petroleum. I've not done great outreach on the petroleum funding, so that was something that Andrew will be working on. Because we have a year to use it, so.
So that 61,000 we still have?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's Andrew?
Andrew is will be
guy.
our new hire come October 1st.
Oh, okay. That must have been what you started with.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Where's he from, or anything?
He is a recent undergraduate college graduate. He went to school in Western Washington State, or Western Washington University, and he's originally from Connecticut.
Cool.
Well,
And then the 48 Elm Street, sorry, before we move on from
Yeah,
the
no,
hazardous,
it's-
48 Elm Street, is that the NYT property? And it says additional testing?
It
just,
is,
okay.
you know what? I didn't change the color on that. That is completed.
That's done.
oh,
And
Yeah.
then Longview Paperboard.
Longview Paperboard is currently, that's the site that we are funding a portion of, and then the Vermont DEC is funding like another 70 or 60,000 on that site. It's owned by BDCC. It's the former Neenah paper mill up on off of Putney Road off of Wellington. Sits on the Connecticut River. Neenah paper was closing last December, and BDCC stepped in. Longview Paperboard is actually operating it, but BDCC is the owner. Once they get a notice that they've completed all the environmental and put any caps in place that they need to, the intent is for Longview to take it over.
That was just because of the sale transaction, that a site like assessment had to be done? Or?
I think Longview was interested in it because it's actually Long Falls, sorry. There's a Longview forestry that works for the town. I think it's something Long Falls was interested in. I mean, paper manufacturers are notoriously dioxins
Yeah.
and whatnot, so I think they didn't want that liability. So if they were to just purchase it like that, then they would be in the chain of liability.
So BDCC is holding it for them, but then they're gonna use it to make paper.
They are, right now, they're operating, they were able to step in.
Oh, so it's being operated, but then it's gonna get
It's being
assessed.
operated, but it's being assessed at the same time. And then, so BDCC was able to get a $500,000 grant from the EPA that for assessment and for cleanup. But we're doing this kind of initial, my expectation, I mean, ideally, there'll be no further testing needed, but they're looking at a host of things. There was documented underground storage tank leaks and other kind of above ground storage tank leaks. There was documented chlorinated solvents found and refrigerants. They're assessing.
Right on the river.
They're assessing the groundwater, the soils. Also, they have their own wastewater treatment plant, so they're assessing the sludge from the lagoons.
Crikey. And when they're done with the assessment, is that public information?
It's its own wastewater.
Where do I get it?
You'll be able to get it from me, and you'll be able to get it from the Vermont
Yeah.
DEC, and you could ask BDCC as well. It's federal funds that are paying for this,
Yeah.
it's public.
How long does that assessment take?
This
When will they
assessment,
be
well, expecting some results by the end of next week and a report in October, but one never knows. They already had delays. They had a particular drill rig that they were using, and the surface, they had to bring in a different one, so I set it back. I think, we're expecting results possibly next week.
But the plan, that 500,000 from the EPA is for remediation, so whatever you find, there's money there already to like deal with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're looking at PFAS, PAH, dioxins and furans, VOCs, semi-VOCs, metals, so a whole list of potential chemicals.
No trespassing, so it's not.
Good.
Yeah.
Okey dokey, are we good on all that?
So those are the sites.
And we're still waiting to hear if the extension will come through for the petroleum funds, or are we assuming?
Well, it's
that-
for these funds as well. I thought it was just gonna be for these funds, and they said, no, the whole thing gets extended another year, so. It's just a matter of them processing the paperwork, the EPA processing the paperwork at the same time as getting all these new grants out. But we'll be in a good position to apply for additional funds this year, so that is the intent.
All right, downtown design plan.
All right. So, in the share file, I put kind of our upcoming public meetings. I just wanted to walk through that with you and start off by saying we will not have a regularly scheduled October Planning Commission meeting, which I think was October 7th. I think it was scheduled for October 7th, so
Yeah.
we won't have a regular scheduled one. The Better Block Challenge is the next set of events. That's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the weekend of September 20th.
Wait, so sorry, are you looking at what are you looking at?
It's in a folder.
The downtown plan meetings?
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the Google Drive.
Yeah.
So we
cannot
have a
remember how to
meeting,
get
we have a
Google
meeting
Drive.
Friday, September 20th from 5 to 8.
No.
No.
Let me walk through it.
Okay, you walk through, yeah. walk through it.
So the Better Block Challenge is the 3 projects that we awarded, the alley project next to Candle of the Night and Penelope Were, the bike lane on Flat Street, and the story walk up Main Street with art in front of the library. They basically will be installing on the Friday, and then 5 to 8, that's kind of the no, it's not gallery walk hour, sorry. Basically, they need to kind of staff these sites in these hours. We're also gonna have a headquarters at the Latches Arts, the little building, the little space where we met with the Brattleboro Listening Project, with probably some interactive stuff, so I'll be there. It would be great if you guys have time over any of that time, and you can give an hour or come check them out. I think the expectation for planning commissioners that weekend would be to check them out.
Which
and
weekend? I apologize.
20, 21, 22. So
Of
Friday, the 20th, 5 to 8.
October?
No,
No,
September.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
This month, next
September.
weekend,
September.
basically. Not the one,
Yeah.
the one after that.
Yeah.
So can everybody do that?
Yeah.
Do we want to just make sure that every day there's somebody on Friday, somebody on Saturday, somebody on Sunday?
I can be there on Saturday.
I cannot be there Friday or Saturday. I could do Sunday though.
Okay.
The 22nd.
Weekend's complicated. I don't know.
Well,
It
'cause
doesn't have
you
to be
don't-
the entire time
Yeah,
though,
you
right?
just want people to
Like,
just drop by, right?
well, yeah, I mean, if you can spend an hour in the headquarters, that would be great. But also really make it a point to stop by and check out the pop-ups.
Yep. So can you, I was listening, but I also wasn't. What's the deal with the 22nd? I can't find it on Google Drive.
So it's 5 to 8 on Friday night. I can do an hour that night.
10 a.m.
Oh, I'm pretty flexible. Well, I'll commit to Friday
Okay.
if they were still opening there.
Friday, 5 to 8.
Yeah.
And Saturday, 9 to 3.
I'll be there early if you want to be there late.
You can count on me to be late.
Great. I'll do 5 to 6:30. You can do 6:30 to 8. Somebody's there. Jessica's there on Saturday. Josh is there on Sunday.
Where's the
I'll be there
location
the
for
entire
Sunday?
time too, so.
Oof.
Well, the Sunday I think is just
Overtime,
walk
right?
around and look at the
No.
things.
Yeah, you sound it.
Downtown.
So Friday
Yeah, but
is
that's
in
okay.
that,
See,
is
the
in
girls will
that
be at
place.
gymnastics Friday night. They'll be at gymnastics for 3 hours on Saturday, so. Spend a lot of time downtown anyway.
Okay, so we got that covered. What's next?
Next is, we were originally gonna have a meeting on the 25th because the idea was to have a winner, and I thought there were way too many meetings and we didn't necessarily need a winner. So we canceled that meeting.
No winner.
No winner. Did
I
you
like
want a
that.
winner?
No, I like
Okay.
that. I don't like a winner.
Okay, I didn't
Winning
like
is-
it, and then I
Winning
looked,
is overrated.
and when I put all this down, I was like, oh, no. So we got rid of that. So then Thursday, October 3rd, this would be, this would be a great one to have good representation from the planning commission. So like, if you're available that Thursday night, please, this is a public meeting. You can do it, it's all right.
Different advisory council.
This is gonna be an interactive with stations that the consultants will be putting on. This is kind of to kick off the charrette weekend.
So it's 6:30 to 8:30. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be here.
Can I show up late? And just,
Yeah.
I
Be
might
like,
be
"Hey,
able
what's
to come
going
and
on?"
show up late.
Yeah.
And where is it?
It's gonna be here, and then
Okay.
this in here, we might have breakouts in the planning department and maybe the Hannah Cosman.
All right, I'll be there. That sounds interesting. That's sufficient if there.
How late will it go until?
8:30 at the latest.
And that will be the kickoff. So
Yes,
it'll be
that's-
mostly presentations and not much participation.
No,
from the
it's
crowd.
gonna be a presentation and then there's gonna be breakout sessions. So
Okay.
good one to drive the public to.
6:30.
All right, how about the 4th?
So the 4th, there's gonna be a series of walk and talks during the day. These are the consultants that are leading them. So there'll be one on kind of green stormwater infrastructure, one on biking and walking in the downtown. So the idea is they'll go out at various times. I think there'll be 2 in each session that will repeat. So that people have different options of times to come to it, but kind of leading walks throughout the downtown and discussions with people who come on them. So this is, if you have time and you can do it, that's great, but it's really consultant. I mean, Thursday night's consultant led too, but if you're available and, can make it, I think the themes are there: resilient downtown, sustainable downtown,
So it goes
bikeable downtown.
like 10 to 4:30, or is it gonna go after people are out of work and school, or before at all?
Oh, which one am I?
Friday, October 4th.
Yeah,
10
Friday,
to
October
4.
4th
Oh,
looks
that
like it's
10
all
to
during
4?
the working.
No.
working day.
I've got the wrong time on that 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The next one, the open house. I have that time wrong.
That's the place for people's charrette.
Yeah.
Host open
Well, what
house.
are the walk and talks
open
all
house.
Okay, so the
during that
walk and
working day?
talks
Okay.
are
Yeah.
10, 12, and 2, basically.
I can speak to them about that. Yes. Maybe they can lead one in the evening too.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, when does the time change?
November.
Oh, okay, so we should still have
Yeah.
light until post-work hours?
Yeah. So the open house, again, I have the wrong times. I feel like that might be a 5 to 7 open house. And actually Ward Joyce and Brandy are coming down later this week. Ward has some, I think he wants to focus on kind of art making in that open house. He has some ideas. So we were gonna meet and he was gonna kind of share how he thinks it'll go. But I'm pretty sure the hours are 5 to 7.
For the
open house.
On the 4th.
Yeah.
And it's at 118 Elliott.
So do we have anybody who can go
this
to
is all messed up.
the walk
Yeah,
and
I
talks?
was trying to.
I might be able to go, it depends on
5 to
who's
7 on
coaching.
the 4th.
This is-
That's during
this is-
gallery walk.
Yeah. Because the Saturday thing isn't there. The Saturday was supposed to be.
I'm starting to not trust the times I put my phone.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting confused now, too.
Okay. On August
Well, 'cause
4th.
it repeats.
October 4th, yeah. There's there's 2 activities on the Friday.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday, there is an open house. So the idea is the consultants are in there, they're doing their design work, and people can stop in and see, and there'll be some interactive boards. It's again, it's not one of those things that we need to staff. I will be there. It'd be great if you guys could stop in, but it's not on the Saturday, which isn't showing on here. It's the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're in there working. People can come by and see things.
And how do they get the information that they're gonna use to be working on?
All
Is
these
it-
other events.
All these other events?
In the background, yeah.
And the background research they've been doing so far, okay. So the walk and talks, you're gonna see whether or not some of them can be post-work hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I can commit to Thursday the 3rd.
Okay, so just to recap, so I'm understanding this correctly. Thursday the 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, there's a stakeholder meeting, like evening thing.
Yep.
And then there's the 3 walks, 10, 12, and whatever, 1:30 or 1 on the 4th. And then there is on the 5th from 10 to 4, the working studio at 118 Elliott Street. Did I miss something?
That Friday night, I think from 5 to 7 is also, it's gonna be an open house.
Downtown Design Charrette Open House.
Yeah.
And is that just like the thing on Saturday? or
Also
is
at
that
Elliott
different?
Street.
It's different.
Okay.
And that's
It's
at
118
118.
Elliott, yeah.
So that's why they have the walk and talks during the days, because they're gonna be working in the evening?
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
wedding to go to that weekend, but it's like the people are kind of removed from me, so it's not, I think I should go.
I think you should go to the
I
wedding.
think I should
Weddings
go.
are important.
Especially if you
should go.
RSVP'd, yes.
And then wrap up Wednesday, October 9th.
Yeah, so this is where they're gonna present the work to the community. This is gonna be at the museum, and more of a community discussion. So that would, again, be if you can make it, please be there.
6:30 to 8:30, right?
That's a Thursday.
That's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, October 9th.
October 9th. Okay.
So do we have some people who can definitely go?
I should be able to.
Go back. At what times?
I can go. Is that like a? you
I
say
think it's
middle
actually, the
time?
hours are gonna be 6:30 to 8.
So that sounded really important, like you really want people to show up. Okay.
Because the community
Yeah.
meetings, it's nice to just have a
I'm only
Never say
asking
who's that.
to keep like the
Yes.
important, the level
Yes.
of importance in order, so this is a good one.
This is one. This is
Yeah,
a good one
cool.
to show up for.
Awesome.
Okay, well, we've got two people, so Josh,
Yep,
can
I
put you down.
can, yes, according to my schedule, I can go.
Jessica, can you go?
And what's gonna occur at that
maybe.
evening wrap-up thing?
So they're basically the open studio work and all the stuff they've done, they're gonna be presenting it and having discussions, because then they're gonna take it away and kind of formulate the plan.
And send us back a plan. And do we have any input on the plan?
Yes.
Okay,
We'll
so
have it.
we should go to this because then we'll
Yeah.
need to listen to what the community says so we can assess the
Mhm.
quality of the plan.
Yes.
Are they gonna be recorded?
Yes, BCTV is
So
recording.
the off chance that we miss piece of it, we can watch it. Okay, cool.
Okay,
All right,
okay, got it, all right.
everybody good on that?
See why we're not meeting in October? Oh, wait, we are.
Over and over. and
Over and
I will
over and
fix
over
the
again.
schedule.
Okay.
I was copying and pasting. I love being very careful.
All right,
So maybe when you send it out, you could put the people's names next to it so we remember what we've agreed to do.
Sure.
That would be very helpful.
I haven't agreed to anything.
Yes, you have. I have you down for Thursday, October 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, and Wednesday, October
Really?
9th, 6:30 to 8:30.
I didn't hear that. I thought I couldn't.
Let's play the tape back. I'm sure you said that.
I will try. I'm in Lyme. I'm supposed to be in Lyme at a reception from 4 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes,
So-
you said you might be able to come late.
Yeah,
Right.
so like
But
assuming I run out of Lyme, it's an hour away, I would get here at like 7 or something, and hopefully I
Is
would
that
be
for
eating
the-
at that
for the-
reception
for the
in Lyme.
3rd?
Huh?
For the 3rd?
That's for the 3rd, yeah.
Okay. I'll put
So as these are all in my calendar, I will try to show up as much as possible.
Cool. Okey doke.
Okay,
So.
now we got surveys?
Yeah.
Yes, the surveys.
Okay. So Brandy wants to do some surveys. What she's found effective, Felicity and I saw a first version of this and we're like, what? This is the shortest survey, like what is the point? She's found it to be effective to like go out with a short survey and build up the list and then send out other short ones. She's done it with town plans and feel that people are responsive rather than hitting them with, you know, a longer survey.
Wait, going out meaning emailing a survey?
Right, so we have this email list that we put it out, but you know, we get it out there other ways, Front Porch Forum and Eyebrow Borough and stuff to get people to take the survey. And then once you have their information, you kind of go out with another survey. So that's kind of what she's thinking of doing. So the first one is kind of the short one. Why are you in downtown? Followed this, and survey 2 would be a follow-up.
This sounds like you would be doing it when people are downtown, like face to face.
Like an intercept survey?
No, it's meant to be online.
Why
I
would it
guess
say
it could
what
be
brings you downtown? Oh. Okay, I think even if I'm sitting at my desk at home and I read what brings you downtown, I would think, I'm not downtown. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so
I'm reading it as
separated.
like, what brings you downtown? Like, as opposed to,
Why
why,
did you
would
go
you
to-
go
why
downtown?
do
Or
you
why
go
do you
downtown?
go
The
downtown?
first question is how frequently do you go downtown Brattleboro on? So it kind of sets up the second one. What brings you downtown?
I know, I'm just telling you what,
Yeah.
even
yeah,
though
no,
I read the
hear
first
you,
one,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, what? I'm not
Well, we can
downtown.
change it to why do you go downtown?
Yeah. 14 times a day.
It's better. I mean, it's better than the one I saw before.
Brings you downtown.
Yeah.
But can you go through what exactly is that they want? Like, what are they hoping? What sort of information are they hoping to get from people in these surveys? How
What three
important
words
are
do
they?
you describe downtown?
It doesn't seem tailored to our RFP. You know, the themes of our RFP, it just seems general.
Well, this is general.
Right.
The other ones are going to be a bit more specific.
So there will be more.
Yes, so survey 2 is one of the follow-up surveys that deals with, you know, biking and walking and the comfort of downtown.
Oh, right,
and,
okay.
um,
Okay, so that's one. And then number two, the formatting on this, I'm sorry, you're gonna maybe have to walk us through this, because the formatting, at least what I'm looking at, oh, you know what, I opened it in, hang on a sec.
Yeah, I don't think it seems, I mean, the formatting on the line.
No, I opened it in Google Docs and it messed it all up.
Oh, okay.
So number two,
I do think it's weird though, still. I think that the demographic information is kind of tied to how they feel about downtown, possibly.
is she gonna link it to an
There's
IP
a
address?
suggestion, there's a bit of a suggestion of somehow we're trying to figure out who you are and why you feel the way you feel.
But you wouldn't, if you take these separate, you're not gonna get that.
Right.
I mean, I almost feel like this should be one survey, and then if she's got follow-up surveys. I was really struggling when I was on the phone trying to, no, I think we should just go out with one survey.
Yeah, and then just hammer it and remind people over and over again to take it until.
Right, because I mean, where.
I still feel like survey
think-
one is.
Survey one isn't terribly useful. I think survey two, the one thing that I'm struck by survey two is this question of there are comfortable places to sit and rest. I'm thinking, well, what if everybody says there aren't?
Then there aren't.
But is that something that we're looking, is that part of what we're trying to understand? Is whether or not downtown is a place where people can sit in public space and feel comfortable and rest?
I think like this, the public spaces really needs to be pronounced here, like made in bold
Capitalized?
or capitalized or something, because
This is what we care
what
about. is public
defines a
space.
you know, I'm like, yeah, the works. Like if you're actually asking about public spaces, I don't even know, like, are there particular spaces you have in mind? Because like, is the space inside the Brooks house that's part of CCV a public space?
No.
Yeah.
So there is not much
Clinic
public
Park.
space
There's-
in
right,
Bratt.
Well, the sidewalk, there used to be some more street furniture along the
Yeah,
sidewalk
there
and it
is.
was pulled out. So the transportation center, I mean, there used to be more seating there. That's been removed. There used to be, well, there's Whetstone Pathway, there's seating. There used to be more street furniture.
But you can name, there's like 5 places where, well, I mean, some of this would apply to those particular places and some of it applies to something else. I don't know, I think there might just be some cognitive dissonance around what is public
What is
space and
public
which
space?
places you're talking about.
Yeah, is
It's
it
like there are safe places to walk, yeah, and no.
Yeah.
There are safe places to bike, yeah, and no, like depending.
right?
Downtown?
There are fun places to play. For me? For my kid. And is that public space? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
the Stone Church?
No, the
Like,
public,
what-
public space question is a really interesting one. I mean, and it seems to me like we haven't actually articulated that we're so concerned with public space in this process. But this survey seems to focus, I mean, I'd be
Well, I
more
think
than happy to
placemaking-
say, let's go for public space.
But I think placemaking is all about improving the public space.
But the alley project is private. So we approved a Better Block Challenge
And wouldn't
project.
the alley
that's on
next to Insight be private too?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's
The
alley
new
you're
Insight?
talking
Are
about.
you
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about the new Insight?
Except it's a place, yeah, I mean, yes, it is private,
Am I talking about what?
but it's also a place that people walk to get to a business.
Right, but this is, I guess, to this point of like, what's public space? Is it public? I mean, obviously, it's not public if we
Right.
call it public, because it's actually a legal term. So if it's private, it's private. Even if people think it's public,
Yep.
if the landowner comes in and says you can't be here anymore, it's very much private. And they have the right to do
You
that.
can't be on this stoop, or you
Yes,
can't.
you can't be on the stoop, you can't walk through this alley,
You
you can't
can't
put that
lean
picture
on this
here, you
building.
can't perform, do whatever it is you're doing here.
Yeah.
So it seemed, I mean, and this is a really touchy subject, right? So I'm curious about what kind of responses we're gonna get and whether it's actually gonna be really helpful. It could just be really confusing and divisive and distressing. Especially because we got a lot of things like strongly agree or unsure, or strongly disagree that are not necessarily gonna tell us very much.
And I think I'm more struggling with the fact that you're not actually being able to extrapolate this to any particular spot in town. You know, because it's not actually asking about any particular spot in town. So, downtown.
So are we stuck on the public space question?
It's a
or
very
on the-
general
It's
vibe
too
about
general.
whether you're kind of comfortable downtown or not is what it comes down to. I can't imagine what else you would.
And if you
Is
think
that
that
what they're
Brooks
looking
House,
for?
if you think Brooks House, that little space is public, and you are very happy to go in and get your coffee and sit there and nobody bothers you because of the way you look, then you're gonna say strongly agree.
Yeah.
But if you're one of those people who knows that that's private space and doesn't feel comfortable sitting in there, then you're gonna say something different. I mean, it's not gonna tell us very much in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the planning commission and I cannot clearly identify what would be a public and what would be a private space, most of the people, you know what I mean? Like,
Right. A lot of folks don't understand businesses are private spaces.
Yeah.
I do agree that this should be one survey. Like if we sprinkle the first survey and the second survey together, you know, I think it would be a little more coherent for people to understand like what this is about instead of separating two different surveys.
Or if there is a second survey, it should be a deep dive, not just another very general.
Yeah.
Because they're all interesting questions, they're all good questions in one survey.
Is it possible to create a map of the public space in the town and add that to the piece?
Yeah.
Having a look at the map, which identifies very
Yeah.
clearly.
That's a
Yes,
little dots
three
there.
little places over here that are
When
determined.
we did the parking study, that was a long survey, and had a really good response regardless. And it did go through and evaluate the public, like we were specific. What do you think about Preston Lot? What do you think about the Harris Lot? What do you think about High Road? And it was, you know, similar to this, but it was, had a certain number of questions.
So maybe we could actually identify the 3 or 4 or 5 public spaces and say, do you feel comfortable in Plain
In
Park?
these specific spaces, yeah.
And then you could put an opening. I mean, okay, so sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure how useful that is. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, I might be more interested in how do people feel about the streetscape rather than the parks. I mean, we know that there's some discomfort at times in certain parts of downtown. I don't know that we need to assess every little.
Yeah. If we draw attention to it, then we're gonna get a whole bunch of.
I'm just sort of
a whole lot
thinking
of opinion.
if we discover that people would be happy to go to these spaces if there was more seating, that would be worth knowing.
Or
Yeah.
easier access, or like
So
better
the question should be,
Or
Wi-Fi,
yeah.
like public Wi-Fi.
would you utilize this space more if it had X, Y, Z question instead of a vague public space?
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
Although
would you
there's
be more
been-
comfortable in this space if it had?
There's been oodles of studies done on urban design, and they categorically say people are happier when there's a place to sit down. So it seems silly for us to revisit that question. We should just put more seating as part of our downtown master plan.
Well, I mean, it was like Friday night at the transportation center alley, actually. I thought it, curious to your opinions, but there was lighting, there was music, there was seating, there was, we had over 300 people that came through there and stopped and talked with other people, and it was a wide variety of people. It was really good and comfortable.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I guess there's just some of these things that seem like no-brainers and some of them that seem, I don't know what kind of information.
So you're still feeling like this is way too generic. So what are, I guess, what are
I think the question is, what are they really trying to learn from these surveys? And if it's like, do people feel comfortable, and what are people interested in? And I mean, I think how do they feel about downtown? If that helps in their design process, great. I mean, maybe they use that in a way that we just don't.
We can't
wrap our
understand.
brains around.
Yeah, I
And
guess
that's
I'm.
fine.
But they have all the data, the same data that we have, that we've been living in with the all of the, what's the turmoil around the underhoused. So it's hard, especially since that turmoil is ongoing and keeps on getting produced in the media. It just seems like this is going to be back to that again. And we know all that. We've got pretty good information on how people feel and how divisive an issue that is. Is there some place we can go beyond that rather than give them an opportunity to revisit it?
You know, I was just reading all these in my mind, taking out the words public spaces in every question, and every single time I was like, oh, that makes more sense. Like if you just remove public spaces, and, like, because it's clearly like getting at kind of a general feeling about being downtown. So I think you would, like, with public space in it, there's all this cognitive dissonance about
So,
what are they talking about?
well,
you know, as
they're
opposed to
talking
being
about
like, how do you
streets.
feel downtown?
Yeah, they're talking about the streets, sidewalks, parks, parking lots, but then again, you know, there's the alleys and the, yeah.
So please indicate the level of agreement with the following statements about downtown Brattleboro.
Yeah. Either yeah, and then I feel like I could easily answer this. You know, I'd be like, yes, that like easily.
But then,
when it's defining the public space, and then you're like, I do not feel at risk from traffic. I'm like, in the public space, isn't the road public? You know what I mean? It's just it becomes completely confusing to me.
But like when I visit the park in front of the courthouse, I do feel at risk from traffic.
Yeah.
Right?
Getting over there for sure.
Getting there is terrifying. It's a lovely park though.
and I mean, there are
Very
comfortable places to sit and rest if you have the money to buy a cup of coffee.
Yes.
But maybe not if you don't. So if we take out public space there, then we get an immediate response.
Right.
So we might have to.
Yeah.
So what, leave
that
it
one.
in? You're saying?
Well, I'm saying for some of the, I mean, again, it seems like it really kind of depends on what they want to know.
Well, can we start there's obviously, taking a few minutes, there's a paragraph about the survey. Can we go into a little bit more detail about what the survey is about? Just to explain to people, like, kind of like guide the process?
I don't think you want to put too much
I
about
know,
it.
because then you're going to read it, and then
People
you're
don't
going to
read
get bored
it.
and
Don't read it.
stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll
Also, you
just-
don't want to
I
like.
read that at all. But I think that there is that question of like specific town managed public spaces, or generally how do you feel downtown, and which one do they want to know, which one's really going to help them with their process. And maybe that's the two surveys, is that they get this general feel in their initial one, and they do a deeper dive on another one with specifically this park or this place or this sidewalk. Or
With the survey
There
one,
should just be one survey.
what's that? I think there should just be one survey too. It's not like either of these
If it
are
works
long
with
enough that
parking.
you would like.
Half of the questions in the first one are just
Same.
repeated in the second one.
I do
5
like-
through 10.
I do like the question number 2, why do you go to downtown? And I like it because
Yeah.
you gave me a different reason that was on here. And I thought, well, you know, people have all sorts of reasons
Yeah.
for going to downtown, and
Yeah.
sure, what yours
Oh
was.
yeah, sure. I mean, I lived right near downtown, and I'd go downtown when I was bored, or had to take my daughter for a walk, or like wanted a place to hang out and a place to run into people. Like, it was because it was growing up in mall rat culture. Like, it was our mall because we don't have one anywhere near here.
Just a general
this-
sense of vibrancy or excitement.
What is she actually trying to get out of this
Is that
question?
Which one?
The number
Yeah,
what brings
I
you
mean-
downtown?
Why do you,
Community. It was community.
are people shopping downtown? Like, why do you primarily go to downtown? Because you're visiting the stores, or it's your social life, or, I mean, it's.
To see another human being.
Right?
What I'm asking, many of these things are almost obligate, you know, or you go downtown because it's our downtown, you know.
it's not necessarily what brings me there. You know what I mean? Like, if I lived in Greenfield, there might be something in Brattleboro that would bring me here. But, you know, going to the library, going for what, I mean, all these things are like, there's nothing distinct. In this question, you're not identifying what might be distinct that would actually bring you to downtown Brattleboro. These are all just things that you find in a downtown that if you need, you go downtown to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You like go, you do your mission to one of these places, and then you leave.
Right.
You hope you didn't get a parking ticket.
You hope
and
you
then
didn't
leave.
And I could see that you might get some variability in the responses.
For the record, my husband got a parking ticket in the city of Keene, so it happens elsewhere.
I was there 2 days in a row when she gave me the whole ticket, and I neglected to pay my parking ticket twice. I was working there for 8-hour shifts, 2 days in a row, and I forgot. And I was like, oh my God. You know, like run outside roughly, like an hour and a half each time. And then I was like, oh, I gotta go pay it. I never got a ticket.
Mark said he was there for 15
Towed one
minutes.
time.
Yeah.
I got towed when I was setting up for a fundraiser.
Sorry.
It's all right.
So this is gonna get at one aspect of it, but, and I could see that you might get a lot of, that you would be able to discern what is bringing people downtown among these choices, right? Like, oh, everybody's shopping, or everybody's just trying to eat, or people are only going downtown for an appointment or something.
I think the idea is to, you know, figure out what is attracting people to downtown. What?
And if that's the situation, like if we want honest answers, like, are we really that concerned about people being divisive? Like, or
Well, this one I don't think is.
This one isn't,
Yeah.
this one isn't, it's more about the public space.
How comfortable
yeah.
do you feel?
But
How
I mean,
comfortable
like,
do you
if people,
feel? How
you
safe
know,
do you feel?
with the negative comments, you know, we should listen to those also. You know. and
Yeah,
hear
no,
those
I just don't wanna, I mean, we tend to, I mean, there's
Yeah.
this sort of circular over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of information we already have, we don't need to hear that information again.
Yeah, especially for the
Nice
purpose
to
of
know.
this survey.
Right.
I get that, but if that's what comes out, you know. then
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like-
we'll come out,
Yeah.
it'll come out
Yeah.
in free form, it did with the parking study.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it just seems like there might be, is there more we can learn with this rather
Yeah.
than learn what we already know?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like if we could phrase the questions in a better way to be more.
Yeah, and
so
presumably these Place Sense have read all of the Commons articles and the
Oh,
Reformer
yeah.
articles and all that kind of stuff. So based upon that, is there a way
Join the
that they can
Brattleboro
frame these questions
That's
so
an
that it
excellent
suggests
place of people
that they
being
do
hygiene,
know that?
You know, it's scary, but it's a good place to work.
Because I can imagine a person saying, oh, this is an outside, you know, consultant, they don't know, I have to tell them.
Right.
And I have another question about the surveys. How will they be
So typically it's SurveyMonkey or whatever, so, you know, we'll have to publicize the survey. And then we make hard copies available as well, usually at the library, but I'm sure we could do Groundworks or the Transportation Center, like we can drop them in different places with a box. So we did the parking study. So that there's paper as well as the digital.
So can we solve the question of the public space?
Yes. We can try. We can give guidance.
Yes, we can give guidance.
I think it would be, I think there's a general comfort question about downtown, comfort, safety question, which these questions would get to. But then I think it might also make sense to do a map or try to pull out the particular places you're talking about, and figure out how to ask a question about those places that wouldn't be divisive. Like, are you safe here? You know what I mean? Like, you know, it could be like, which of these places would you go to if you wanted to sit and have a conversation? Which of these places would you go to have a cup of coffee? Which of these places would you take your kid to play, if that applies? You know what I mean? And then use that to
Rather
frame.
than I don't feel comfortable here, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Or do like just a little like a bullet point of like an educational element of like, did you know there are only 5 public spaces downtown? Or something like that. Just, or did you know that businesses aren't public spaces? Like something like that,
Not educating, we're just surveying.
Okay, but I mean like to help with the survey, you know, to like kind of guide it maybe.
Yeah.
You know.
And is Crowley Lot downtown?
No.
Yeah, so I don't.
It's not.
I mean, when
What
I'm
about the
when I'm
Elm Street
looking at
Park?
these and it's like, where would the kids play? I'm like, there's no place to take the kids to play downtown.
Rec center, the green space, the.
Boys and Girls Club.
Plenty Park.
I don't think of the rec
Oh,
center as
public
a
spaces.
space.
Right.
So it doesn't come to
There's
mind
lots
at
of
all.
programs. Yeah, no, you're right. It's
You know what I mean? I'm
building
thinking like
programs and-
outdoor
yeah.
areas and stuff. So.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
well,
one
I
thing
mean, but
not
that in itself
included-
is kind of telling, like, where
Yeah.
do you take your kids in public spaces downtown?
Well,
Here in
I'm
front of
thinking
the
things
church.
like the block parties, like the Elliott Street. That's not on the first survey, I don't think. That kind of like street fairs or something is something that would bring you downtown. I don't know. Take my kids to the Works, and then Mocha Joe's bookstore.
Beatniks
Beatniks
is a
is
thing.
cigarette.
Kids'
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, none of that is
Hmm?
public, right? None of it's public.
Because I'm thinking like Kids Place and Boys and Girls Club, but they're not public.
Right. I mean, occasionally, like if there's a protest at Plenty Park, but that's not really, you know what I mean? Like we'll go in
Right.
there, we'll go join. The kids run around in there, so they figure out how to play in there. But it's not a destination.
And is that a public space? Is
Yeah,
Plenty Park a public?
that would be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be.
Yeah.
So, what if we go through survey 2 and cross out the divisive kind of questions, or the, you know, we don't need this.
Well,
I mean-
if we start, public spaces in downtown, streets, that's self-explanatory, sidewalks, self-explanatory. And then name the parks and name the parking lots.
You mean at the
And then
top?
take out the et cetera.
Yes.
Because really, that's it, you've just listed them all, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be bad to just have a map, you know,
Up
just
there,
a
yeah,
drawn,
being
a
like
drawn
Plenty Park
line
and
map,
blah,
it doesn't
blah,
have to
blah,
be
blah. Yeah.
any sort of special.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can rephrase comfortable and just say, are there places to sit and rest? Because comfortable, I mean, I think just whether or not there are places to sit and rest seems like a really important thing to know versus whether or not they're comfortable, because that's such one person's comfort is another person's discomfort.
Right, but do they exist?
Do they
Is maybe
exist
a different question than would you use them, or do you feel safe using them, or are you comfortable using, right? What makes you feel comfortable in town? And what makes you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
We are asking about downtown here, defined the same as.
Yeah, I mean, we can define it, I'm just not sure about the software, putting up a map in the particular.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking about like a line drawing.
Mhm.
It just kind of has downtown, dunk, dunk, dunk. Those are the.
Mhm.
So in the comfort question, how important is it that people are comfortable?
If they're not comfortable, they're not gonna use it.
Okay, so
It's true.
So I guess I was thinking about softness. But comfortable is like I'm happy to sit and rest here, and I'm not going to be accosted, or I'm not going to feel vulnerable, or that's what comfortable place to sit and rest is.
So interesting.
So, I mean, that's good. What's comfortable, well, you said your initial thing was, is a comfortable surface to sit
Yeah,
on.
no, that's what I was thinking. When I read that, I was thinking, is it like a bench that's designed to, is it the right height and blah, 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 these are really design questions versus, even though it looks very comfortable, I'm not gonna sit there because I would be afraid. It's a different question, or a different response.
You could almost ask both questions. There are places to sit and rest. There are comfortable places to sit and rest, you know, and you would get slightly different answers. And then,
What are your favorite or most comfortable places?
All right.
And if all the questions were just open-ended.
No.
I love those kinds of surveys.
I don't
think
they're
They're really hard to,
get people to answer. I would
well, no, they're just hard to get anything out of it though, like to compile the results and you need to have free form in there, but.
Yeah, I mean, the safe thing seems like safe places to bike, that's a really good one, right? There are, there aren't. And it's not a question of somebody's opinion, right? It's, you know, safety's pretty straightforward, right? It's that, am I afraid I'm gonna get hit by a car or not?
Well, but it depends on where. I mean, again, it's
Do you
like,
really
there are
think
safe
that
places to bike. I would
downtown?
say, like.
In
they're great.
downtown?
Well, that's kind of the way I
It's
felt
just
about the
this very narrow area.
About the
No,
Flat
I
Street
know.
project. I was like, a bike lane there? That's like a chill street. But then I think they brought up some good points about why a bike lane could be an asset there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Main Street is a very safe place to bike.
It's terrifying.
See, it's
Yeah.
totally like Connor and I biked downtown onto Main Street and parked our bikes, and I in no way felt not safe at all because the traffic is slow and you know I didn't feel like
You have to feel confident like
with the
taking up the
parallel
lane.
parking and the trucks.
no. He went on the
People-
sidewalk, I went on the road, whatever.
You're not
And it
supposed to
was
bike on
like-
the sidewalk.
No.
I
I feel like I'm gonna run somebody down if I bike on the sidewalk.
Yeah, look that video.
Yeah, really. All right, where are we going? We gotta
Well,
do something here.
okay, so
So
hard.
I think
Surveys are.
I think you're right about the divisiveness, and I think that this question number 3 on the second survey, about feeling safe, it may not be helpful to move forward. I think knowing the triggers that make people feel unsafe might be more helpful than just knowing if people feel unsafe.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. And the way these are worded, I know she's trying to mix it up by saying I do not feel at risk from traffic, but I'm literally like, I do not, you know, it requires too much thinking to figure out how you feel about it to even answer it.
And like you were talking about earlier, the location, like some streets, like Flat Street, I don't feel at risk of traffic.
Yeah.
You know, but Elliott Street, I do. You know, or
Yeah,
Main
yeah.
Street, you know.
Okay, so I think three is kind of one of the 3 and
Although these days. I
Like,
feel
what are
risk
some of the
traffic.
things that make you avoid an area
People are
downtown?
horrible these days.
People are horrible. Is it important for us to know? I mean, we know that there are some people who don't feel safe downtown.
Yeah.
And we know that there are places downtown that aren't safe.
Right. And if we get answers
They're
about
perceived not to be
other
safe.
people
They're perceived,
downtown, we
exactly.
can't do a lot about how other people use public space.
Right.
However,
And
we can do things about lighting and sound and smell and color and
I'm just trying to think on the flip side, some of these questions, is it useful to know because we think that there's some other, to use the popular term now, the narrative is, is one way, but it's not necessarily shared. I mean, that would be the point of asking some of these questions, I get, but I think the potential for them to be more divisive or this to be a dumping place rather than constructive is probably outweighs it in my mind.
Yeah. I'm also wondering if the level of, if there's like a direct correlation between the usefulness of a space and the comfort or the safety in a space, right? I don't know where we're going with that.
What
Usefulness meaning like the diversity of things you could do there, right? So if you think of like Planey Park,
Mhm.
you can sit and wait for a bus. There's a garbage
Protest.
can, you can protest.
You can
Sometimes
have a
there
concert.
might be music. There's really nothing to play
Flash mob.
on. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
there aren't lights at night. There's not.
Drawing Christmas.
Yeah,
Christmas,
no, I see
and
where
then
you're
it's a
going
sad
though. It's
tree.
the-
You know what I mean? So it's like if you took a space and expanded its the diversity of use in the space, then